What's up, MetaNerdz? This video will break down the rare Secular class Star Destroyer, seeing its intended role during the Clone Wars, how it was used by Tarkin's rival, and went on to serve the Reborn Emperor. The Secular class was designed by Kuat Drive Yards during the Clone Wars, and was intended to replace the Venator, with the Venator itself being designed at a time when the Clone Wars was still a secret. But once the clone was out of the lab and the galaxy was engulfed in war, Republic military brass would get involved in the process on Kuat, with their engineers learning from battle reports, captured CIS ships, and stolen intel on Separatist craft and tactics. The question we should ask is if the Secular succeeded in its role. Did it check off all the boxes to make it better than the Venator for war with its particular enemy? A question that was asked by a lot of tax-paying citizens and Republic senators fighting against the increased military budget. Because to start, the cost was nearly 4 times the Venator, 200 million versus 59, and was about half the cost of the supersized Providence variants like the Invincible. The overall length was about twice its predecessor, at 2.2 kilometers, or 1.36 miles, making it 1.3 times the later Imperial Star Destroyer. With a Class 2 hyperdrive, it was tied with the ISD, but slower than the Venator when traveling through hyperspace, which may point to the Republic feeling that the difference in response time for these capital ships wasn't as necessary as they thought it would be, with Republic footholds spread throughout every rim and even in hut space. Or it simply wasn't possible on this larger, more power-hungry ship. And since you can see with the Acclimator here being the smallest and fastest, and they were still able to put a Class 1 in the Victory, but you lose all that in the larger Imperial craft. We do see that the Venator's role as a star cruiser with an emphasis on starfighter complement was something the Republic was trying to keep. The standardized ranking system called the Anaxis War College system gave it another designator, the Battle Cruiser, because of its size. But it still had a focus on starfighters with these 2 large ventral hangars, and a much greater complement with curious changes to the firepower, with 15 heavy turbolasers, 15 light turbolasers, 15 battleship ion cannon batteries, 6 medium ion cannons, and 12 tractor beam projectors. This is nearly double the heavy turbolasers, which were more designed for overloading the shields of capital ships and performing orbital bombardments of cities. It drops the odd medium dual turbolaser cannons for a good distribution of light turbolasers for enemy transports, frigates, and corvettes. But the most shocking is the loss of anti-starfighter weaponry, having none of the point defense laser cannons, which were crucial for keeping off swarms of vulture droids and hyena bomber runs. While the Secular also drops the proton torpedoes. These were usually perfect for ripping through vessels once you took down their shields, and since you could fire a variety of specialized torpedoes, you had all sorts of options from flak-like explosions to deep penetrating bunker busters that were useful everywhere from planetary caves to space stations and asteroids. Since the CIS's military philosophy was to field overwhelming numbers of droids, B-1s on the ground or clouds of starfighters blocking out the stars, everyone knew a Republic vessel had to account for this, which leads me to believe that Darth Sidious was guiding the development of this ship, ensuring that he had a new line ready to go after the threat shifted from droid army to policing your own populations. As this armament was ideal for destroying cities, taking out the odd capital ship that some rebel might steal, or some planetary defense force might be able to turn against him, and with so much focus on ion cannons, it's like what we see with the ISD and other Imperial ships. I mentioned that they want to capture these rebels alive, and use their massive suite of novel and highly effective torture methods. That way you're not just taking out a crew in a single ship, but you might get the intel needed to destroy the entire rebel cell. And I believe you see this same role with the complement, because though it tried to focus on starfighters, the Venator had about 3 times the starfighters of the Secular. So again, we see that this newer ship was expected to fight less enemy fighters, but still did have a relatively high number, about twice the ISD. So it was still a carrier for the Empire, but not what you would expect during the Clone Wars. At this time, the Empire was the one with the swarms of fighters. Now the 144 TIEs that would come screeching out of the Secular were there to prevent the escape of rebels trying to flee via shuttles or escape pods. And same goes for the scum trying to squirt out of a hidden base, or even potentially sympathetic citizens trying to escape an Imperial lockdown after rebel activity was detected. None of this ship's details point to it being intended to be a better Venator, but a ship for a different enemy altogether. But since this would have been obvious to anyone involved in its design, I think it's a nice look at how people like Tarkin and Palpatine would get involved in military matters like this. Likely under vague references to top secret intel, or they could just claim that the CIS was about to change their tactics, and most likely of all, no one dared to question the directives coming down from the top. Same goes for the Allegiance class, which was about the same size but with no complement, and aimed at pure destruction, deployed to space stations or paired with larger fleets, where ion stun options and starfighters could be provided by other craft. When that rebel base or troublesome city was detected, we see the aspects of the Secular that made it more like the Acclimator. Most obvious was the overall shape, which was this more pronounced triangle, but still with the Venator-style double bridge. And unlike any other ship, the towers were moved to be in a more central position. The Acclamator was perhaps the greatest planetary invasion vessel ever produced, with an incredible amount of troops, vehicles, and cargo capacity for war materiel. It is unknown how many vehicles were on board the Secutor, but AT-AT walkers are listed, and likely smaller variants like the ST and DP, with 14,000 clones and later stormtroopers. The ISD also saw a much greater troop complement than the Venator, pointing to another Imperial theme that was the insane jump in crew requirements. 40,000 in the Secutor, 37,000 in the ISD, compared to 700 in the Acclamator and 7,400 in the Venator. It's that tactic of pulling as many citizens onto the Imperial side as possible, and then using those stormtroopers to fill up a city and strike fear into the population. It didn't matter if they were less trained than the clones. Like droids, the sheer number of them could prove deadly, and seeing the shiny white bucket heads everywhere you went helped to make rebellion seem more futile. Of course, having all these crew members sitting around knowing they were doing busy work to make up for the fact that the ship could run on about a quarter of the men did help to breed laziness and complacency, which sometimes helped to prevent rebellion, but would sometimes backfire and give ambitious and persistent rebels an opening, making most imps cowardly, easy to bribe, and even would push some to be drawn to the Rebel Alliance's pitch that they could engage in a fight that would give their lives meaning. At the start, I said to keep in mind that this was pitched to be the replacement of the Venator, and to ask if it achieved this. In a dark way, no matter what you think of its role as a capital ship, it did fit its role better than the Venator. There's no doubt about it, simply by being 4 times the price, fulfilling the true purpose of the Clone Wars, and therefore the true purpose behind every piece of equipment, ship, vehicle, and clone. To take a republic that had no military at all, and turn it into a culture that was willing to give up its rights out of fear, funnel credits to Palpatine's loyalists in building this military-industrialized complex that would work to provide government jobs to the citizens of this future empire, growing the fighting force with the promise of stable jobs and stable star systems, and tying as many citizens' paychecks and quality of life directly back to the Emperor and the crony corporations, cutting down on any chances that they would side with a crazy rebel force trying to shake it all up just for some ideal. The first time the Secutor saw service was in the earliest days of the Empire, at a time before the ISD replaced the Venator. The details of this particular skirmish shown are murky, but do point to it being used against Separatist remnant forces right after Order 66 and the deactivation of the droid army. What's more is that this Quasar carrier was designed for the Empire by Sorosub, but one may have been taken by the Separatist or early rebel forces. By 14 BBY, 5 years into the Empire, it may have been on his Secutor class named Conquest that the Navy Intelligence Agency's Vice Admiral Dodd Rancid came up with a very dangerous gamble at adding blocks to his chest. Rancid was growing resentful watching his career stagnate and the Emperor's old chum Tarkin rise through the ranks. He used the NIA's intel to coordinate the growth of Birch Teller's rebel cell, which was perhaps the largest cell of this time, with certainly the most powerful ship, commanding a Frankenstein Providence-class dreadnought. With Rancid's leaks, Teller would be able to get away with a string of attacks that grew to be far more than just frustrating. And to make Tarkin specifically look foolish and impotent, Rancid helped the Teller gang steal the Carrion Spike, Tarkin's pride and joy, and the only Corvette like it, with state-of-the-art cloaking technology, and even the name was special, with the Carrion Spike being the place where Tarkin was formed from a scared little boy to a fighting man. Losing this ship was devastating, as rumors of this failure threatened to make Tarkin the laughingstock of the Moffs. As personal as this loss was to Tarkin, it was also a high enough level threat to the Emperor that Darth Vader was assigned to help Moff end this rebel cell. They did eventually realize Rancid was playing both sides, and by this time, the second stage of Rancid's plan was in effect. He was about to betray his rebel friends and become an Imperial hero, telling Birch Teller that the path was clear for an epic strike on Karaida, home to the most prominent Imperial Academy and surrounded by an important shipyard and space station, the repaired and improved descendant of Valor Station from the Clone Wars. Teller was once a Republic intelligence officer, and he sensed the trap. Since he knew that holding on to the Carrion Spike for too long was never really plausible, it was just too hot and hard to maintain. He took a page from the old CIS playbook, sending it on a collision course with Karaida. It would pop out of hyperspace and come barreling towards the world, and Rancid was at the bridge of his Secutor, the lead ship of the Karaida flotilla, and ready to let the Conquest save the day, ordering the crew to open fire, only to be cut off by Darth Vader. What was supposed to be the Emperor's personal boogeyman acting as witness to Rancid's victory, ensuring his rise in rank and toppling of Tarkin, quickly turned into the ominous cyborg reading out his death sentence. Vader ordered the crew to scan the Carrion Spike for life forms, and seeing that it was empty, and already having the communications that he was expecting its arrival, Vader was certain that he had the traitor. And since Teller thought he was being played and sent it empty, it made Rancid look like he had no aims at actually killing off the rebel cell, just that he was going to help them fake their death. For this, the Vice Admiral was escorted to an escape pod and fired away from his flagship. Every crew member from his own Secutor to the flotilla, space station, and maybe even some young cadets down below, all watched as Vader made a powerful display of what becomes of traitors, no matter how high-ranking they were. ordering the Secutor to open fire and turn Rancid into space dust. A spectacle that was sure to spread throughout the entire Empire, and likely every cadet that passed through here would hear the tale of how the sharp-minded Tarkin and horrifying Dark Lord would root out any foe, be they Sep, Rebel, or fellow Imp. Over the following years of the Galactic Civil War, the Secutor would continue its service, but never in the numbers that we see with the Victory, Imperial class, or Super Star Destroyer class. Some were at Naval Station Valaducia, while others are known to be called in to snuff out Rebel outposts, not being with their own fleets securing solar systems, but attached to other battle groups when the mission saw fit, likely when those ion cannons and troop numbers were needed. What is very interesting is that despite how rare they were, by 10 ABY, 6 years after Endor, a Secutor was seen as part of the fleet that protected the deep core world Biss, the secret location of Emperor Palpatine's resurrection program, and Luke would pass by this fleet on his way to confront the resurrected Emperor. So that's it for its breakdown. As for behind the scenes facts, the ship actually started off as a fan-made ship by Ansel Asio, based on a background ship seen in the Dark Empire 2 comics from 1992. Ansel said he likes the design because it reminds him of the B-2 Flying Wing, and it became canon when approached by Lucas Licensing for use in the Essential Guide to Warfare. It was later used in the Age of Rebellion sourcebook, and then became a major part of the story in the canon Tarkin novel, with more details coming from Ships of the Empire and Rebellion in 2021. Truly one of the most interesting behind-the-scenes arcs for any ship. And in Latin, Secutor means pursuer or gladiator with sword or shield. But most important of all, remember, unless you're the son of the Chosen One, never bet against Tarkin, and the Force will be with you. Always. What's up, MetaNerdz? This video will be a complete breakdown of the Acclamator class assault ship. We'll see the context surrounding its creation, a size comparison, take a look inside the ship and understand how it all worked, and then cover its history and all the different variants from the Clone Wars to Imperial era. Let's start with the context. When a Mune banker named Higo Damask traveled to the extragalactic world of Camino to feel out the possibility of creating a clone army, the most difficult obstacle was to work with the human genome, being an ever unpredictable species, while the easiest part was manufacturing the millions of arms, armor, explosives, and ships and vehicles from the ATRT to Venator, as Kuat Drive Yards and their subsidiary Rathana Heavy Engineering had been in the business of plunging a galaxy into war for more millennia than most species had space travel. As Old Republic Fleet Admiral Ago once put it, quote, "Since the dawn of the Republic, Kuat Drive Yards has been the exclusive supplier of many of our greatest warships," end quote. Roughly 800 years before the Clone Wars, the incredibly mineral-rich wild space planet of Rathana was discovered, and promptly bought up by KDY. Here, the subsidiary Rathana Heavy Engineering would be essentially just an extension of the parent company, layers upon layers to avoid Republic intervention, operating for far longer than any politician, and amassing more wealth than entire star systems, causing many to feel companies like Kuat Drive Yards were the true rulers of the galaxy. Much like the way Higo Damask, secretly a Sith known as Darth Plagueis, would also guide galactic affairs from the shadows. When the cloners placed the largest private order in history in the year 31 BBY, just months after the Battle of Naboo, within the company, all work on these machines of war fell under the top-secret Project Icefang, and they even undertook the arduous task of maintaining what became in essence their own private hyperspace lane, directly from Rathana to Camino, going through the Rishi Maze. Keep in mind that canon novels like Master and Apprentice, and tons of Legends books as well, note the intense drama around systems and their hyperspace lanes, how difficult it was to maintain smaller lanes as celestial objects move through space, and how the Republic often did not put up enough credits to maintain some systems, effectively cutting them off like an old town losing a railroad stop. And so think about the power of Kuat Drive Yards to maintain this private lane on their own. In the stilt cities of Camino, Rathana creations like the ATTE were used in their massive training facilities, while the Mandalorian trainers of Jango's Khoi Valdar worked with the clones to train on these vessels in Kaminoan space. I think we often overlook just how incredible this must have been for those Mandalorian mercs, but for a time the entire Republic military was first in their hands. So just imagine the glee these warriors had being able to play with toys of this size. At a length of 752 meters, or nearly half a mile, it was 2/3 the length of the Venator, and more than twice the Arquitans, while being 460 meters, or more than a quarter mile wide, which was 84% that of the Venator, or 27 LAATs across. And it had a height of 183 meters, or 600 feet, making it about 69% that of the Venator, or equal to 19 ATTEs. If it showed up here on Earth, it would be more than twice the length of the Nimitz-class carrier, 8.5 football stadiums across, and twice the height of the Statue of Liberty. And there's no official stats for this, but the size of the ramp seems to be about 29 meters or 95 feet across. I'm basing that on the cross section and what we see with the Zillo Beast and vehicles coming down the ramp. Now let's take a look inside, but first we have to get past that armor, which is layers of Durasteel infused with neutronium. Almost every ship used Durasteel in the hull, but the Acclimator is the only known ship to be infused with this energy dispersing material. Moving inside, let's start our tour with the power systems. Unlike the larger Star Destroyers, the main Hypermatter Annihilator reactor does not protrude, and we can see the frame structure that holds it in place. This ring is the fuel inlet manifold, which connects to these series of hypermatter fuel tanks. And we can see a subsidiary backup reactor located here. This fuel is so dense that it is magnitudes heavier than the rest of the ship. And while this fuel is so energy efficient, the insane power requirements of these enormous ships needed to generate shields, jump to hyperspace, and power these incredible engines means that they did need to be regularly refueled, either at space stations or with things like the Ultor class replenishment ship, and later Imperial tanker, which have been around for years in Legends. Out of this reactor was this channel that emitted streams of particles out of the thrusters. The main thruster has the emitter split up into 8 electromagnetic thrust vectoring panels to control the direction of flow, while the auxiliary thruster is less powerful but enables the Acclimator to have greater maneuverability. Power generated for the rest of the ship is channeled through this power core, and this chamber is not subjected to the artificial gravity generators, while these tubes would take this energy out to other systems. Moving to the aft, we see these power system cooling neutrino radiator grills, which channel out heat from the reactor, the anti-grav repulsor generator, which is the tech that helps the ship float and get off the ground, and the grills also help disperse heat generated from the hyperdrive. Now this system produced a max power of 2 × 10 to the 23rd watts, while the shielding was 7 × 10 to the 22nd watts, with the thrusters pumping out a max acceleration of 3,500 G, and a top atmospheric speed of 1,200 km per hour or 746 miles per hour, making it equal to the incredibly fast TIE Fighter, and faster than the Venator, which is often praised for how quick it is. While in hyperspace, it's even more impressive for its role, being able to scramble the enormous complement of troops and vehicles across the entire galaxy faster than every capital ship, even every starfighter. It was quicker than Slave 1 in both atmosphere and in hyperspace, with only the Millennium Falcon under Han's modifications at peak being slightly faster in hyperspace with a 0.5 class rating. And this combined with all the fuel packed on board gave it a hyperdrive range of 250,000 light years, meaning it could cross the entire galaxy and back 2.5 times. For easy maintenance at Republic shipyards, the engine could be removed by itself via these engine servicing release hatches, and there was the power system maintenance vents. As for the armament, you can see the 4 heavy missile and torpedo launcher tubes, which could fire the standard loadout of 100 high-yield proton torpedoes and 20 assault concussion missiles. Spread across the surface were 24 point defense laser cannons for taking out starfighters, and 12 quad turbo laser turrets for every other type of ship from transports to capital ships. And when a target did not need to be captured, or if the enemy forces were in bunkers deep underground, several acclimators would come together to execute a base Delta Zero fleet bombardment. This used the nuclear bomb level power of turbolaser batteries to liquefy rock, turning the crust of worlds into molten slag that would melt through until it reached the enemies. We can only see this one regional shield generator node, but these would have been all along the edge of the ship. And this bridge is much more slender than other Kuat models, and most of the bridge is actually in an area that has no windows, and instead provides tactical information via a holographic display, though there was still this small strip of windows towards the front, while the rest of this entire section was dedicated to sensor arrays. Now, looking at all these decks, there appear to be about 17 in total, having everything you would need for long voyages in space, mess hall recreation areas, storage for consumables that could reach 11,250 tons, equal to the weight of 13,235 dewbacks. There were logistic and strategy conference rooms for generals to meet in, but most of these rooms were the barracks for the 700-man crew, and 16,000 clone troopers. To put that in perspective, that's 8 times the troops aboard a Venator, and 1.6 times that even on the Imperial 1 class Star Destroyer, which shows just how perfect this ship is for its role. Not to slug it out in ship-to-ship combat, but to lead invasions intended to take entire planets. Which means an entire corps could pack into just 3 of these, and still have tons of room left over for auxiliary troops or local allies. And we haven't even talked about the vehicles yet. Along the periphery of the hangar were the 48 ATTE walkers, 36 self-propelled heavy artillery, and 320 speeder bikes. while the majority of the hangar floor would accommodate the LAAT gunship variants, which would be organized into their own landing zones, these alternating numbered rectangles on the floor. And there was a rail system that the gunships could attach to move them to different service areas, along with the descending lift platform that took them to a lower maintenance bay, which could also be used for any of the other vehicles. Ships could enter and exit through several of the side hangar openings, though the main gunship exit was the ventral opening through which LAATs could leave side by side, while the larger carrier would have to exit single file, with the troops and vehicles exiting via the main ramps that open up on each side for rapid deployment, and could be used in concert with the repulsor system to hover in place without landing, so that almost any landing pad could be used even when it couldn't set down, like we see on Camino. When it could touch down, these three enormous stabilizing legs would keep it level on any terrain. And what helps to hold this all together are the acceleration compensators and tensor integrity fields located at the forward and aft, which helps to offset the gravitational warpings of the repulsor lifts and the intense G-forces. Now, the first clone forces ever to be deployed were transported via the at least 12 acclimators that delivered the LAATs, which would race into the Petroneki arena to rescue what was left of the Jedi Strike Team. After this successful opening to the Clone Wars, a massive military display was organized on the upper levels of Coruscant, showing the might of their new army, a sight so impressive that Masamida was temporarily lost in their beauty. The success of the Acclimator at Geonosis immediately sparked a race for Republic military contracts, with Kuat's greatest rival since the Old Republic, Rendili Star Drives, jumping into the fray and hoping to carve out a piece of the pie with spy ships and starships. But Kuat and their subsidiary Rathana were watching the credits roll in as the war raged on, with 1,000 acclimators ordered in just the first weeks, at a price of 110 million credits each, which is nearly twice the price tag on a Venator. And there were specialized versions like the Nevuda B, which carried 156 V-19 Torrents used during the Battle of Munilinst. And over the course of the war, almost every invasion would involve acclimators, with Venators securing the star system and preventing reinforcements from making it to the surface. They would see notable uses on Christophsis, Teth, Seleucami, Camino, Sullust, and then to Umbara, Kiros, and Naboo. We saw its enormous hangar and cargo capacity used by Commander Wolf to deliver aid to Aileen, and during the capture of the orbital ring of Ringovinda. Though during the Battle of Ryloth, we saw that the CIS tactical supercomputers that were the T-Series droids did find a weakness in this ship, using the fact that the J-1 fired solid projectiles instead of plasma balls like a turbo laser, meaning they were less likely to be absorbed and diffused by the energy shield or the neutronium-infused armor plating, finding the perfect area near the thrusters to incapacitate the invading acclimators. Toward the end of the war, they would produce the Acclimator II, which was inferior in every way, from a certain point of view, as it carried less vehicles, less troops, but it did require a much larger crew. That might seem like another bad thing, but when we see that this is a 28x multiplier, I think we're seeing more evidence of Palpatine's strategy to tie the population to the military. I've mentioned this in a lot of Imperial vehicle breakdowns, but the crew requirements shoot up in the Imperial era where no one can really make sense of them. My theory says that this makes sense when we look at things like the Tarkin and Thrawn books that show how the populations were made loyal, that the military was seen as a stable source of income for many otherwise hopeless people of remote parts of the galaxy, as the Empire pitched itself as at constant war with chaos, seen in the form of local criminals and anarchist rebel terrorists. They would make it seem like they were forced to take over businesses like Price's families on Lothal, and citizens would see signing up for the service as the best way to get out of your dangerous and poor city. So Palpatine took massive amounts of citizens away from the criminals and rebel recruiters of their hometown, stuck them in Imperial ships with strict command structures from loyal superiors, and now these people from all over the galaxy saw their success tied to the success of the Empire. Many regular Acclimator 1s were scrapped, or would see the sad fate of being retrofitted into a pure cargo vessel called the Imperial Cargo Ship, something that was the target of rebel attacks, most notably the hijacking of 4 of these in the year 0 ABY. And perhaps these, or other modified variants, are what Darth Vader once described as acclimators that had become slave ships, though some in their original form still operated in the more remote areas of the Empire, while Kuat Drive Yards continued to dominate with a line of Imperial-class Star Destroyers, and the Victory, which was considered the spiritual successor to the Acclimator. So that's it for the breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. It was first introduced in Episode 2, with details coming from the Attack of the Clones Incredible Cross-Sections and Complete Cross-Sections books. There are some discrepancies, as they say that the bridge was completely windowless, while in the Clone Wars the depiction has a few windows. And in the original Battlefront 2 we can see it in a frigate role, though almost all other sources have it not used for capital ship combat when it could be avoided. Though of course the armament was powerful and could if it needed to. And then for the details on the context of this ship, there's some from the Darth Plagueis novel, but a lot of it comes from the Essential Guide to Warfare. So that's it for the Acclimator. But most important of all, remember, when your enemy will melt through your planet's crust just to get you, just turn yourselves into the laser sword magicians. And the Force will be with you. Always. What's up, MetaNerdz? This video will cover everything from the arms and armament, strengths and weaknesses, history, and impact on the galaxy, pulling from all these resources to understand the Arquitens class light cruiser. The capital ships of the Grand Army of the Republic had been in production for years before the Battle of Geonosis, and while there is no official start date, it is only the Acclimator class that was available in huge numbers when the Clone Wars began. But the Venator and Arquitens would be flying away from the Kuat Drive Yard's assembly lines within weeks, and would quickly be seen in every theater of the war. At a cost of 4 million credits, it was only 7% the cost of the Venator, and about half a Pelta and 1 million more than the Consular. At a length of 325 meters, a 135 meter width, and a height of 56 meters, it was more than a quarter the length of a Venator, 1/3 the width of an Acclimator, and about as tall as 5.5 ATTEs. Its max acceleration of 1800 Gs makes it more than half the acceleration of the Venator, powered by the same trio of engines that are in the Consular class, giving it a top atmospheric speed of 750 km per hour, making it relatively slow compared to just about all other capital ships. And this difference in colors from the engine has no official explanation, but is believed to be from a different fuel source. Much like how the different types of Tibanna and blasters can be blue or yellow, some ships of the same exact class are shown with different orange or blue engine glows. And while its Class 2 hyperdrive rating puts it about average in general, keep in mind that this time of the galaxy had some of the fastest capital ships in history, with the Venator having a Class 1, something usually only seen in starfighters, and the Acclimator had an incredible Class 0.6, which put it in the league of the Slave 1 and Millennium Falcon. Its shielding was generated by projecting layers of deflector shields like an onion, but they hoped that the outermost layer could be refreshed by the time it took you to work through all these layers. The hull itself is likely built in the same style as other Republic capital ships, with layers of overlapping Durasteel plating. But there is a quote from Grievous mentioning that it is well armed with a thick hull, though whether it's significantly more thick than the others is unclear. And the arms he's mentioning came in the form of 4 turret-mounted twin light turbolaser batteries, 4 heavy port and starboard quad laser cannon batteries, and 4 variable munition launchers for torpedoes and missiles. Though some would pull off the ventral laser cannon trick seen in the Venator, something General Skywalker came up with and first implemented, which used the laser from the SPHA to melt through ground positions and enemy ships. The unique feature is that all these weapon batteries could be retracted into the hull for a more streamlined profile during atmospheric flight. But I would imagine they would also do this so that they could keep them from being damaged when passing through toxic smog or highly electrically charged alien atmospheres, or through the ice and rocks of planetary rings and asteroid belts. Why risk damaging the weaponry when you can safely put it behind the durable armor plating? Inside, the bridge looks to be about 10 meters deep and 20 meters wide, with panels providing all sorts of battlefront data and comm stations to reach allies in nearby systems, even all the way back to Coruscant with hyperwave transmitter technology. And though it looks like this door is connected to an elevator, it seems like it's just a hallway, which must connect to the elevators towards the rear. And the pilot's cockpit itself actually looks like something you would see in a freighter, with these 2 captain chairs in this cove. While it hosted a total crew of 100, including the enlisted troops inside, but could also accommodate 100 passengers, and had a cargo capacity of 1,200 tons, equal to the weight of 1,472 dewbacks. This weight was usually used for rations, not canned dew meat, and it would be used during blockade runs to help resupply Republic bases, or help out local populations. And its complement of starfighters from the Clone Wars era is oddly unknown. But since we know that the Imperial Era one had 3 TIE fighters, 2 Lambda-class shuttles, and various speeders, it must have had space for a combo of smaller fighters like the Delta and Eta, or it could be used for just a few ARC-170s, maybe some new-class shuttles, and perhaps even LAAT gunships. Now, it is called a light cruiser, but it is classified as an escort class like the Pelta and Charger, not a true cruiser like the Venator and Dreadnought. During the rescue of Ethkoth and the space battle of Seleucami, Kenobi would use his Arquitens, the Surrogator, to lead an assault with a trio of Charger C-70s in order to distract Grievous's flotilla while Skywalker's team boarded the flagship. While he taunted Grievous, the rest of the Republic fleet popped out of hyperspace.
The enemy ships are faster and more maneuverable. I suggest caution.
As the Chargers zipped around the CIS capital ships, Kenobi inched the Arquitans closer, prompting Grievous to think that he had outmaneuvered the Jedi.
Give me a tractor beam lock on Kenobi's ship and prepare a boarding party.
Kenobi tells Cody that this is to make sure Grievous was focused on them. And moments later, the complex series of tractor beam projectors that lined the requisite class were able to force a docking, and the space battle was about to turn into an intense close-quarters firefight. The 212th boys were in position to ambush the boarding party, but the agility of the commando droids overwhelmed them, and forced a reunion with these Clone Wars rivals. Sabers clashed and the fight spills into the bridge, where the blades would slice through crucial computer systems. And after Grievous tactically withdrew from the fight, the Requisite opened up and destroyed the Arquitans' engines. Eventually the docking tube would break off as well, and the ship was experiencing a chain reaction of failures that would take the lives of these brave clones.
The reactor's been breached! I can't lock it down!
But they would get their revenge from the grave, as enormous chunks of fiery debris crashed into the CIS ship and hit the C-9979 Grievous was using as an escape ship, forcing a crash landing and near capture down on the surface. The Arquitans would prove crucial elements to all major fleets, using their smaller size and powerful weaponry to position themselves in perfect spots to disable and destroy much larger CIS capital ships. Being seen during the defense of Camino, the Battle of Sullust, and Admiral Barton Coburn used them expertly as a mobile attack platform, so that Wolfpack could use their jetpacks to free the Togruta and the slave processing facility on Kadavo. Later they can be seen during the Battle of Ringovinda, and even after the war they would serve the Imperial Navy, spreading peace by destroying separatist holdouts, pirate startups, and using that laser attachment to slice through rowdy civilian centers whenever they spoke out against their leader. This was the story on Imperial-held Umbara, the location of one of the most powerful and earliest rebel cells led by Night Swan, using Republic weapons and vehicles alongside hacked battle droids and Vulture droid starfighters. During the pacification of Umbara, a young Thrawn might have been killed if it wasn't for the expert application of the Arquitans, the Thunder Wasp, which was able to destroy the Vulture droid transmission station and force these rebels to retreat. As Night Swan continued his campaign against the New Order, Thrawn would come to truly respect this rebel, when even he was surprised by the unorthodox defense of an island outpost. The rebel dropped his shield cycle to disable all three Arquitans with a perfectly hidden ion cannon, forcing the imps to hold off, and the shield generator proved so powerful that it was impervious to the Arquitans' bombardments. But Thrawn's quick thinking to direct all the cannons to sweep towards the island caused an enormous wave, which flooded the outpost and short-circuited the generator. A battle that showed everyone the genius of both Night Swan and Thrawn. The Chiss would finally get the upper hand once he had his flagship the Chimera, an Imperial 1-class Star Destroyer that Night Swan had calculated his feat could overcome with this perfectly launched ambush. Thrawn had his three Arquitans, but filled their center and sides with repair barges to make it look like the Chimera was protecting them. But once the rebel fleet was between the Imperial ships, the barges exploded to release dozens of TIE fighters that quickly overwhelmed the rebel forces and secured an Imperial victory. A couple years prior to 4BBY, the Imperial Navy recalled every Arquitan still in service across the entire galaxy, bringing them to Kuat drive yards to undergo a refit unlike any other Republic ship. The refits would cost 1 million credits, changing the armament to 4 turret-mounted twin light turbolaser batteries, 8 quad laser batteries, and adding a medium tractor beam projector while keeping the 4 launch tubes. It would lose 95 meters in overall length, and they put a superstructure over the engine array, while the bridge too was also altered in its shape. The side-mounted turbolaser batteries were swapped out for 8 escape pods, and towards the bow there was this lateral entry for jump troopers. These were dubbed the Arquitans-class command cruisers, and they used the space in between the prongs to perfectly dock the Sentinel-class shuttle and Lambda. Late into the Imperial era, the rebel groups were learning sneaky ways to use the Imp's strength against them, with one famous incident being seen during the attempted capture of the Shadowcaster, where Sabine and Onyod let a shuttle filled with explosives be caught by the tractor beam and pulled near the command ship. Once it exploded, it destroyed the projector and forced the Imperial crew to focus on managing the damage and allowed the rebels to escape in their main ship. While one of the lowest uses of this proud Republic craft came in the form of the Akresker jail. As Dr. Afra described it, it was, quote, 8,000 tons of wrecked warships held together with an attractor node, hauled about by a cruiser on string. The Empire used these hulls of ships like prison wings, and they would house what was called the Convict Army, or Akresker Penal Legion, which were all kept in line via implants and hub droids. If you got more than 10 meters away from the droid, your implant would explode. If you chose not to fight, your implant would explode. and so you had to rush the enemy position as a literal crime wave, with heavy losses and no chance at you joining up with the enemy that you were sent to slaughter. But one day, without warning, the crew quickly abandoned ship, jettisoning away on those escape pods, and the drifting Arquitans smashed into the prisons. Many were killed while others were stranded, and when the Empire came back around to set it on a collision course with a planet to liquidate this entire project, Vader intervened with his Executor Imperial Star Destroyer, holding it still with his tractor beams so he could hunt down his old ally. But when he couldn't capture Dr. Aphra, he let the prison smash into the world, killing all the prisoners and any unlucky life caught down below. After the Battle of Endor, the Empire was scrambling to maintain order, and an attack on Fondor shipyards would create a major shortage of these cruisers from then on out. But at least one was seen on Vardos and Takodana as late as 5 ABY. And with the ones still remaining, or at least those sections still available, the Imperial Remnant forces under Moff Gideon would create another heavily modified variant of the Arquitans, called the Class 546 Cruiser, using these same 3 engines, but adding these 4 secondary sublight engines, giving it a much greater top speed and acceleration, making it an even better fast attack cruiser, like a mix of Arquitans and Acclamator. They filled up more of this gap, while hollowing out the interior for enormous hangar sections, allowing the nimble TIE fighters to exit via port, starboard, or be accelerated via the launch tube at the center, right in between those prongs, creating a unique set of challenges for anything it came across, and was perfectly adapted to this time of a fractured galaxy, where TIE fighters might still be plentiful to come by, and responding to New Republic scouts and local warlords was best done with quick, overwhelming force. So that's it for the Arquitans class light cruiser. As for behind the scenes facts, we can assume that this is one of Dave Filoni's favorite ships, inspired by concept art from episode 3, because everything he touches seems to get a variant. Being introduced in the Clone Wars, we get the Command Cruiser in Rebels, and the Mandalorian gets the 546. A lot of these stats come from the Dawn of the Rebellion roleplay sourcebook, Ultimate Star Wars, and actually the Star Wars Build the Millennium Falcon, which is packed full of stats on a ton of other ships as well. But most important of all, remember, if you want to see more variants, just make sure Filoni gets more shows. And the Force will be with you. Always.
Z95. Nice.
What's up, MetaNerdz? In this complete breakdown, we'll pull everything from canon and legend sources to completely understand the Z95 Headhunter. It was manufactured by Incom Corporation, located on Frezia. They were a company with a rich history and a knack for reinvention. Formerly known as the Toronix Inertial Compensator Corporation, they took some good advice and changed their name and are most affectionately referred to as Incom for short. This forward-thinking corporation was celebrated for its creative prowess in crafting robust starfighters, airspeeders, and transports. One of Incom's most legendary achievements was the T-65 X-Wing starfighter, a vessel that not only became their emblem, but also served as a symbol of hope for the Alliance to restore the Republic. But their innovation extended beyond this iconic craft, encompassing other fan-favorite vehicles like the I-7 Howlrunner, the versatile T-16 Skyhopper, the dependable T-47 Airspeeder, and the agile Z-95 Headhunter. It would cost you 80,000 credits new, 45,000 credits used, and a little more than a TIE fighter, and about half the cost of the X-Wing. Before I touch on what all that gets you, let's look at its size at a length of 16.74 meters, a width of 18.12 meters, and a height of 3.24 meters, making it about a Wookiee longer and surprisingly 2 Wooks wider and about a Jawa taller than the X-Wing. Its max atmospheric speed is 1150 km per hour, which put it in between an X-Wing and TIE fighter, which was achieved by 4 Incom 2A fission engines, and there are also maneuvering jets on the rear of the wings. Hyperdrive systems are not standard, though later fighters included a GBK-435 hyperdrive motivator. For shielding, we have the Zolin 9771 deflector shield generators, which are rated at 20 SPD, which comes out to surprisingly only 40% that of the X-Wing. And just to put that in perspective, the ISD has a 4800 SPD rating, and the Executor class Super Star Destroyer has an insane 96,000, while the hull is rated at 14 RU, nearly double a TIE, and only 70% the strength of an X-Wing. Looking at the nose, we see the sensor array with tracking computer and quick scan imaging system, along with the ZR390 Navicomputer, all manufactured by Fabritech. Fabritech was a large corporation with a wide variety of military and commercial products, a company renowned for its expertise in Starship sensor tech, and which had a long history dating back to the days of the Galactic Republic. However, it was during the Galactic Civil War that Fabritech truly flourished, thanks in large part to the influence of Kavarn Mandel, a fervent supporter of the New Order, and under his leadership, Fabritech secured a significant subcontract from Sinar Fleet Systems, providing components for TIE fighters, a move that proved pivotal for the company. Located on the planet of Fabrin, Fabritech's operations were deeply intertwined with the Mandel family. Despite their close ties to the Empire, Fabritech's products could also be found not only in Imperial ships, but also in the vessels of the Rebel Alliance. And there were rumors that Kavarn Mandel's youngest daughter, Samire Mandel, might have even joined the rebellion, adding just another element of intrigue to the company's history. What set Fabritech apart were its products' reputations for durability and longevity, as they would last for decades, even being found in cutting-edge starfighters of the New Republic and the Galactic Federation of Free Alliances. While we often talk about Kuat drive yards, there are tons of lesser-known megacorporations that could truly be seen as the only real victors of these endless cycles of galaxy-spanning wars. Back to the Z-95, looking at the end of the wings we find the laser cannons, and the body houses the concussion missile launchers. 2 linked Tamanbak KX-5 laser cannons, and 2 Krupp MG-5 concussion missile launchers with 3 missiles each. While the first, the Mark I model, came with triple blasters. There really isn't much known about this model outside these images, and all other stats are the same, but it really doesn't even look like a Z-95. Other mods on the standard Z-95 included an ion cannon and proton cannon. The starfighter earned its name from the Coromon headhunter, the species of predatory canines native to the Coromon Islands on the planet Frezia, as the creatures employed a gruesome hunting technique. Using their formidable double-dew claws on their forelegs, they decapitated their prey and consumed every part of it, including bones and hair, but oddly enough they would keep the skull as a sort of trophy, collecting and displaying them in their dens. These dens were often adorned with stacks of skulls, creating a truly fearsome sight. Regarded as one of the most formidable fighters of its era, the Z-95 Headhunter sported distinctive features, including a bubble canopy and a pair of triple blasters positioned at the tips of its 2 variable geometry wings. Later versions opted for more precise maneuvering thrusters and advanced canopy instruments, doing away with the swing wings and bubble canopy. The credit for its sleek yet rugged design was attributed to Seti Ashgad, a scientist affiliated with Incom's Hyperdrive design division. In terms of size, the original Z-95 was relatively compact at 11.8 meters. However, during the Clone Wars, Incom/Subpro designed the ARC-170, which was nearly twice the size. The clone Z-95 starfighter variant, born during this period, became the largest among these iconic creations, measuring 16.74 meters. While the Z-95 continued to see use during the early years of the New Republic, it became evident that it was being overshadowed by more advanced fighters developed in subsequent decades. Compared to the T-65, it was slower, less agile, featured lighter armor and shielding, and lacked comparable firepower. Additionally, it lacked an astromech socket, requiring its pilot to pre-program hyperspace routes or manually input jump coordinates via data chips. The Z-95's one-man cockpit was notably cramped, so on top of all that, it was just a less comfortable option for its pilots. But despite that, at least one Republic pilot said, quote, "Give me the choice, I'd take a Z-95 Headhunter every time." An outlaw tech, Klaus Doc Vanderglante, said, quote, "As long as they keep on making upgrades for this baby, the Z-95 will never become outdated." The Headhunter had its origins as a starfighter designed for the Galactic Republic, years before the Clone Wars erupted, with the prototype of this craft being known as the Onyx Star, a product of the Behalian shipyards. Following the dissolution of their partnership, Incom reportedly acquired the intellectual property rights and proprietary systems related to the Z-95. One particularly notable Z-95 was the Dicer, piloted by the Bothan Elo Bagros, sometime around 31 BBY. Elo's distinctive red-on-black paint scheme made his ship instantly recognizable and struck fear into the hearts of many of his opponents. His reputation was such that the mere sight of a headhunter was often enough to send opposing pilots into panic. The Headhunter gained popularity due to its affordability and reliability, making it a preferred choice among smugglers, outer rim organizations, local system defense forces, and aspiring young pilots dreaming of becoming fighter aces. Even pirate groups like the Nebula Front found utility in the Z-95. Despite the T-65's greater maneuverability overall, those thrusters on the engine units of the Z-95 did give it a reputation for being able to execute tighter turns. And so that's why some details on its reputation are a bit confusing. Depending on the scenario, and if you knew what you were getting into, the Z-95 might have greater maneuverability for what you were trying to accomplish. Thanks to the efforts of Starship mechanics and skilled pilots across the galaxy, there are a ton of variants that emerged. These included split-wing versions, a courier variant capable of carrying a single passenger, models equipped with alternative weapon configurations, and a training version known as the Z-95 XT Trainer, which the Rebel Alliance commonly used until it was replaced by the T-65X, the training variant for the X-Wing. In the Kularan system, the crime lord Narama utilized Z-95s for sponsored racing events on Escaron, and as armored transports for his key subsidiaries, and as armored transports for his key subordinates. 1 year before the onset of the Clone Wars, Jedi Master Obi-Wan Kenobi found himself piloting a Z-95 belonging to Fondor's Senator Rod during a mission to Fondor. His objective was to infiltrate and destroy a counterfeit Corellian star drive transport, the Sunrunner, which was fabricated by Grotto the Hutt. Although successful in this mission, Kenobi had to rescue his Padawan, Anakin Skywalker, but crash-landed on the Fondorian jungle moon, Nalastia, while piloting a Rod-owned cloak-shaped fighter. During the Galactic Republic's campaign to retake the planet Umbara, the clone Z-95 starfighter would see active service. These versions also played a crucial role in the defense of Cato Neimoidia, under the leadership of Skywalker and his Padawan. In a fierce battle, Skywalker led the charge against the Vulture droids, creating an opening for the Z-95s to engage in dogfights with droid tri-fighters. Unfortunately, the Jedi duo was recalled from the attack to investigate an incident at the Jedi Temple, while the Republic continued its assault on the planet. On Coruscant, a reserve force of clone Z-95s was stationed within the Republic Navy base, alongside other starfighters and various personnel. These fighters are also utilized during aerial security duties at Kamino's cloning facilities, particularly at the Clone Military Education Complex. And during Skywalker's campaign to liberate Ringo Vinda, squadrons of them engaged enemy fighters around the massive space station orbiting the planet. And later they played a major role in the Outer Rim sieges, engaging droid fighters at Anaxis, which was the crucial home to the Republic's Navy shipyards. Though many of these battles resulted in heavy casualties, both the pilots and commanders always respected the Z-95, going on to play a role in the re-liberation of Cato Neimoidia and escorting Republic gunships during the Battle of Yerbana. As the war drew to a close, many headhunters would be in the Venator-class Star Destroyer, transporting the newly formed 332nd Company of the 501st Legion. When Order 66 was enacted, the entire division, including their Z-95 pilots, turned on Ahsoka Tano. After the war had served its purpose and Palpatine was in power, the War Machine was moving on to new starfighters, and Z-95s found themselves in the hands of various parties beyond the newly formed Galactic Empire, including pirates and other underworld groups. With the rise of the X-Wing, they did become obsolescent by the time of the Galactic Civil War, but those that did get their hands on them were still proud. You could see why it had such a respected status among pilots. There was always demand for them, and you could find various merchants still selling them, being in common use as late as the Second Galactic Civil War, more than 60 years after their creation. In the corporate sector, Han Solo took the helm of an early model Z-95 Mark I, while leading the defense of an outlaw tech base against CSA IRD-A fighters. However, by now that Mark I model had definitely been deemed obsolete, compared to the newer and more advanced fighter craft. Within the ranks of the rebellion, the Z-95T headhunters found a role in close air support missions. The temporary Alliance convert squadron, known as Bandit Squadron, also made use of Z-95s, as well as the Mayalfarek Order in Guatica, who maintained a fleet of these now outdated fighters around the year 2 ABY. Mara Jade utilized a hyperdrive-equipped headhunter during the Thrawn crisis, hers being equipped with a single center-mounted ion cannon instead of the standard concussion missile launchers. Jaina Solo's first ship, the Crystal, was a Z-95 headhunter, and Jaden Korra operated a hyperdrive-equipped headhunter as well, named the Far Wanderer, which he would use on missions to various worlds including Bakura, Hoth, and Korriban. Another prominent New Republic member who proudly employed a headhunter was Tycho Selchu during the reformation of Rogue Squadron, although the armaments were notably reduced due to suspicions of his ties to the Empire. In the mission to retake Coruscant in 7 ABY, 5 headhunters played a crucial role in the mission's closing stages. Following the conflict, the 4 that survived were sold to various museums to raise funds for Rogue Squadron's attack on Thyfera, which shows both how desperate they were, but also the strange cult-like love for these ships. Even though they had been long retired from military service, Z-95s were made a favored choice among smugglers, gangsters, pirates, and all kinds of people engaged in both legitimate and illicit enterprises. This enduring popularity persisted even 29 years after the Galactic Civil War, with Resistance pilot Poe Dameron acquiring 3 Z-95s for a covert mission referred to as Operation Saber Strike. During the Battle of Exegol in 35 ABY, pilots with the Citizens Fleet took to the skies, and the starfighter that just always seemed to survive and find its way into new conflicts, underscoring the enduring legacy of these versatile starfighters in the galaxy's ever-evolving conflicts. So that's it for the breakdown. And as for cool stuff and behind the scenes facts, we got the case of the modified ship that could carry 2 people, but on the RPG adventure The Price of Business, there's a really strange occurrence documented where a Z-95 supposedly transported Len Marcus and around 15 other people, which maybe we could attribute to extensive modifications or just a potential typo. But you gotta imagine that modifications this extensive would basically make it another ship, not really a variant. Within the Imperial Navy, TIE pilots commonly referred to Z-95s as skulls, perhaps due to the distinctive skull-like design of the fighter at certain angles. Though interestingly and likely unknowingly, it's funny that it matches up with the animal that it was based on. Remember, they used to collect the skulls of their prey. If you want to unlock one in Jedi Starfighter, you can enter the cheat code Headhunt. And when they made their appearance in the Clone Wars TV show, starting with the episode Darkness on Umbara, it was originally designated as a separate class called the Z-85 Headhunter. But that was just an error and not meant to be a different ship. And they put a lot of work into the design of the ship, trying to avoid visual similarities to the iconic T-65 X-Wing, but actually drew inspiration from the artist Colin Cantwell's original concept for the X-Wing, which is a really cool creative nod to this design. But most important of all, remember, no design can truly die off if it has the support of a modding community. And the Force will be with you, always.
We're going down!
When you need secure transport without all the bells and whistles of the LAAT, look no further than the trusty New Class Shuttle. What's up, MetaNerdz? Today we'll be learning all about the Grand Army of the Republic's New Class Shuttle. Everything from stats, history, role, and more, using all canon and legend sources. Getting into its history post-Republic, and finish out with some cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. The legendary LARTI, or LAATI, stole the show as the Republic's trustworthy and effective gunship throughout the Clone Wars. While its firepower and maneuverability were praised, its durability left something to be desired.
Brace yourself!
LARTIs and their valuable cargoes of clone troopers took substantial losses in the early months of the war, leading to the desire for a replacement. Cygnus Spaceworks fulfilled this requirement through the development of the New Class Attack Shuttle. The New Class was designed with its role as a troop transport first and as a gunship second. It featured an effective dual-wing design and stooped cockpit module around a compact trooper bay, capable of carrying 30 fully loaded troops. While lacking the speeder bikes that the LAATI could bring along, the troops aboard enjoyed a much greater degree of safety, a paramount concern for Cygnus, which is expressed through a number of design features. Firstly, the shuttle featured a dorsal shield-generating fin, which enveloped the ship in a protective bubble like a starfighter. The LAAT had no shielding. It had these blast doors which could stop some small arms fire, and an atmospheric shielding which just made sure that the oxygen stayed in when it was traveling through space. But it was an unshielded gunship, so just adding that feature puts the new in a completely different category. The tri-wing designs of the later Cygnus craft allowed for effective shield dispersion around all parts of the ship, which lent them to greater protection. A feature possibly originating with the new with its dual wings and dorsal fin. The troop compartment itself was lined on each side with inbuilt seats, each with a crash harness that folded over the chest in the event of a hard landing. The ability for passengers to be seated and safely restrained during landings greatly improved their survivability in battlefronts all across the galaxy, in comparison with the LAAT's standing trooper bay. LAATs which took direct hits typically had all of their passengers killed when they crash landed, thrown about the compartment at lethal speeds with nothing to brace themselves with. The brutal Second Battle of Geonosis provided many bloody examples of this, with only General Kenobi and one other trooper surviving this hard crash landing, and even then they were seriously injured. Council member Ki-Adi-Mundi was badly wounded in an LAAT crash as well, and 4 Jedi were killed aboard their gunships during the landing phase of the Battle of Murkana. In comparison, crash landings in the new were much more survivable. During a diplomatic mission to Florum, an intercepted new was hit and crash landed, breaking in 2 upon impact. Despite this catastrophic damage, 5 of the 6 passengers survived and were without injury.
Pilots are dead!
A new transporting Cody and Crosshair took multiple hits from RPS-6 rocket launchers during their mission to Desix, and survived to crash land despite those same launchers being capable of downing HMP gunships with a single shot, powerful enough to get through the droid gunship shielding and through the armor. When you add all these instances up, you see that the passengers in the trooper compartment enjoyed an above 50% survival rate, even when they weren't securely seated at the time of the crash. It's clear that Cygnus had delivered on their promise of making a much more survivable platform to GAR service, well suited to the assaults in heavily defended drop zones. And the cherry on top of the durability and shielding was the speed, 850 kilometers per hour, reducing the time the Nu spent under enemy guns from high atmosphere down to the ground. And it's not that far off from some fighters, and is even tied with the TIE bomber. Its final survivability feature was the escape pod, which likely consisted of the head of the transport jettisoning itself from the body, being its own self-sufficient little craft that could navigate even deep space. Again, this feature would be seen in later Cygnus shuttle products. The troops disembarked through the forward hatch mounted under the cockpit, covered by a pair of medium dual laser cannons mounted on the cheeks of the shuttle's control section in swivel turrets. 2 sets of dual light laser cannons, one on each side of the fuselage next to the wing joints, gave the shuttle a chance to drive off enemy fighters. The pilots were seated in a paired double canopy section, reminiscent of the LAATI's design, lined with controls needed to operate the craft, and which provided decent visibility. Unlike the LAAT, the Nu was well suited to operations in space as well as in atmosphere, and came equipped with an excellent Class 1 hyperdrive. That's faster than most starfighters out there in the galaxy. That hyperdrive, as well as the 2 full days of stores, gave the Nu significant range, allowing the shuttle greater use as an inspection and patrol vessel, carrying teams of specialists or officers to distant outposts. While newer stats up that range greatly, increasing it to an entire month, with a backup Class 12 hyperdrive, which is very slow but really just something you hope to never use. The Nu was designed with carrier operations in mind, its wings folding up to a vertical position to allow greater deck space in a similar fashion to the V-19s and later Cygnus shuttles. And while it was initially envisioned to entirely replace the Lardy, this never did come to pass, and instead the shuttle settled into its own specialized niche. While the Nu could ferry troops planet-side quickly, its capabilities as a gunship were limited, without the hard points or heavy missile launchers of its competitor. The inclusion of that hyperdrive made the Nu expensive in comparison to the relatively cheap LAAT, which the Republic was able to pack into the hangar decks of acclimators and venators by the thousands. Such a widespread replacement would not be economical, and instead the Nu's found roles as interfleet transports, ferrying personnel, messages, and valuable cargo, and were particularly popular among officers, who benefited from the secure transport for them and their staff. The Nu also spawned a sub-variant, the Rho-class transport shuttle, which we might cover at a later time. The Nu is said to cost 85,000 credits brand new, supposedly the same as the LAAT, but that doesn't really match up with the lore on all these improvements on shielding and that ridiculous Class 1 hyperdrive, with both of those features being the most expensive things to add to a ship. But since that also meant the maintenance cost would be high, perhaps that's why you can find them used for so cheap. Because when the Republic became the Empire, you could pick up a used Nu for 50,000 credits. That's less than the cost of a new TIE fighter. Nus were inherited into the Galactic Empire's military along with the rest of the Republic war materiel, and are rare in that they served for a considerable time before being phased out. The Empire got rid of the Lardys first, but retained the more modern and survivable Nus as it spread its reach across the galaxy, finally replacing the LAATs in a way the Republic never did. Under the Empire, they weren't doing planetary assaults as in the Clone Wars, and the Nu became more of a protective shuttle, not really in an attack shuttle role, seen used by enlisted personnel and officers alike, with even notables such as Grand Moff Tarkin and Admiral Rampart favoring the dependable Nu for its speed and protection. And these would be eventually phased out by the new Lambda shuttles rolling off Cygnus production lines, which specialized in the transport and VIP role, dropping the attack transport capability of its predecessor. If it landed here on Earth, it would be about as long as 3.5 giraffes laid end to end, or about 1.5 school buses long. In flight mode with its wings extended, the Nu would be about as tall as an Olympic swimming pool is wide, or 6 SUVs laid end to end. Sadly, we have no stat on how heavy it is, although with a cargo capacity of 2 tons, you can get more than 2 full dewbacks in there, and with the volume, you're looking at about 140 Yoda species, if you ever caught them all. And as for cool facts and behind the scenes stuff, you can get your hand on the Nu class and use it to drop off troops yourself via mods for Empire at War such as Fall of the Republic and Republic at War. While a lot of this info comes from the Clone Wars visual guide, the campaign guide, Encyclopedia of Starfighters and Other Vehicles, and Rise of the Separatist guidebook. But most important of all, remember, It doesn't matter how great your ground troops are if they get blown up in the sky. And the Force will be with you. Always.
The Tyranny is normally stationed at Kuat, the Imperial shipyards?
What's up, MetaNerdz? We'll be pulling from every canon and legend source out there to do a complete breakdown of the Tantive 3/Sundered Heart, a CR-70 Corvette. The CR-70, manufactured by Corellian Engineering Corporation, is a venerable class of starship within the CR series line, renowned for its balance of speed, durability, and versatility in various galactic conflicts. Designed as a Corvette, this model initially retailed for 2.9 million credits, though the price dropped to around 1 million for used models, reflecting its widespread adoption and subsequent availability in the second-hand market. Its design philosophy hinged on modularity, allowing for various configurations tailored to specific mission profiles, from diplomatic envoys to light escort duties. This flexibility made the CR-70 a popular choice amongst various factions, from private security firms to smaller planetary governments, who appreciated that balance of cost, performance, and CEC's reputation for reliability. The length of 120 meters and width of approximately 49 meters place it in a size class that strikes an optimal balance between larger capital ships and smaller transports, making it twice the length of the Gazanti and about 4 X-Wings across. This size allows the CR-70 to house adequate crew, equipment, and armaments, while remaining nimble enough for complex maneuvers in both space and atmospheric conditions. Its relatively compact frame also enables it to dock at a wider range of spaceports and facilities, which is often a crucial factor most people overlook. Its max atmospheric speed of 950 km per hour, or 590 miles per hour, is impressive for a ship of this class. Only 100 km per hour slower than an X-Wing, a bit slower than a Venator, and markedly quicker than the Arquitans. This high speed makes it particularly effective in atmospheric conditions, be it for rapid deployment of personnel, evading enemy fire, or engaging and returning fire. The ship's shielding system is of course key to its defense, where these shields not only withstood enemy fire, but also protected you from harsh space conditions, be it solar flares, asteroids, or debris fields, providing essential protection for both the crew and ship's vital systems. This is particularly important since stock it came without any weapons, but at least with the shielding it could survive in hostile environments long enough to either escape or receive support. This lack of weaponry points to that millennium of relative peace before the outbreak of the Clone Wars, where the Republic had no standing military. However, the modular design of this ship allowed for aftermarket weapons to be installed, catering to the needs of those requiring more combat-ready vessels, which we'll look at in a bit when we turn to the history. Navigation was handled by a standard navicomputer, a staple in all interstellar travel, providing the necessary calculations for precise hyperspace jumps. The inclusion of 2 high-capacity escape pods, cleverly disguised as cannon turrets, is a testament to the ship's design ingenuity. These pods provided a means of emergency evacuation for the crew, ensuring their safety in dire situations. This feature also underscores the importance placed on crew survivability in the overall design philosophy of the CR-70. And speaking of the crew, it required a minimum of 18 crew members for standard operations, but could accommodate up to 150. This flexibility in crew capacity made the ship adaptable to various roles, from a lightly manned cargo transport to a fully staffed military command vessel. And same idea with the passengers. The capacity of up to 600, again depending on the configuration, made it suitable for large-scale troop transports, evacuation missions, or as a civilian passenger liner, adaptable to the needs of any mission or operator. With a cargo capacity of 5,000 tons, the CR-70 was more than capable of handling substantial logistical tasks, be it transporting supplies, equipment, or vehicles. This capacity, combined with its speed and range, made it an excellent choice for critical supply runs, especially in blockaded or remote areas. The provision of consumables for an entire year is another feature that highlights the CR-70's capabilities for extended missions without needing to be resupplied. This autonomy was crucial for long-range recon missions, deep space exploration, or when operating in enemy territory where resupply was not feasible. And though it's unclear what those provisions were, it's unlikely that this meant 3 square meals for 600 plus people for an entire year. More likely it's a lot of shared bags of Orga root spiced Ewok jerky. The inclusion of other systems like a ventral docking ring and boarding ramp provided additional operation flexibility. The docking ramp allowed for the attachment of secondary vessels or modules, while the boarding ramp facilitated easy access for both cargo and personnel, just adding to its overall utility. And it would be via this Kenobi could stow his spoil of war and rivalry when he took Grievous's Belbullab 22. The introduction of the Vanguard C-20 retrofit suite represented a significant development in the evolution of Corellian corvettes. This suite, offered at a cost of 50,000 credits, was designed to bring the older CR-70 corvettes in line with the newer CR-90 model, both in terms of technological advancements and combat capabilities. This upgrade was a strategic move by the Corellian Engineering Corporation to maintain the relevance and effectiveness of their earlier models in the rapidly advancing technological landscape during this time of war. The use of CR-90 corvettes by the Galactic Republic, especially in the lead up to the Clone Wars, highlights their importance in galactic affairs. With the CR-70 being an older design, it was generally less equipped for combat compared to the 90. However, the Vanguard C-20 retrofit suite addressed the disparity. Essentially, this modification transformed the CR-70 into a vessel similar to the CR-90 in functionality and performance. The installation of the Vanguard C-20 retrofit suite was a complex process, requiring trained professionals and taking approximately 2 to 3 weeks. It involved significant alteration to the ship's structure and systems. For instance, it extended the ship's length to 150 meters and increased its maximum acceleration to 3,400 G, significantly enhancing its speed and maneuverability. The addition of an energy flux device for countermeasures and a secondary boarding ramp near the engine block were notable improvements. The retrofit also included the installation of 4 large covers over the engine area. These covers served a dual purpose. They likely improved the efficacy of the shield generator, being lined with a series of shield projectors, and also provided an additional layer of physical armor. In the event that the shielding was breached, these covers could absorb and dissipate incoming fire before it reached the main body of the vessel or engine array, thereby enhancing the ship's survivability in combat. In terms of armament, the upgraded CR-70 Corvette now featured 2 Taeminbach H9 turbolasers and 4 laser cannons, marking a significant step up in its offensive capabilities. The standard crew requirements increased to 46, reflecting the additional complexity and operational needs of these upgraded systems. As CEC shifted to producing the CR-90 Corvette as its standard model, owners of the C-70 were cut a deal and given the option to get this aftermarket modification suite. This strategy helped with brand loyalty and helped to continue the use and relevance of the CR-70 in various roles, making it a practical military option. The effectiveness of these upgraded CR-70s was demonstrated in Zero ABOI when several of these modified ships were used by the Alliance to restore the Republic during the Battle of Orochar. Their participation in such a crucial engagement illustrates the enhanced capabilities and reliability even deep into the Civil War era, proving to be versatile and formidable vessels for over half a century. The CR-70 Corvette Sundred Heart, under the command of Senator Bail Organa, played a crucial and storied role during the turbulent times of the Clone Wars and subsequent rise of the Galactic Empire. The ship's history is intertwined with some of the most pivotal elements and figures of the era, and became to symbolize far more than just a transport vessel. During the Clone Wars, Senator Organa frequently used what was at this time still called the Tantive III to travel between Coruscant and his homeworld of Alderaan. And following the devastating attacks on the Jedi Temple by the 501st Legion, Senator Organa departed Coruscant, and he embarked on a daring and noble mission to rescue as many survivors of the Purge as possible. Utilizing a stolen Jedi homing beacon, he successfully contacted and rescued 2 of the last surviving members of the Jedi Council, Jedi Master Yoda and Obi-Wan Kenobi, who had narrowly escaped the Order 66 attacks on Kashyyyk and Utapau. The Tantive III, or Sundred Heart's next significant mission, involved returning to Coruscant. There, Yoda and Kenobi sought to alter a Jedi beacon at the Jedi Temple, turning off the beacon that was calling them home and preventing them from falling into the Empire's clutches. Concurrently, Senator Organa attended the Grand Convocation Chamber, where he witnessed the declaration of a new order by Emperor Palpatine. What followed was a battle unlike anything seen since the Old Republic era, with Organa rescuing Yoda following his failed duel with Darth Sidious in the Senate chamber. The ship's role in galactic history continued as it traveled to Naboo with the body of Padme Amidala, who had tragically passed away on Polis Massa after giving birth to her twins, Luke Skywalker and Leia Organa. It was aboard the Sundred Heart that the future of these twins was determined. Leia would be adopted by the House of Organa on Alderaan, and Luke by the Lars family on Tatooine. This period also marked significant developments for other key figures. Yoda, having encountered the Force ghosts of Qui-Gon Jinn, resolved to train Kenobi in the ways of communicating with Force spirits during their respective exiles. And to ensure the safety and secrecy of the twins' locations, Organa ordered that Captain Ramus Antilles wipe C-3PO's memory. All of that happened on this ship, and was followed by R2 and C-3PO being assigned to the Sundred Heart.
Okay, we have to cause as much destruction as we can, and be quick about it. 3PO? Yes, sir. Have R2 monitor Imperial comm channels and scan for any chatter about our mission.
The ship's storied history continued with significant modifications and notable missions under the command of Captain Ramus Antilles, at some point undergoing that substantial upgrade with the Vanguard C-20 retrofit, but they also installed a more powerful engine bank. Captain Antilles came to command of the Sundered Heart after remarkable circumstances. He received the ship as a gift, an acknowledgement of his bravery and resourcefulness in running aid and medical supplies past several Imperial blockades. This act of valor underlined the increasingly perilous environment in which the Rebel Alliance operated and the critical role of skilled and daring individuals in the struggle. Under Captain Antilles, the Sundered Heart was in the Battle of Kuat, an exceptionally daring and strategically significant operation. It helped destroy 6 Imperial shipyards orbiting Kuat, and it was instrumental in paving the way for the operation to steal the X-Wing prototypes. These prototypes would prove to be one of the most useful assets captured by the Rebel Alliance, especially at this time, providing them a much-needed edge in starfighter tech. Furthermore, the Sundered Heart relied on some of that versatility when it came to the rescue of INCOM scientists who were being transported to the spice mines of Kessel. This rescue operation not only saved valuable lives, but also protected critical technical expertise from falling into the hands of the Empire. It would be particularly useful for maintaining their new X-Wing squadrons, with these fighters being designed by INCOM. The ship's combat prowess was further displayed in the Battle of Atziri, marking another chapter in its legacy of resistance. However, during Operation Skyhook, Captain Antilles was piloting the Tantive 4, a CR-90 corvette, as he was operating from an official position within the greater Rebel Alliance. So he didn't just use the ship that was gifted to him, but the Rebel military's newer model. The Tantive 4 would get the Death Star 1 plans away from Scarif, only to be quickly intercepted in what would be dubbed the Battle of Tatooine. Tragically, this battle resulted in the capture of the Tantive 4 and the death of Captain Ramus Antilles at the hands of Vader. So that's it for the breakdown. As for behind the scenes fact, the Tantive 3, also known as the Sundered Heart, holds a unique place in Star Wars canon, especially in its identification and representation across various media. For one, you're probably going to see people in the comments saying it's pronounced Tantive, which does seem to be technically correct, but it's just silly. Initially, it appeared in the 2005 film Revenge of the Sith, and there was a widespread assumption that this was the Tantive 4, what we see open in A New Hope. Then Leland Chi, who holds the role of Keeper of the Holocron continuity database at Lucasfilm, later clarified that the ship seen in Revenge of the Sith was not the Tantive 4, and they gave it the name the Sundered Heart. This clarification was drawn from what is now called Star Wars Legends, the original canon, and then it got the name Tantive 3 solidified in the 2016 edition of the reference book Star Wars Complete Locations, and still kept his old Sundered Heart name in the Star Wars Helmet Collection. The Sundered Heart's first appearance in Star Wars Universe was a hero unit for the Rebel Alliance in the 2006 video game Star Wars Empire at War. It was in 2010 that Leland Chi confirmed a retcon that established Senator Bail Organa's ship from Revenge of the Sith to be the Sundered Heart, and also appeared in the Star Wars Dark Times comic series. If you want to learn more, you can read Starships of the Galaxy Saga Edition, the Clone Wars Campaign Guide, or Blueprints Rebel Edition. But most important of all, remember, the pirates have laser cannons, so you should too, and the Force will be with you. Always.
Concentrate all your fire on the nearest starship.
When you need the heaviest artillery on the battlefront, look no further than the SPHA. What's up, MetaNerdz? Today we'll be taking a look at the inventively named self-propelled heavy artillery, otherwise known as the SPHA. Using canon and legend sources, we'll do a deep dive into this massive artillery piece, learning its capabilities, stats, role, and all of its variants. The Grand Army of the Republic took to the field of battle with a wider range of weaponry at its disposal, suitable for all targets in any planetary battlefront imaginable. For the heaviest, most well-protected targets, the GAR fielded the Titanic SPHA line of artillery cannons. While each variant mounted a different weapon, all SPHAs shared the same chassis, with a length of 140.2 meters and 20.6 meters in height. The bulk of the SPHA resembled a small building more than a combat vehicle. This size was necessary to contain the massive reactor which powered the weapon systems of the Walker, while making sure that it was heavily armored, especially in the frontal quarter, as any damage from incoming fire could cause catastrophic meltdowns. They were staffed by a crew of 25, 10 of these being dedicated gunners which were housed in the Walker's command deck. This deck was lined with sensors and terminals to allow precise targeting and relaying of data to enemy positions. Each SPHA was a valuable system and a prime target for enemy commanders. Thus, some were armed with 12 anti-personnel blasters mounted around the perimeter of the vehicle, in addition to a security detail of 20 to 30 clone troopers, which would be carried on board as passengers, and which could disembark and spread out to engage threats. An array of 12 heavy dual-jointed legs, each larger than the legs of an ATTE, moved the gigantic vehicle at a surprisingly decent speed of 35 km per hour. And while it is technically a self-propelled walker, it's usually using those legs for a minor repositioning and to bring its armament to bear, with long-distance travel being done in the hold of Republic warships such as the Acclimator, which would typically carry 36 of these walkers. While being far too large to be carried by dropship, repositioning was not usually an issue, as the SPHA could probably measure range to target by zip code rather than meters, and they usually operated in teams of 4, receiving orders from the command bases such as the PX-4, which collated and prioritized calls for fire across the battlefront. These orders would then be relayed to the SPHA commander, which would go into action against the most protected and valuable targets that other weaponry couldn't touch. And they were only used against such important targets since they had a limited number of shots, after which they would be rotated to the rear, and either act as mobile bases holding down already gained territory, or ideally being replaced by freshly charged SPHAs. And now looking to the variants, we'll start with the one we're most familiar with, the SPHA-T, T standing for Turbo Laser. 100 of these were deployed along with the rest of the clone army at the First Battle of Geonosis, proving devastatingly effective against Separatist core ships. Unlike most turbolaser cannons, the SPHA-T fired a solid beam of white-blue energy, which behaved more like a laser beam, though which would in fact be a steady stream of plasma. There is similar weaponry in the RX-200 and even the Death Star laser, in that the T's beam was composed of a number of sub-beams, which combined together through a curved emitter dish to form a single collimated beam. This massively powerful beam would lance directly into targets, but would require a clear line of sight. While this line of sight requirement theoretically made the vehicle susceptible to return fire, in practice they were situated far behind Republic lines to be out of range for most Separatist weaponry. The unwieldiness of this beam rendered it ineffective not only against aerial craft, but even most tanks and other ground vehicles. But it's not an issue if you use it for its designated role, engaging major targets, and keeping them away from clone forces to batter down enemy installations during siege warfare. If Mace Windu's army on Dantooine had access to these things, they could have kept the seismic tanks of the droid forces at bay. During planetary sieges, SPHATs could wear down the shields of major cities, or even military bases. And while this may take months, in some locations this was the only option.
General Kenobi,
Commander Cody.
the siege goes well. With our continued barrage, their shields should be down in 3 months.
But we've been here a month already.
Yes, sir. We're right on schedule.
And while it's not limited by ammunition in the normal sense, it's not firing shells, the enormous amount of power it drew from the reactor meant that it had to be cycled and recharged in continuous combat. But if plugged into the systems of a Venator, for example, it could easily be fitted to use in an anti-capital ship role, something that Anakin Skywalker actually came up with, and what we see to great effect in the Battle of Coruscant. And when the Republic didn't have an orbital blockade, CIS warships could drop into high atmosphere and use their capital-grade weaponry to rain down destruction on Republic forces, an orbital bombardment. When they did this, SPHAT batteries were powerful enough to penetrate even capital ship-grade deflector shields, preventing SEP warships from having an easy go at Loyalist forces when they weren't present. It was much easier to leave a few of these behind than an entire fleet in orbit. And this is also what's happening during the First Battle of Geonosis, punching right through the core ship shielding and grounding them with concentrated fire, preventing them from escaping with their payloads of battle droids and more war machines. The SPHA-I, for ion cannon, traded the dorsally mounted turbolaser with a heavy ion cannon. And while it lacked the destructive power of its turbolaser cousin, it could more rapidly overwhelm a shield generator, not destroying any targets, but bringing down the enemy's defenses and paving the way for the SPHATs to be even more effective. And when paired with ground defense forces to be used against enemy warships, the ion cannon effect could be deadly, disabling thrusters and repulsors, causing the massive capital ships to free fall to the surface. It would have the same effect what we see with the core ships. In that case, the repulsors were destroyed, but being ion disabled would have an equally catastrophic effect. The SPHA-V, V for anti-vehicle laser, took the mass and power out of the original and turned it against more mobile ground targets. And while no images of it exist, it is said to have the same chassis and specs as all the other variants, including the considerable crew and size. And it's likely that the main armament, the anti-vehicle laser, was located in a rotating mount to enable it to better engage vehicles in any direction. It had to move quicker and fire with more precision, and use far less energy in the beam, still being enough to destroy an AAT or spider droid. Hopefully one day we'll be able to see this beast sniping Seppi armor from across the battlefront with semi-rapid fire. The SPHA-C traded out the armament for a concussion missile launcher, which wouldn't have been something you see on a gunship, but at this size it would be a capital ship grade launcher. It has the same bulky chassis, but would not require the immense reactor used to power the laser. And so you can imagine all this space was used for an armored magazine to keep all those concussion missiles continually firing. And since concussion missiles come in sizes ranging from anti-vehicle to capital ship busters, the SPHAC was likely very versatile and able to engage a range of targets depending on its ammunition load. This type of vehicle is very unique, being one of the only ground-based vehicles to be armed with concussion missiles in all of Star Wars. Continuing the trend of physical-based munitions, the self-propelled heavy artillery mass driver cannon mounted, well, you guessed it, the same thing we see on top of the ATT. The SPHA-M cannon propelled a physical shell at incredible speed, usually enveloping the round in energy to increase its speed and penetration, so a coat of plasma over a real artillery shell. If this was scaled up, being on a longer rail system afforded by the vehicle's massive barrel, the range of this artillery piece would be unmatched by anything else out there. This class of mass driver could penetrate directly through most deflector shields, though ray shield and concussion shields would usually have sufficient power to stop such projectiles. The ray shields strong enough to do this, however, were typically mounted only on the most important installations and large warships, leaving most, even shielded targets at the mercy of the SPHA-M. It's possible these were deployed during the Battle of Munilis, with their parabolic rounds curving down into their targets, unlike the plasma beam or laser weaponry. But since this variant moved around via repulsors rather than feet, we're back to the issue of finding space for a large reactor, for the power-hungry systems that are repulsors at this scale. All of these SPHA variants served the Grand Army of the Republic as effective super heavy artillery, and these vehicles were even known to temporarily continue into Imperial service during the early years of the regime. While the line would largely be replaced by more effective and mobile laser artillery such as the SPMA, one last variant was designed specifically for use in the Imperial Army, the self-propelled heavy artillery thermobaric launcher, or SPHAF, adding a special war crime capability of the kind sought after by the New Order. The F essentially stands for fire, as upon impact these shells would release a fast-acting chemical catalyst that would ignite the atmosphere on standard Type 1 worlds, starting a self-sustaining chain reaction that would create an apocalyptic firestorm. Like the defoliator prototype employed by the CIS during the Clone Wars, these shells were launched in a high arc to come down on top of targets, including those behind cover. Any organic soldiers or plant matter would be incinerated in a brief but intense firestorm, and those even close to the blast radius or inside of cover would likely still suffer horrific burns. The impact was considered so terrible that Leia Organa compared its effects to the Death Star 1, just in terms of how reprehensible it was. And while the rebels were happy to protest its use, I'm sure in the back of Rex's head, he knew the 501st would have loved to have had a few SPHAFs in their arsenal at Umbara. Apparently, cooking enemy troops and civilians alive was a bit too much even for the Empire, and their use is hardly mentioned. It is unknown when they were retired or how extensive their use was. Their ability to sear down vegetation to expose partisans could be considered even more useful than their direct impact. But since it was so gigantic and hard to deploy, it would kill everyone in the blast radius in a way that was terrible for PR. There's not many instances where this could be used, as really you would only use this thing on a remote, hidden jungle base. And so it is dark to think that the main rebel base on Yavin would have been a prime candidate for this kind of fate. If the SPHA was ever dropped down here on Earth, it would be almost as long as the wingspan of two 747 passenger airliners, or 1.5 football fields. This colossal walker dwarfed everything else on the battlefront, being longer than 15 Seppi AATs, or even 7 Imperial AT-ATs, while being about the height of 2 MTTs stacked on top of each other. So it's a good thing the SPHA was well armored, because it was sure hard to miss. So that's it for the breakdown. As for the cool facts and behind the scenes stuff, early concepts for Attack of the Clones had the SPHAT moving via a system of massive treads, but this was changed by George Lucas to a leg system to match its AT-TE cousins. Like many Star Wars vehicles, its size seen on screen doesn't quite match the size in the databank, seeming to be more around 60 meters in length. And these things are similar to supermassive artillery guns from real history, such as the Gustav and Paris guns, which could shell their targets with multi-ton rounds from dozens of miles away. Like in Star Wars, these giant artillery cannons fell out of service in favor of smaller, higher precision artillery pieces that didn't take months to assemble. But most important of all, remember, there's no Geneva Convention in the galaxy far, far away, and the Force will be with you, always. What's up, MetaNerdz? Today we're going to be taking a look at a criminally underexplored vehicle within both Star Wars Legends and canon, the Republic's UT-AT. We'll go over what little history we have, the specifications of this strange tank, and take a look behind the scenes to see what kind of details may be hidden in the archives. Let's crack open our holocrons and explore the reason this vehicle came to be. The Unstable Terrain Artillery Transport, also called the Trident, was a vehicle born of necessity. It was a collaboration between two companies that allowed this vehicle to glide into the battlefront in the midst of the Clone Wars. Our old friends at the famous Kuat Drive Yards decided to work in tandem with the engineers of the also obscure High Altitude Entry Transport 221, the fine engineers over at MOC Corporations. MOC was known more so for its work with repulsor technology, and with Kuat coming to the realization that its all-terrain line of combat vehicles wasn't quite living up to its name, it was time to work in a new design. One that would incorporate many of the classic Kuat features, but also integrate a series of repulsor lift skis to enable this thing to safely cross precarious terrain, like the bridges of Megiddo and Agamar. It was the disastrous Battle of Agamar, in fact, that allowed the UTAT to get up and running. As the Republic launched its attack on the world, known as the Mirgoshir Campaign, they found that the usually dependable ATTE was a poor choice, given this world was abundant with natural land bridges. These heavy, plodding walkers stomped onto these paths with such force that it often led these bridges to give way and collapse under the weight, resulting in a devastating loss of both equipment and, more crucially, the clones' lives. A Pyrrhic victory if there ever was one. And so with a lesson learned, the UTAT hovered off that assembly line and was pressed into combat. Mainly seeing its action towards the end of the Clone Wars, the UTAT was heavily used during Ki-Adi-Mundi's siege of Megiddo, a key separatist world in the Outer Rim. We can see several of these craft being used to go gun to gun with the massive Octoptara, with the droid armies bombarding the front line. While we do see one damaged by a well-placed rocket, similar to the Hailfire downing the ATTE at the very beginning of the War on Geonosis, it's safe to assume these floating battle barges were getting results, as we do see Mundi and Bakara pushing forward against the droid army. We also know that these highly specialized death sleds were being put to work on the bridge-heavy world of Cato Neimoidia, perhaps being led by Plo's Bros and the Wolfpack before Order 66 went down. Aside from the wreckage of this vehicle being seen on scrap worlds after the rise of the Empire, that is all of the history the UTAT has written so far, as we barely see it in either canon or legends, despite it supposedly being introduced in 22 BBY. That either goes to show just how incredibly specific the circumstances needed to be for the Trident to be seen in battle, or out of universe, the producers of the Clone Wars didn't see much need to incorporate such an obscure vehicle into the Republic's army. Like the ATAP, it's another shame. So since that's it for its short history, let's break down the specs of this thing. It actually has quite a bit of interesting features, unique to its role within the Grand Army. With a length of 23.8 meters, or just a bit over 78 feet, the UTAT was actually longer than its cousin, the ATTE, and about 13 Minox long. And if it came floating into combat on our Earth battlefields, it would be comparable to the size of 2.5 M1 Abrams tanks. We don't actually have a height measurement, shockingly, but just from what we see in the movies and from pictures, it's safe to say that it was around an ATTE, not including the legs, and so much taller than the Senate. Maintaining the mystery of this strange behemoth is its cost, as we also never do find out how many credits this baby would cost the Republic. What we do have is its speed. Clocking in at 45 kilometers per hour, or just under 28 miles per hour, it's safe to say that the UTAT wasn't blazing into battle. But that, however, wasn't its purpose, as you'll see when we look at these prongs that gave the Trident its name. These being the three massive forward-facing cannons. The main cannon of the UTAT was an artillery turbo laser, perfect for taking on massive droid walkers or thinning out swarms of CIS infantry. Flanking this great gun are two medium laser cannons, and while they may not look as deadly as the main turret, they certainly shouldn't be underestimated. These cannons could easily overpower opposing tanks, such as the AAT. And speaking of the armored assault tank, the configuration of the Trident's cannons do bear a striking resemblance to the droid's tank, and I'd wager some inspiration was taken on Kuat's part.
Is that legal?
I will make it legal.
If they weren't liquidated, I'm sure Bactoid might have been suing Kuat. But it doesn't end there for the UTAT, as once again it shares a feature with its quadrupedal cousin, but this time doubles it, having 4 anti-infantry guns to guard the rear. The UTAT was more than capable of surviving a flank attack from some daring droids. Despite having 6 cannons, it only needed 5 gunners, with the single pilot manning the final turret. Its cockpit also shares a design with the ATTE, although slightly more angled, and all this firepower made it a more mobile and self-sufficient artillery option for the GAR, unlike the exposed and vulnerable AV-7 cannon, though still blocked from going through shields unlike the AT-AP. As the war trudged on and battles waged for months, these vehicles would be forced into frontline combat like we see on Megiddo before Master Mundi meets his end, exposed, close to the enemy, and completely undefended from the powerful Tri-droids. And while it's impressive, the UTAT wasn't perfect by any means. Its repulsor skis made it easier to glide over impossible terrain, but did open up a crucial weak point. If a rocket or mine was able to get underneath this beast and do damage to the 16 skis, well... And taking a closer look at those skis, we can see that they are in 2 rows on the belly of the tank, totally cancelling out its weight and allowing it to glide, made up of a series of repulsors. Which, interesting side note, there's actually anti-repulsor technology in the ATTE's feet. Instead of repelling gravity, it allows it to sort of stick to any surface. These 16 repulsing skis were very useful not only on unstable bridges, but also on snow or even water. These were low-power repulsor lifts though, thus explaining its quite sad max speed. And this also made maneuvering the tank a tedious process. One can only imagine how miserable this thing would be to parallel park. And luckily the skis were blaster proof, so no sneaky commando droid could take down a UTAT with measly blaster rifle fire. It is a proper tank and you had to use explosives, being equipped with heavy armor, bridge deploying materials for creating its own path, and even bomb-lit generators. This tech allowed this monster to unleash a hail of ion-charged misery against all opposing clankers, instantly rendering them inert. Not bad if the Seps ever get too close, and you don't even have to worry about hurting your own men. Just some high-pitched ringing in their comms. Scanning equipment was stored below the cockpit, and although this vehicle was not a designated troop carrier by design, it could haul 20 clone troopers into battle, along with a whopping 26 tons of cargo, which could include Jabba and 16 of his closest family members. So that's it for the breakdown. Hopefully we can help this thing be a little less obscure. Let's look at some cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. The UTAT made its debut in Revenge of the Sith back in 2005 during the infamous Order 66 scene. Aside from that lone appearance, it was only seen as scrap in some versions of The Force Unleashed, not even every version, and is mentioned in the Tarkin novel. It is apparently seen in cutscenes from 2005's Battlefront 2, but I couldn't find it. Let me know if you guys did. Almost all of the information on the UTAT comes from an old StarWars.com feature, What's the Story? In this feature, Billy Bueller and the Dark Moose supply us with the specs and name. Moose even suggests a different name, opting for the ATCS or All-Terrain Combat Sled, but this never caught on. The information these two provided ended up in the Visual Dictionary and Complete Star Wars Encyclopedia, etching Billy and Moose into Star Wars history. Unlike almost everything that has ever existed in the history of Star Wars, the UTAT has no representation in the merchandise lineup.
The rights for all the merchandising, all the action figures, all the toys. And then when that movie exploded, the toy sales, well, that's where the money really was.
No Hasbro toys, no Legos, no sick t-shirts, nothing outside of its place on trading cards and of course the Visual Dictionary. But the Mighty Trident didn't even get a spot in the iconic cross-sections books. To make sure you understand this point, Star Wars has made toys on characters and vehicles not even seen on screen. I'm looking at you, Constable Zuvio, and your supposed 7 seconds of screen time. So the UTAT's omission is somewhat surprising. The UTAT never appeared in the Clone Wars, making it, along with the ATAP, as some of the few iconic Republic vehicles that don't make the jump to animation. So that closes the holo file on the UTAT, but most important of all, remember, if you want to go sledding in the galaxy far, far away, make sure you take this war toboggan, and the Force will be with you, always.
Over here.
What's up, MetaNerdz? This time we're going to be taking a look into another specialized member of Kuat's all-terrain lineup, the all-terrain Pod Walker. We'll go over its purpose, its use by the GAR, and how the maker himself brought this walker to life. But first, let's lift the metaphorical hood and see what made the ATAP so unique. Standing at an impressive 11 meters or roughly 36 feet, the ATAP would tower over the ATTE, being over double its height and just under 6 Dexter Jetsters. In our world, this walker would be about the height of 2 male giraffes, and surely just as graceful. From turret to tail, this thing was 15.4 meters long or over 50 feet, making it longer than a T-Rex, and just under the length of 3 Felucian Jelligrubs. Its impressive size didn't stop it from sprinting around the battlefront, with a top speed of 60 kilometers per hour or about 37 miles per hour. While that might not seem fast, the top speed of an Abrams tank is 45 miles per hour, and that thing is on treads. The ATAP is still faster than the Separatist's favorite tank as well, the AAT, which only has a top speed of 34 miles per hour. We don't have a weight for this walker, but we do know that it had a cargo capacity of 200 kilograms, or about 441 pounds, which is just about 882 ears of corn, and only about a quarter dewback. A 2-day supply of rations was also on board, just in case the battle rages on longer than expected. With no shielding system, the AT-AP relied on its thick plate armor for any and all defensive needs. Now onto the main event of this beast, the 3 cannons. From top to bottom, we have a medium blaster cannon operated by an exposed gunner and a swivel turret, the powerful mass driver cannon, just like the one on the AT-TE, and finally a smaller heavy repeating laser cannon on the underside of the hull, which was meant for dealing with smaller threats. With all this firepower, you might think the role of this walker would be frontline armor, and we'll get into its role in a moment, but I really want to break down that big gun, the mass driver. Unlike other weapons in the Star Wars universe, the mass driver is essentially a slug thrower, firing a monstrously vicious Durasteel round that was moving at hypersonic speeds. The range was far, even further than the naked eye could see, which is why the AT-AP was equipped with a very impressive targeting system, as well as a sophisticated suite for data relay. This kind of power would require a lot of stability, and since the AT-AP was essentially just the forward section of an AT-TE, that meant it needed that big third leg in the middle of the body to provide a more stable firing platform, ensuring that mass driver hit its targets without the entire vehicle tipping backwards. It also had integral recoil compensation systems, as well as a top-of-the-line gyro stabilization system, ensuring this walker would remain standing. Because of this walker's deadly targeting capabilities and one-shot potential, the clones affectionately nicknamed the AT-AP the Sniper Tank. The ventral cannon was a repeating blaster, mainly used to fend off infantry, and the turret on the dorsal side of this thing was used against incoming enemy vehicles that came too close for the mass driver. All of this could be yours for the low price of 90,000 Republic credits, which means that you could have 3 of these walkers for just the price of 1 AT-TE, and even some spare credits left over for a few hundred cups of Jawa juice. Now that we know the in and outs of this walker, what exactly are we supposed to do with it? It was not intended to be a frontline assault craft, but instead to serve mainly as a highly mobile artillery unit. Now you might think the Grand Army of the Republic didn't need any more of that, since that role was nicely filled by the AB-7. However, if we look closer, the AT-AP solves a few of that cannon's issues. First, as a walker, it can maneuver through friendly and enemy shielding, something the AB-7 could not, being propelled via repulsor lifts. This made shoot-and-scoot tactics an even more viable strategy. The AB-7 had another glaring weakness: it did not have any means of self-defense should the enemy get too close. The AT-AP once again corrects this flaw, making it a more versatile vehicle to have in your armor lineup. And we're not alone in thinking that, as many clone commanders incorporated this tank into their legions, including the 41st Elite, the 327th Star Corps, and the 91st Mobile Recon Corps, which is just a few among many others. Co-op made this vehicle available well into the Clone Wars, perhaps seeing the same flaws we just mentioned in current Republic artillery, and the AT-AP quickly found its way into the Outer Rim sieges. Just as quickly, we see how the Jedi Generals misused this craft in their combat strategies. At least one was destroyed during the Battle of Horain, and their role as long-range artillery was seemingly completely ignored by the wisest Jedi of them all, Master Yoda. On the Wookiee homeworld of Kashyyyk, Masters Yoda, Luminara, Gree, and the 41st Elite were preparing for a massive droid assault on Kachiro Beach. And perhaps it was in their haste to unload the Venator that we see several AT-APs taking point alongside the infantry. Once the battle begins to rage, we still see these walkers charging into combat alongside the mighty turbo tanks. While the AT-AP could be used to support larger armor, it is strange to see it so front and center, especially as the swift Corporate Alliance tank droids are closing in over the water, and the droid gunships are swooping in through the flak-filled skies. Aside from this battle, we do see them in use in a more proper way. On Felucia, under the command of Master Aayla Secura and Clone Marshal Commander Bly, we see 2 AT-APs bringing up the rear in a column of armor. Supported by the heavy AT-TE and the nimble Swamp Speeders, the AT-AP looms over the less protected AT-OT in a seemingly defensive position. This makes more sense than whatever was happening on Kashyyyk, and I'm sure this grouping of vehicles would have turned the opposing droids to scrap had the infamous Order 66 not been given out, and General Secura shot in the back by her once loyal men. It's never confirmed when the Emperor ordered the production of these walkers to end, but we do know that sometime around the historic Battle of Yavin, the Alliance had gotten their hands on a few of these walkers, heavily modified them, and sent them out into war during the Battle of Tatooine, which ended in a rebel victory, proving that this old relic of the Clone Wars could still pack a punch. Legends say that some criminal organizations made great use of this old walker, with both the Hutt Cartel and Zan Consortium using the AT-AP extensively to grow their underworld empires. By the time the First Order came into existence, the AT-AP's legacy was still being felt, as the Urban Assault Triped Transport, or UATT, was inspired by that old design from Kuat. So with its history in the books, let's see what we can learn behind the scenes. George Lucas himself requested that the armor of the Clone Army be diversified for Revenge of the Sith, and so the AT-AP was born. Initial concepts for this walker were done by author and artist Alex Yeager, who called it the Pod Attack Walker, or PAW for short. And much like the UT-AT, the AT-AP does not appear in any on-screen Star Wars media outside of Revenge of the Sith, its first and only appearance. As much as we love the AT-TE, it would have been nice to see the full array of vehicles the Republic had represented in a show all about the Clone Wars. However, unlike the UT-AT, this vehicle does pop up in a few comics and games, most notably Empire at War. Even in the base game, the AT-AP is used by the criminal factions as their main source of armor. It also appears in LEGO Star Wars 3, The Clone Wars, as an air support option. And speaking of LEGO, the AT-AP has been brought to us by the building company on 3 separate occasions, with their latest model arriving in 2019. Hasbro also got in on the action, giving kids and collectors a gorgeous model of the walker, and a few repaints in the years following. It's good to see that despite its minimal time on screen or pages, the AT-AP has left its mark. But most important of all, remember, not always the tactical genius Yoda was. And the Force will be with you. Always. When Seppi tanks are closing in on your position, you're gonna call for armor support. But when they aren't available, you're gonna rely on the dependable AV-7. What's up, MetaNerdz? Today we're doing a deep dive into the Republic AV-7 anti-vehicle cannon, using both legends and canon sources to construct a full picture of this vehicle, its stats, capabilities, and role in the Grand Army of the Republic. The AV-7 serves the dual role of anti-vehicle cannon and medium artillery piece for the Grand Army of the Republic. We will discuss both of these roles, and how the AV-7 serves them on the battlefronts of the Clone Wars, as well as the technical specifications, real-world comparisons, and behind-the-scenes facts. First, and most importantly, what's in the name? The AV-7's primary task is destruction of enemy vehicles. The cannon itself is served by one gunner seated in an open mount, with a selection of screens in front of him displaying targeting data likely fed from the forward spotters or orbital reconnaissance. Depending on range to target, the cannon will elevate or depress, aided by the 4-leg assembly the cannon is mounted on, which can flex to allow additional range of motion for targeting. The legs also serve as shock absorbers, reducing the cannon's recoil as it fires. It is firing plasma energy shells, capable of destroying AATs and snail tanks with a single direct hit. The AV-7's shells fall on the target in a shallow arc rather than drilling into them from the front, resulting in hits impacting the weaker top side and/or the rear armor of enemy armored assets, resulting in almost guaranteed kills. They can crank down for direct fire as well, creating enough blast and overpressure to wipe out friendly and enemy infantry alike with impunity, as Captain Rex noted during the Battle of Christophsis. The AV-7s also fulfill the role of medium artillery, providing indirect fire support to GIR forces at moderate range. On the battlefield, SPH-ATs and AV-7s would likely work together, with SPH-ATs firing at extreme long range at major enemy targets, while AV-7s could focus on tactical fire support against enemy infantry and armor. Their plasma shells were more than capable of shattering closely packed Separatist droid columns, and the overpressure from the blast could kill or injure organics as well, even when not in the direct blast radius. While the ammunition fired by the AV-7s was plasma and not kinetic, they could nevertheless be programmed to detonate at selective heights, such as at head level to inflict maximum casualties against infantry.
Rex calculated a final firing solution that would cause maximum destruction of the armored column and droids. If they placed a few rounds just so, set them to cook off at chest height rather than on impact, the explosion would flatten anything standing, and the shrapnel from the droids would kill any organics standing in the blast radius.
AV-7s were seen throughout the Clone Wars, from the Battle of Christophsis to the Second Battle of Geonosis. And while the plasma shells were devastating against unshielded targets, they had difficulty penetrating enemy shields, both vehicle-based and larger theater deflector shields. The deployment of a theater ray shield by Confederate General Worm Loathsome completely nullified the firepower of a quartet of these guns. While during the siege of Poggle the Lesser's factory, the AV-7s were unable to penetrate the shielding of the newly deployed Separatist super tanks. Here we see a major weakness in the AV-7s as well. Despite their tremendous firepower, they are incredibly vulnerable to all manner of enemy return fire. Rockets, tank shells, and even infantry blasters pose a threat to this cannon, as it is an unarmored vehicle with an exposed gunner. In the anti-tank role, the AV-7 is depending on its range, hoping to neutralize the target before it can return enemy fire. In this way, the AV-7 is depending on range, concealment, and firepower for survival, similar to the World War II era anti-tank guns such as the PaK-40. In the counter-battery role, the AV-7's open design makes it more vulnerable to CIS armored artillery, such as the HAGM. Thus, it is best employed in entrenched positions to lessen the effect of incoming enemy fire, using the firing arc so that it can stay behind cover, and only have to worry about enemy air or artillery. But the final advantage possessed by the AV-7 is its mobility. Despite its appearance, it does not rely on its legs as its primary means of locomotion, like say its counterpart, the J-1 proton cannon. Instead, its legs fold under the chassis, and the AV-7 moves via a built-in repulsor lift. This puts the AV-7 in a class of self-propelled artillery, able to move with Republic armored columns and deploy as needed rather than relying on space or aerial transport for redeployment. The repulsor lift would enable the AV-7 to employ shoot-and-scoot tactics in counter-battery operations, firing salvos at enemy artillery positions, then quickly redeploying before enemy rangefinders can triangulate their position and return fire. The AV-7 was also mounted on rail assemblies as part of some Venator-class Star Destroyers, being the secondary armament along its port and starboard trenches, between the brim and hull decks. These cannons lack legs and instead are built into rolling rails to aid in absorption of recoil. This was likely an improvised measure, as these weapons were not a part of the Venator's standard armament. It may have been a late war practice on an informal basis, such as the addition of SPH-ATs to bolster a Venator's ventral armament in the open circle fleet. Now for some stats and comparisons of the AV-7. It was manufactured by the firm Tame & Back, responsible for all manner of turbo-laser weaponry, costing the Republic 14,000 credits apiece brand new. However, by the time these weapons left the GAR service, they could be picked up secondhand for as little as 8,000 credits. So that's a lot of firepower for planetary security forces, rebels, and whoever else could get their hands on these guns, as they were phased out of the Empire in favor of more modern and effective artillery designs, such as the M102 Fire Arc, SPMA, and the V1A8 Penetrator. Though the main cost of this thing is going to be in the shells, but since they are plasma, perhaps it is running off of common Tabana gas. It might be one of the cheapest bang for your bucks out there in the galaxy. Including the cannon, the AV-7 was a hair over 15 meters in length, which means if it was brought to Earth, it would stand the same length as a standard US semi-trailer. While no stats exist for its width, approximating by the size of the cannon barrel and gunner, the AV-7 is about 9 meters in width, or 4 golf carts end to end. Sadly, we get no weight approximation for the AV-7, making it difficult to determine how powerful its built-in repulsor is. And now for some cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. In the last video on the AT-RT Frogwalker, I forgot to mention that the main advantage of walkers is that they can walk through shields. All repulsor lift technology, which makes everything hover in the Star Wars universe, repels against all forms of energy shields, like the same poles of a magnet. But if this cannon could not walk on those feet, instead using the repulsor tech, then it wouldn't have been able to go in and out of shielding, which isn't that much of a deal breaker for artillery. It's not supposed to be scrambling all across the battlefront, but it may have limited the scoot and shoot tactics, meaning you couldn't have your shields up, move out of it to fire, and then move back in, like you could if you were using the ATTE in a kind of artillery role. The AV-7 has popped up in several modes and games throughout the years. The 2011 Hasbro model comes with a tread-based propulsion system, a decidedly non-canon, if interesting variant. Just look at the silly little treads on the feet. But if you want to use the AV-7s in action yourself, you can try out a number of Empire at War mods, such as the Fall of the Republic or Republic at War. As mentioned before, the AV-7's design and operations mimic that of World War II era anti-tank guns, such as the PaK-40, Soviet 45 and 57mm, and US M1 anti-tank gun. Like the AV-7, these guns were much simpler to produce than entire tanks, but provide similar firepower at the expense of crew protection and maneuverability. So that's it for the breakdown. If you made it this far, please hit that like button, comment your thoughts on this or suggestions, subscribe to see more, but most important of all, remember, beware the overpressure, and the Force will be with you. Always.
I want lightning up here now!
Here comes the cavalry. What's up, MetaNerdz? Today we're going to be taking a detailed look at the Republic's all-terrain recon transport, aka the AT-RT. We'll be pulling from both Legends and Canon to see how these versatile walkers were used to great effect by the Clone Army, continued to see deployment into the Imperial era and even beyond. The All-Terrain Reconnaissance Transport, Republic Scout Walker, or All-Terrain Recon Transport, known simply as the ATRT, was the bipedal walker striding off the assembly line at Kuat Drive Yards, the main source of all the Republic's ground vehicles. Part of their lauded all-terrain line, the ATRT is a single-man vehicle that cost anywhere between 8,000 and 20,000 credits, and stood a mere 3.4 meters in height. At only 1.5 Wookiees tall, it was one of the smallest walkers to ever stomp off a Kuat. But as a wise Muppet once said,
Size matters not.
because although it's not as imposing as the ATTE or even the ATAP, what it lacks in intimidation, it more than makes up for in speed and maneuverability. Able to reach top speeds of 75 km per hour, or roughly 46 miles per hour, this thing can not just walk like its bigger brothers, but full-on sprint into combat, leaping over explosions, tough terrain, and even evading blaster bolts being fired from across the battlefront. Often deployed in packs, it's rare to see less than 4 per squad, and for major engagements, dozens could be bounding across the war-torn front to attack the enemy, like what we see on Umbara. This comparably small frame comes with more deployment options as well, with a single rider able to be dropped by an LAAT gunship without requiring a landing, and you can even march a pair of walkers across the battlefront in safety by packing them into the ATTE until you felt safe enough to use these swift little recon walkers, unfolding similar to the B1 out of an MTT, and jumping into combat like what we see on Ryloth. It's not all positives, however, with no shielding. You just get the metal armor plating protecting the pilot's lower half, the thin legs, a single but heavy repeating blaster cannon, and a very exposed driver, all meant the ATRT couldn't be used by any shiny fresh off a Camino. So enter the Advanced Recon Force Trooper.
Did the kidnappers see you?
No, sir. We're the best scouts in the regiment.
Better known as the ARF Trooper, these clones were trained to make the best use out of these machines, minimizing its notable flaws by making use of numbers and speed, almost always with deadly results. Let's take a look at the tactics used during the liberation of Ryloth, and what made the boys in Lightning Squad so effective. Descending from an ATTE by order of Jedi General Mace Windu, at least 5 Scout Walkers came barreling to the rescue after the droid army pinned down the clones' heavy walkers on this narrow path. Led by Windu and Commander Pons, the Scout Walkers used their incredible agility to close the gap between themselves and the enemy's several AATs in a remarkably quick time, dodging bolts and leaping clear over explosions. All the training the ARFs received on those augmented reality battlefronts in the bowels of Camino really paid off when a trooper was able to throw a thermal detonator right below the main barrel of the Separatist tank. After thinning the herd, the rest of the squads surrounding the remaining tanks were incredibly precise in their aim, targeting the tank's weakness and blasting them to scrap. We also see how accurate the main gun of the Walker is, with Mace able to decapitate the droid commander. Although designed to take on infantry, the main gun of the ATRT was an extreme threat to larger vehicles when multiple walkers could focus their fire. We see this strategy used again on Umbara to a similar effect, with dozens of speedy walkers being dropped into the battlefront amidst a rain of heavy artillery fire. Weaving through the bright green bolts on this darkened hellscape of a planet, the ARFs of Anakin's 501st found success getting to the Umbaran machines, once again overwhelming them with a barrage of cannon fire. These light walkers were also perfect for urban missions, as seen during the Battle of Kyros, with the 501st galloping into battle atop their walkers, blasting droids through the more settled villages once inhabited by the Togruta. Backing up the even faster BARC speeder bikes, the recon walkers made short work of the droids along the way. The walkers were then used by Anakin and Ahsoka to quickly survey the surrounding area for bombs planted by slaver Darth Stanar, and it's in this search that we get a good look at the sensor system on the main viewing screen of the walker's console. This is a scout vehicle, first and foremost after all, so a state-of-the-art sensor system was a must. Thanks to the sprinting capability of these walkers, Anakin and Ahsoka were able to stop any more damage from being done by the Zygerian scum. Racing back to assist Obi-Wan, we get a great example of all the power in those legs. Anakin and his Padawan launched themselves into the air atop their walkers to get close to the escaping ship. This burst gave them enough distance to be able to summon the Force and finish off this maneuver and land on Dinar's ship, leading to some aggressive negotiations.
Where are they?
It should be noted how some squads customized their rides similar to their armor, with the 501st painting their mounts blue, bearing the name of their legion, and with Razor and Stack of Lightning Squadron painting theirs with Arabic letters B, E, and A. Despite all my digging, I couldn't find any specific meaning. We'll just have to email Filoni to get to the bottom of this. As the war raged on into its final months, we see the ARF Trooper replaced by the less creatively named ATRT Driver. It isn't made clear if these troops are a completely different branch of the GAR or simply the next evolution of the ARF, and this could be hinted at the design of Hound, an ARF Trooper Sergeant stationed on Coruscant, whose helmet bears more of a similar style to that of the ATRT Driver, but that's purely speculation. These scout walkers were present on Kashyyyk when Order 66 came down, and despite the ordeal giving Commander Greed quite a headache, his men were seen using now Imperial ATRTs to hunt down Yoda, and would be immediately turned to enforce obedience from the Wookiee people, using the nimble walkers to quickly spread through the jungles and Wookiee cities, the first moves of what would turn this entire planet into a slave camp. Shown with their bright searchlight, and we even see how it works as a weapon rack for the driver's rifles, this squad came across a downed Wookiee flyer, immediately spreading out to pursue and capture any survivors. Even though the Empire was known to dismantle and quickly replace the Republic's war machines, it did hang on to the ATRT. Legends has it that a few of these walkers were used during Operation Nightfall, with some even being left behind to guard the ravaged temple in case of any Jedi return. The clones of Lightning Squad, now Stormtroopers, were also allowed to continue use of their walkers. Many were even used as policing vehicles, at least according to former Imperial, now Rebel, and totally not with a fake beard, Crix Madine. Eventually, the Empire did phase this nimble vehicle out of the frontline combat role, in favor of the ATDP and ATST. I suppose the smaller ATRT didn't quite fit into the Tarkin doctrine, not scary and far too cheap and practical. Like with most vehicles, the Rebel Alliance is also said to have gotten their hands on a few, making some modifications to the weaponry, deciding to forego the repeating blaster for either a flamethrower or a Z6 rotary cannon, like the kind used by Heavy. These walkers proved popular, as some were even being used as late as 34 ABY by the First Order on Planet Vordan, which makes these little guys one of the longest living walkers in the galaxy. That covers the history of the ATRT, but let's dive into some behind the scenes facts. The ATRT was designed by concept artist TK Frame for Revenge of the Sith, but it first appeared in Clone Wars, the 2003 Cartoon Network show by Genndy Tartakovsky, specifically in Chapter 22. After Anakin and Obi-Wan lower the shields surrounding the Separatist compound, Commander Cody sends in dozens of ATRTs to provide backup to his infantry and air support. It's always interesting to see how many characters and vehicles so synonymous with Revenge of the Sith appeared first in this Clone Wars show. As the lead-in meant to hype the movie, it felt like a VIP sneak peek for us that saw it live. The ATRT appears in several video games, with perhaps its most notable appearance in both the classic and rebooted Battlefront 2, with it supporting a grenade launcher in the classic, though it was much slower than depicted now. It also appears in The Force Unleashed, but only the Nintendo DS version. According to the script for Revenge of the Sith, the ATRT was supposed to play a more significant role. Yoda would distract a group of now villainous clones, only for Chewie to pull the pilot from its saddle and take command of the walker, in a callback to Return of the Jedi. I'm always down for more Revenge of the Sith, but I think it's not a bad omission. The Tarzan scream from the Battle of Kashyyyk works better as a far more subtle homage to Chewbacca's AT-ST takeover. ATRT also has been a popular toy for both Hasbro and LEGO to produce over these years, with 10 separate models by LEGO since 2005, and Hasbro joining in on many releases in both the Clone Wars figure line and of course the basic figure line for Revenge of the Sith. The first release of the Recon Walker was even motorized, though maybe not hitting those 46-mile-an-hour top speeds. Even Hot Toys is getting in on the fun with the 501st variant of the Walker and ARF Trooper heading to market. Despite its limited screen time, the ATRT is proving to have a lasting impact on the Star Wars fandom. Let me know what you think of it down in the comments. But most important of all, remember, never look a gift walker in the cannon, and the Force will be with you, always. What's up, MetaNerdz? Let's break down the All-Terrain Open Transport, or ATOT. And we'll start with its main role. It might seem odd to have an open top in a war where an enemy was pumping out swarms of cheap and effective droid fighters like the Vulture and Hyena. They could just strafe these tightly packed in clones, or drop a single bomb on them. But just looking at the context we first see them in does help us understand it more. They have the most heavily armed and armored unit at the very front, the ATTE. In that vehicle's breakdown, we saw how effective the main cannon could be at long range, and the suite of terrain sensors to assess the threats on the battlefront. It was accurate enough to shoot down nimble starfighters, and even incoming rockets. And at the rear of this column we see a pair of AT-APs. The all-terrain attack pod had lighter armor, didn't serve that dual role as a troop transport like the TE, but was a great mix of that tank and artillery like the AV-7. Having this enormous heavy blaster cannon, that makes the mass driver look small in comparison, even though it's the exact same one used on the AT-TE. Since that mass driver cannon had a variable munitions launcher, it could fire everything from bunker busters to armor-piercing rounds, generate bolts to take down battle droids, or shoot down starfighters. And although not explicitly stated, I don't see why it couldn't also fire flak and work like an anti-aircraft gun, like we saw with the Geonosians during the Second Battle of Geonosis. And if you look in between the walkers, there are two pairs of ISPs. The infantry support platform was a rapid response hovercraft, with two twin blaster cannons that would race out to the sides to flank any enemies they encountered, or break through the ambush and circle back to pincer these attackers. So it wasn't like the open transports were leading the charge against fortress walls, waiting for hot droid oil to be poured on them. And they even had the boys on Slugback keeping a lookout as well. One design improvement over the Tactical Enforcer is that it no longer has a weak, flexible midsection. It does have this smaller, more AT-AT-like weak neck connection, but even then, because of the way this armored section extends over it, you still get full range of motion without the threat from being shot down from above. With aircraft being your greatest threat, this would force the enemy to take a lower angle of attack, trying to shoot at it from the sides. And when possible, a smart walker pilot could make that angle of attack impossible by using terrain like buildings, canyons, or vegetation to make sure the starfighter couldn't get a low side angle. There were 3 major battles of Fallujah, with this sector being one of the hottest conflict zones of the war. Neither Republic nor Separatist general felt that they ever had complete control of this jungle world, with the fate of a battle being changed by the arrival of a C-9979 or Acclimator descending through the hot and humid atmosphere. And so these walkers would be crucial in making sure that any area that was captured by the Republic would be securely supplied and defended from there on out. The ATOT itself stood 5.8 meters tall and had a length of 14.3 meters. Making it a child Jawa shorter than the ATTE and about an Ewok longer, while actually being a bit slower at 55 km per hour or 34 miles per hour, and likely had a similar 500-mile range on its fuel tank. Most of the Walker line used the same parts, so everything from the sensors inside to the legs themselves are the same, and though slightly different, the same goes for the cockpit canopy design and function. The forward weaponry is a pair of medium laser cannons, while the rear 2 are anti-personnel cannons, in the same style as the ATTE. And we can imagine the inside look pretty similar as well, with a gunner operating each of these guns in a large open troop section, but not split into 2 sections. Kuwait Drive Yards state that there are 34 seats for troops up top, and I'd guess likely around 20 to 30 troops inside, though officially there is no internal troop capacity ever mentioned, and so it may have just been dedicated to supplies, heavy weaponry like turrets, and small vehicles like speeder bikes and frog walkers. If there are no troops inside, this could point to another theory I have on why we see this open-top design pop up towards the end of the war. If we're keeping it real with Kuwait, their armor wasn't cutting it. All the walkers were impervious to things like blaster fire and grenades, and while it's true that an ATOT trooper would be worried if they did walk into an ambush, all that small arms fire would be focused on them. But if a separatist bomb or missile hit you, you were dead either way, no matter which armored walker you were in. You can have a nice Durasteel coffin in your ATTE, or be scattered out the top like clone confetti, but the survival rate was the same. Toward the end of the war, debates were raging in the Senate over how they were going to keep paying for everything, getting so bad that it threatened to foil Palpatine's plans and bring peace.
The Republic is near bankruptcy due to the cost of this war.
Won't this bill essentially deregulate the banks? A small price to pay to finance the war, is it not?
So the ATOT was a cheaper option and could move about 3 times the troops of the ATTE. Since they would be used alongside other assets, this was a cheap force multiplier that effectively wasn't any weaker against things like Hellfire droids and hyenas, because dead is dead, they weren't more dead. And in fact, it might have been even safer since they could bail out of the top. Even standing at its highest, it would only be about a 2-story jump. Not the most comfortable, but these clones were elite, and they wouldn't have thought twice about it. And that's jumping off from here. But towards the rear, you see the ramp that cut this height in half, to around 10 feet, which was designed to be used when it sat down to deploy them like we see with the ATTE. And the fact that this is down while they are moving, not expecting to take contact, before they even saw the enemy, shows how the clones and Republic Command adapted to the war. It didn't hurt to just leave it down, so just have it down all the time, and I could see the training around this being that at the first sign of enemy armor or aircraft, the troops could bail over the top or slide down this ramp, hit the ground running, and spread out to secure the perimeter, and make sure no enemy infantry closed in on the armored units. The height of the walls in this section is perfect to completely protect them from the sides when seated, and even when standing, only their armored heads, about from the eyes up, would be exposed, allowing them to keep a lookout as they walk through the terrain, be that a dense jungle or occupied city. Another interesting use is that since the legs are the same as the ATTE, it could scale almost any terrain, even 90-degree sheer cliff walls, due to the footpads having both magnetic clamps, but more importantly tractor beam tech that's usually only seen in ships, which warped gravity to create this pull, locking the foot onto whatever it was climbing over, allowing the ATOT to shuttle supplies and troops to remote outposts or zones that were first established by LAATs. Letting the gunships clear everything out, drop some forward command stations and maybe a tank or 2, and have the OTs come through to secure these positions. The mission we see them on in the final moments of the war resulted from the Outer Rim sieges, the CIS effort to overwhelm areas in the Outer Rim to draw the Republic out of the core, setting up the attack on Coruscant. The 327th Star Corps Infantry, under the command of Jedi General Aayla Secura, would try to capture Shu Mai, the president of the Commerce Guild. But to divert the Republic forces, the Separatist leader set off a series of explosions that essentially held the planet hostage. Toxins were leaking into the planet-wide aquifer on Felucia, and if the Republic didn't act quickly, this would poison all life on this lush world within just 4 days. The armored column was led by General Sakura, and she had just discovered enemy armor near the water treatment facility. Just as Order 66 was being broadcast, a Felucia bird, possibly a variant of a Pico Pico, gets startled and screeches past Ayla, distracting her for just a moment as her clones open fire. Partly due to her leadership style, but also just because they'd seen how unstoppable Jedi could be, they make extra sure that she is dead. In the Imperial era, like most of the CIS and Republic ships and vehicles, the ATOTs would be scrapped on planet-wide facilities like Bracca. While some ATTEs and Juggernauts live on a bit longer, they ultimately met the same fate, with stormtroopers and cargo being moved around with things like the Imperial Troop Transport and AT-AT. There was no longer the need for as many walkers, since their main advantage was that they could walk through energy shields, just like we see with infantry, and not be repulsed away like the hovercraft using repulsor tech to get off the ground. Since the ATOT wasn't meant to lead from the front, though using a repulsor craft would have been quicker to shuttle things about, it also meant that you couldn't walk through your own shields. Clones would put up portable base shield generators and be confident that enemy AATs or C9979s could not get through, since they both rely heavily on repulsor tech. But in order for this strategy to work, your resupply vehicles also had to be walkers, even if that meant they were a bit slower. But when this wasn't a concern, you did have the RTT, the Republic Troop Transport, which was like a powerful speeder, a land-based LAAT, and would be the inspiration for the ITT, since the enemy was now your own citizens, not a massive, fully funded military with repulsor tanks and their own energy shields. But on the rare occasion when the enemy did get their hands on a shield, the Empire could send in their AT-AT, DP, and ST. So that's it for the breakdown. I hope it explains why the ATOT definitely had a role in the Republic Army. And as for behind the scenes facts, like most of the Star Wars ships and vehicles, it was intended to evoke things from World War I and II, which is why you have stuff like charging tactics, exposed gunners, manually firing cannons, and other tech that seems out of place on a sci-fi battlefront. And so this was meant to be reminiscent of open-top troop carriers, everything from trucks to half-tracks. Now they only appear in Revenge of the Sith, and it is a bit of a forgotten vehicle, only appearing in the 2014 mobile game Galactic Defense. Not even in Empire at War or the Battlefront games. And there is no cross-section for it, but the other ones used come from the Complete Cross-Sections book, and there are some details in the Complete Visual Dictionary. But most important of all, remember, when you hear a hyena, tuck and roll, because broken ankles bog down campaigns, and the Force will be with you. Always. What's up, MetaNerdz? This video will pull from all material from Canon and Legends to do a complete breakdown of one of the greatest vehicles ever produced in the galaxy far, far away. This is one of the first vehicles to enter production with the purchase of a clone army by its mysterious benefactors, with the Kaminoans using the prestigious and ancient shipwright Kuat drive yards to provide all the ships and vehicles. Kuat had been a staple of the Old Republic thousands of years earlier, and with the roughly 10 centuries between the destruction of the Sith and dissolving of the Republic military via the Ruusan Reformations, the shipwright was eager to earn the kind of credits you only see during a galaxy-spanning war. Kuat had many subsidiary companies that each had their own specializations, and Rothana Heavy Engineering would be charged with crafting most of the land vehicles, like the ATTE, SPHA, but also the LAAT and Acclimator, which is the first look at what we'll see were countless brilliant decisions that start all the way at the top with good leadership and project management, not as exciting as weapon engineering, but crucial to making sure that this army would work at such a large scale. By having Rothana build the Acclimator, LAAT, and ATTE, all these designers could work with each other, planning around each other's needs, and had shared supply lines. With the Acclimator having its power systems and crew right down the middle, this main area on the sides are dedicated to the racks and conveyor belt systems full of gunships, and had the tanks packing the nose and lining the perimeter, produced as units to make sure that each Acclimator that left Rothana was fully loaded. And there was a seamless transition, having that insanely fast 0.5 hyperdrive, scrambling across the galaxy, rapidly deploying LAAT infantry and LAAT carrier variants, with the spacefaring and decently fast gunship having enough power to be a flying tank on its own, escorting the LAATC with its ATTE, dropping it off in a matter of seconds with a quick release of the rounded mount on the middle legs, and it hit the ground running. Also keep in mind this holy vehicle trinity were each the main troop transports, with the Acclimator carrying 1,600 troops, more than twice the Venator, and the LAAT and ATTE being the respective air and ground ways to move clones around the battlefront. And to go one step further, they could even pack in 2 AT-RTs for scouting ahead or setting up ambushes. The official mission directive for this Republic Walker was to act as a multi-purpose assault vehicle, capable of carrying out everything from the movement of clone platoons across any terrain, even when under heavy enemy fire, and also have the firepower to destroy the enemy's position once it arrived. The shape of the Walker is based on the Arctic horny whelmer, a hardy animal native to the planet Rothana. Like a 6-legged armadillo with 2 separate armored sections and a tough cartilage part in the middle, they had based other vehicles on this in the past, like a very successful old patrol vehicle they made for a mining company, and so the ATTE's design is able to navigate terrain so well because its proportions and body were shaped on a creature that could scale the icy and rocky mountainous terrain, which is why there is this flexible concertina section at the middle of the Walker. At a height of 5.7 meters, a length of 13.2 meters, and 5.32 meters across, it was about 1/4 the height of the AT-AT, 3 Jawas longer than an AAT, and wider than the fattest Hutts. With its top speed of 60 kilometers per hour or 37 miles per hour, it was stomping along just faster than its hovering Seppi rival, but the TX-130 was 5 times as fast. Though the whole point of not using repulsor generators like most craft, and being a mechanically powered walker, it could walk through enemy shields, something impossible for craft utilizing electrogravitic fields to float. The ATTE was also impervious to normal ion attacks due to a robust electromagnetic shielding layered into the armor, and that it was grounded through the feet. Some other important stats before we head under the armor plating is that it had a 40-ton cargo capacity, fuel for 500 kilometers or 310 miles, rations and air supply for 3 weeks, which meant that it could act as a mobile space fort dropped down on asteroids, moons, or harsh planets. But let's start by looking at the feet, or foot pads. They were packed full of terrain sensors and tractor field generators, a tech usually seen in Star Destroyers in the form of a tractor beam projector used to capture smaller ships. But they scaled this tech down to fit into the footpad, so that each step had the effect of bonding to the surface. This is why it can scale 90-degree sheer cliff walls, and this ability was designed to be able to walk up fortress walls. And it's crazy that we don't have an example of this, but it said it was designed to also provide a unique angle of attack, climbing into massive cave systems or underworlds of ecumenopolises like Coruscant, so that they could hang upside down from the ceiling like a spider and rain down fire from above. Or as Skywalker showed, it could easily climb over enemy capital ships just using a magnetic feature, which was also put into these feet. So you see, Rothana took that directive literally. This thing could go anywhere, being completely sealed off with a pressurized interior, that 3-week supply of oxygen, which even if you were in a Type 1 atmosphere, it would still help with everything from dust, smoke, fire, and of course be necessary in outer space, when underwater, or in toxic atmospheres. And later in the war against bioweapon attacks, which the CIS did deploy a few times. It required 7 specially trained crew members, like pilots and CCs or clone commanders. These specialized tanker clones were trained for this role since birth. The pilot worked the 6 legs, while the spotter sat above him and worked the sensor suite station to scan through different data displays providing intel on friendly and enemy activity, atmospheric conditions, and different wavelengths of light. The spotter would then relay the info to the 4 gunners tucked in each corner, with the front 2 working the pair of anti-personnel laser cannons, while the ones towards the rear worked a single cannon, making for 6 in total. The final crew member had the best job but the lowest lifespan, sitting exposed behind the controls of the mass driver cannon up top. He got here via this simple ladder, opening this hatch and slipping in. While there was an effort to provide some armor protection, being enveloped on the sides, back, and even this headrest wrapping around to try and save his head, he would still be exposed to shrapnel and explosives that might not punch through the armor plating, but would easily blow through his plastoid body armor. Each of these sections would hold 10 troops, for 20 total, with their blasters standing up on these racks located here. Under the floor is where you find the ammo storage for the main cannon, which the troops had to manually reload onto this ammunition belt to be fed into the cannon. These could be any combination of munitions, from burrowing bunker busters, heat-seeking projectiles, sonic charges, or your standard high explosive shells. And what would become very common was a sort of plasma bolt generating round that made it work like a standard laser cannon. A shell that helps to think of it more like a magazine, being packed full of a certain number of shots that are activated with each trigger pull, and then ejected when you went through all these shots. This combo allowed it to work like a mobile artillery vehicle, and the targeting system was accurate enough to calculate for these different rounds, and even shoot down slow-moving aircraft or intercept incoming rocket fire. A really unique design feature are the acceleration compensators packed into each of the troop sections. Usually only seen in starfighters, this tech was another form of gravity manipulation like seen in the feet, but in this case it's for reducing the G-forces felt by the troops. This is required in starfighters and capital ships, which could kill a person with their acceleration, the person normally surviving about 5 Gs, while the Executor class had a top acceleration of 1000 Gs. The compensators in the Walker were likely far less powerful than on a capital ship, but worked as a way of reducing recoil when hit by a massive round, or when falling off a surface and smashing into the ground. It's not the role this tech was invented for, but it had the effect of preventing a deadly whipping of the neck or flying out of your seat and being crushed to death by the reduction of that felt acceleration. The canopy cockpit up front opens via this hinge, and the way you get up is that this bar would pivot down to act like a stepladder. These notches are for holding clamps inside of the capital ship hangar. You can see the actuator pistons here. There are 4 exits, 2 at the front and 2 at the rear, for the troops to spill out and not just have one ramp for the enemy to focus all their fire on. And if we look close, we can see the life support air reprocessor here. We also get the comment that clones complain that they did not have specialized armor that was more streamlined and smaller for operating in these tight positions. You'd imagine they were taking that helmet off as soon as they were away from a stuck-up clone commander, but the whole suit was said to be cumbersome and just felt silly to wear your little blaster-proof armor while within one of the best armored vehicles in the galaxy. There were variants with a main loading ramp that could move supplies, ATRTs, or speeders, and some were built out to act as a mobile command center, establishing a network with that synergistic trio, the Acclimator being the HQ for the Republic forces, talking to the forward command dropped off via LAATC, which in turn coordinated with the mobile command centers inside of various walkers during a large-scale offensive. This trio of Rthana craft were some of the first ships and vehicles ready for use, and they made sure that every iteration from prototypes to the final product were being shipped to Kamino to use in their sprawling training centers, which utilized everything from adjustable terrain features, holographic projectors, droid enemies, and weather simulators to prep the clones for any planet in the galaxy. These were large enough to accommodate battalions and multiple armored units, working in conjunction with the UT-AT, SPHA, Juggernaut, and various speeders. When the clones say,
Just like the simulation,
sometimes they mean the video game style, but also these massive multi-day war games. In 22 BBY, Grandmaster Yoda arrived on Kamino and ordered the immediate scrambling of a sizable portion of the army that he had only learned about a few days earlier. And though it was their first time seeing real combat, all the pieces were moving with deadly efficiency. Most of the droid units seen during the Battle of Geonosis were completely legal. In fact, they had been used to enforce trade deals, protect Trade Federation assets, or by the Mune bankers in seizing property from someone that fell back on their payments, or just taxes. And with all that experience killing poor people and pirates, the banking clan's Hailfire droid was a seasoned vet, and knew how to exploit a weak spot. One of the simplest and effective vehicles in the galaxy, it just connected 30 powerful rockets to a droid brain solely dedicated to seek and destroy, drop it on fast all-terrain wheels, and we see that the first ATTE tank commanders were meeting a shockingly fast and fiery end, with rockets blowing through the legs with so much power that the tanker's underside slammed into the rocky ground, igniting the fuel reserves that line this bottom layer. Everything from the fuel for the engines and all that fancy gravitation tech, not to mention the Tabana gas used to power those 6 anti-personnel cannons, was all stored in this belly, and then chain reaction explosions would set off the mass driver shells, which were packed under the floorboards. Others showed off that droid brain by having the rockets rain down and hit it on the weakest part, the flexible connecting middle, or punching right through the ball turret to successfully exploit the line of Tabana gas and energizers that would be in this weapon. Of course, every walker that landed a hit on them was an instant kill, but the slower rate of fire had it looking like the tank battalion would be overwhelmed, until the gunship swooped in and took advantage of the droid's lack of shielding or armor, easily slicing through to cut off the advance. Once the walkers were in position, that terrain was solidly in Republic hands. Coordinating with the Acclimator and those forward stations, they were able to count the first Battle of the Clone Wars as a decisive Republic victory. A celebration of the saviors of the Republic was held in the form of a military parade on Coruscant, a show of strength for both Republic citizens and a threat to shakily allied senators, while only the most attuned masters could sense that this could also be a threat to democracy and the Jedi Order. When Palpatine first laid eyes on this army, of the ATTE walkers specifically, he said, quote, "These weapons of war would be awe-inspiring if they were not so terrifying." Almost immediately after this, these walkers would be crucial in the defense of Christophsis, though again we see that many were lost. As this battle drew on, the clone Slick would reveal that he had joined forces against his brothers, convinced by Asajj Ventress that the clones were nothing more than slaves fighting for corrupt Coruscanti elites. When he was cornered by Rex and Cody, he fled through the ammo depot, and was able to detonate explosives set on several walkers and gunships. On a battlefront where even the slightest advantage could decide the victor, the next days would see even more walkers lost, though clever thinking by the Jedi would force the Separatist surrender, and they were quickly reinforced by more troops and armored units. The assault on Teth would be one of the most stunning uses of these walkers. with the monastery being in a perfect defensive position, anti-aircraft batteries crowning the top of an enormous plateau, so the Republic had to rely on the gravity-locking footpads to make the long 90-degree ascent, with Ahsoka Tano using her saber to keep the pilots safe from incoming fire, and making it to the top just in time to save her brazen master. But they needed to immediately switch to defense. After just destroying all the anti-aircraft weaponry to take the monastery, now the Seppies were descending with multiple C-9979 landing craft, intent on making this ancient holy site their grave. As the B-1s and Spiders start to make it into the main courtyard, we see the mass driver cannon firing rapidly like a laser cannon. Not as powerful as shells, but this higher rate was why that variable munition option was so great. And we see that while the front canopy windows are immune to small arms fire, the heavy blaster cannon of the Dwarf Spider explodes through and kills these two clones. After faking a surrender to buy them some time and drop the droids' defenses, Rex and his boys are able to hold them off by hiding beneath this downed behemoth, until Cody's forces are able to come to their rescue. Sometime after this, droid units started calling these 6 legs and 6s. It might not be 8-legged, but instead of dreaming of electric sheep, these B-1s were having nightmares of 6-leggers as horror stories were shared between battalions, which is a really interesting insight into the droids' minds, in that even though they weren't organics, there was still some element of psychological warfare. The next major use was during the Battle of Ryloth, where we again see some very smart tactics from the Separatists. Mace Windu and the 91st Mobile Recon Corps were leading an armor division through a narrow canyon pass on their way to liberate the capital city of Lesu. AATs waited to open fire until all the walkers were far along the path, and then took down the lead walker, bringing them to a halt, and then worked to close the rear.
Now order our cannon to target their rear units. We'll box them in and blast them to pieces.
Mace ordered his recon troops to deploy the ATRTs, then used his powers in the Force to break the canopy glass and free the unconscious pilot. Was probably very glad he was wearing his full armor that day, before calling deep on the Force to push the massive walker out of the path and free up the rest of his units. Expert use of frog walkers outmaneuvered the AATs and cleared the way for the tanks to push towards the capital city, where Wat Tambor and his tactical droid were examining the weaknesses of this infamous Sixer that would soon be shelling their defenses. With the help of local resistance fighter Cham Syndulla, the 91st boys approached the city to make sure it was free of droids and provide rations for the Twi'leks, only to witness the latest of CIS war crimes, as hyenas slaughtered the civilians before they could even think of joining Syndulla's resistance. By now, stories had spread of ATTE battalions leveling whole mountains to get to the target, so the T-Series calculated that their best option was to use the captive Twi'leks as living shields, putting their encampments all around the walls. The combined 91st and local forces launched their attacks as MTTs were returning to the capital, hoping to cross the energy bridge in time, only for the droids to show how willing they were to sacrifice each other.
Oh well, too bad for them.
But the two troops and Mace were able to reactivate the bridge, and the RTs and Blurgs storm over and fight their way into the city, with Mace taking Wat Tambor hostage. And when the walkers were finally within the walls, all could celebrate this hard-fought win, with the ATTEs playing a part in the victory parade. Though we do not see this, there are several reports of how this walker was susceptible to mines. He got 6 legs to step on a mine, each walking pretty close to the other, and it wasn't that far off the ground, so worse than losing the foot, the mines usually penetrated that belly full of fuel, with similar effects to what we saw with the Hailfire missiles. The AT-HE was an evolutionary link between the Republic and Imperial walkers, having longer legs than the TE, but not as long as the AT-AT. For whatever reason, there are no images of this vehicle, but I believe this has to do with the fact that Kuat and Rathona had some insider intel. A certain embodiment of the dark side may have told them to focus on building a towering fortress and to not worry about the next iteration of wartime tank, because it is said that they began work on the AT-AT before the AT-HE was even finished. After Cad Bane captured the holocron and Kyber crystal required to locate all known Force-sensitive children, Anakin would deploy these walkers in another novel way.
You are not thinking of using those to transport the clones to that frigate.
Well, they are pressurized.
And they're equipped with magnetic feet. Good call.
As the walkers were released, they gently floated down to make contact, and we see that they are using the rapid-fire laser charges during this rescue mission of Master Opal, not wanting to blow up the ship with explosive shells. These walkers would go down with the enemy ship, but the mission was mostly a success. Kadi Mundi and Kenobi would lead one of the largest defensives of the entire war, during the Second Battle of Geonosis.
Once we have landed, we shall knock out the shield generator. That is our primary target.
Y-Wing bombers would first try to take out the gun emplacements near the LZ, but Geonosian cannons were still operational and firing away on the LAATs racing through the flak, along with growing numbers of Nantek starfighters.
Get the tanks on the ground, now!
Mundi's forces were shot down short of the LZ, and Kenobi's were shot down as well, but crash-landed a bit closer, while Skywalker was in position but lost all of his ATTEs.
Skywalker's tanks are gone, and they're trying to contact General Kenobi's forces for support.
Falling back on one of the oldest and most successful tactics, they circled the wagons, or walkers and gunships, to create an impromptu armored base to try and hold off the bugs swarming with sonic blasters, speeders, and AATs, while also trying to coordinate with Yularen and Atmosphere to locate the downed generals. As the clones fought through the chaos, they find the only survivor of this 212th group were Kenobi and a single clone. Moody used his saber to cut through some of the anti-tank barricades and made it near Skywalker's position, as the lead Venator was now being strafed by the Nantex fighters. Skywalker was able to bring down that defensive wall blocking their path to the shield generator, and the flame troopers were clearing out the tunnels. From this vantage point, Kai could see that the LZ was about to be overwhelmed, and is able to call in air support just in time. By now, most of the walkers had been disabled, but Kenobi believed there was still enough to pull off the victory.
You'll be able to temporarily jam their scanners so they are unable to target the incoming tanks. Once the tanks knock out the shield, Master Mundi can bring the rest of the troops in with the gunships.
This is one of the best examples of that genius decision by Rathana to make a tank without repulsor tech. The ATTEs were able to walk through the shields and open fire on the generator with their high explosive shells, and the gunships perfectly coordinated to swoop in just as the protective plasma layer fell apart. The next target was the main droid and weapons factory. Luminara and Dooley's forces were coming in with fresh gunships, tanks, and hundreds of troops. As they pushed through, it was looking like an easy victory, but the first bad sign was the ambush launch from the tall, rocky spires. And while the tanks were encircling the fortress and defending the clones from enemy infantry, for the role of actually punching through the thick fortress walls, that task went to a row of AV-7 cannons. But then a new model of Bactoid tank emerged through the thick plate doors. The simply named Super Tank would unleash a barrage of mortar fire that was unrelenting for several minutes, easily destroying the unarmored cannons, and just through accuracy by volume, were able to land devastating hits on the weak spots of the ATTEs. While the armor of the Super Tank was impenetrable to even the mass driver cannon, having no weak spots on any forward-facing section, perhaps only near the launchers themselves, which is why we see it has an armored hood that only peels back when firing. Ahsoka and Barriss Offee used this weapon to hit the main generator and bring down the entire factory, surviving by being inside of this indestructible new tank. In Felucia, we got to see the Walker being used in the role of long-range artillery, and quickly switching into an armored troop carrier role to take a CIS fortress. And after years as a beloved workhorse of the Jedi Generals, its most famous use would be to try and kill Kenobi, when Cody executed Order 66 and immediately moved to kill the traitorous general. Though it wasn't a high explosive shell, it also wasn't one of those smaller anti-personnel laser firing shells either. This equivalent of a heavy laser cannon bolt may have been subtly guided by the Force, as Obi-Wan would just barely make it out alive. As soon as the Republic became the Empire, these walkers near instantly went from a symbol of proud fighters of democracy to symbols of oppression. Walkers all across the galaxy were moved to protect political centers, and used as an implied threat of force against the citizens. And when they deemed that the protest became a riot, those 6 anti-personnel cannons would open fire. Or like we see on Raxus Secundus, the Coruscant of the CIS had millions of citizens that were not instantly kneeling to their new emperor, including their leader.
I can no longer condone this unjust occupation.
As the people started to resist the clones, the ATTE stepped in to help squash any thoughts of rebellion, and noticed that all the Republic coloring is grayed out, both on the troopers and the vehicles. When Bad Batch rescued Senator Avi Singh, they had to get past Walker patrols, and as they escaped, they commandeer one, exploiting their intimate knowledge of this vehicle to take out the entire crew, Wrecker chucking them out of the forward side hatch. The Imperial clone gunners were able to load a heavy plasma charge and angle the gun to sink a shot that disabled the rear legs, forcing Bad Batch to jack another one, only for a third Walker to land a second shot. With tech's repairs, they are able to get the damaged Walker operational, spewing thick black smoke and leaking oil as it dragged itself to a spot designated by the Senator. When the enemy Walker caught up, a shot to the midsection scrapped it, but using the wreckage and a thermal charge, they were able to collapse their escape tunnel entrance and lose the Imperial clones. Some Imperial variants would open up the sides of the rear section, keeping a protective front, but then allowing the troops to open fire from this raised platform as they moved into the rebellious populations. While this made it able to engage threats on the side, of course this opened it up to grenades, while others had a flat top for moving large amounts of cargo. Over the following months, these engineering marvels were being scrapped, along with all the other remnants of the Clone Wars on the junk world Braca, sharing a mass grave with their enemy, as everything from Venators to Lucrehulks ended up here. 15 years later, by 4 BBY, Ahsoka wanted the Spectres to reach out to old allies hiding out on the planet Selos. And Kanan, an Order 66 survivor, is teleported back to his youth when he sees the allies' mobile home.
Now that is a work of art.
Looks like an old Republic tank, used during the Clone Wars.
When they approach, the man who saw clones kill his master is quick to ignite his blade, triggering Wolf to take some shots. But Rex gets Wolf and Gregor to calm down, while Ezra reminds Kanan that Ahsoka told them to trust these allies. When they get inside, we see that it looks like a mobile command variant of Walker, or perhaps a variant that had the top flattened for cargo, with the clones adding parts back like the main gun and other repairs. There are tons of accents to make it feel like home, from wind chimes to lights, and practical mods to make it a multi-story home with balcony handrails to dry your clothes and towels, and a flat seating area that doubles as a landing pad. Here the walker was used to hunt the massive Jupas, and either just due to age or the mods, it is pumping out black smoke with each shaky step. It looks like some legs were replaced, and the front step-down ladder on the canopy now works as a lookout spot for the hunts. They connect Zeb to an energy line that acts as a harpoon, and with some teamwork they do bring in the beast. But before the Spectres can leave with Rex's coordinates for potential rebel bases, the betrayal by Wolf brought the imps to this remote world. Wolf didn't want his brothers dragged into the rebel conspiracy, and got ahead of any accusations by contacting the nearest officials. Though he apologized and regretted it, the Empire was already on the way. The first TIE got shot down by a rocket launcher, and in the lull before the next wave, Rex gives the new generation a lesson on the mass driver cannon.
The traverse controls are over here on the left, and the elevations on the right.
But it isn't long before they spot a trio of AATs closing in on them. Facing off against their Imperial replacements, Rex has to admit he is impressed with this new behemoth.
Reinforced armor plating, heavy cannons, and anti-personnel blasters.
Turning to race into the sandstorm, they are able to take advantage of the Jedi's powers to sense the enemy when all other sensor systems were down. By trusting the Force, Ezra puts a perfect shot into the AAT's weakness, the flexible neck. When they emerge from the sandstorm, the clones help the Spectres get off in their ship, but they know that the old heroes have no chance against the two walkers. While the clones were deciding to go out in a bang, full steam ahead, eating powerful bolts that drop it, only to rise up again, spewing smoke and slamming into the legs of the Goliath, while trying to fire at the second. But as you can see, the energy shots are harmlessly dispersing across the surface. And as the AT-AT seems immovable, the mass driver cannon loses power. Rex screams at the imps to come out and fight him, before accepting that he will be disintegrated by these turrets. He closes his eyes as the Spectres return to blast into the enemy, dropping down to hijack one and use it to open fire on the other, providing a shocking defeat for the Imperial forces that would lead to Vader's Inquisitors getting personally involved. In the views of some military strategists, the AT-AT overcorrected for the worry of mines. It wasn't as stable, but did hit the main objective of everything Imperial at this time. It struck fear into the population. You drop one of these down and it acted like an instant castle, towering over a city and able to rain death from above like some angry god. As the Rebel Alliance was formally organized, and the Galactic Civil War was raging on, this discarded masterpiece was being rebuilt by mechanics all across the stars, and pressed into the fight to restore the Republic. At least one fell into the hands of a Weequay gang, who placed it at the Sreeler spaceport to extort payments from visiting spacers, which resulted in it having its back legs blown off thanks to a concussion missile fired by Chewbacca. Months after the Battle of Endor, in 5 ABY, the New Republic was pitted against these during the Battle of Kuat Drive Yards. Perhaps the most logistically important battle of the entire war, the Imperial remnant threw everything they had into the defense of the largest supplier of Republic and Imperial ships and vehicles. In the shipyards that made up the massive orbital ring, AT-ATs and AT-TEs crawled along the surface to try and shoot down NR forces. Though this final battle with the Walker was a loss, it would be forever loved and respected by factions all across the galaxy. That's it for the breakdown, and as for behind the scenes facts, one of the longest running standoffs on vehicle lore concerns that mass driver cannon. A lot of the early cross-section books were just worked on from images of ships and vehicles, without actually seeing them in action, and a lot of what happens on screen was for plot and cool special effect purposes, and the lore comes second. Movies and later shows were king, and though the Walker always looks like it's just firing a laser cannon, the whole idea of it being a mass driver firing a physical shell has never faded away. It was re-established in every Legends and even now the new canon books, though it's finally addressed on why it looks like a laser by vaguely saying that it could load shells that fired plasma bolts, which is what I meant by saying it kind of works like a magazine. Many of the same stop-motion animators for the AT-ATs in Empire Strike Back were brought in to work with a CGI team in Attack of the Clones, to try and capture the same feel of the movement. but there was also a deliberate choice to make them not seem invincible. Like each side of the Clone Wars was devastatingly powerful, and it would not just be an easy win for the good guys, which is why we see them blown up so quickly upon their first deployment on Geonosis. In the Battlefront games, they act as mobile spawn points, and in Battlegrounds they can be built in mech factories. All the technical info comes from the Attack of the Clones Visual Dictionary, complete cross-sections, Imperial Handbook, Encyclopedia of Starfighters and Other Vehicles, and Rise of the Separatists. But most important of all, remember, no armor can stop plot-based projectiles, and the Force will be with you, always. What's up, MetaNerdz? This video will be a complete breakdown of an obscure but very interesting droid, LA-L9, seeing how it inspired ZX-3 and then the Dark Trooper program. This droid unit was intended to replace the Clone Trooper during the war, meaning that if the plans of Tag Co came to fruition, it would have been full droid-on-droid warfare across the galaxy. The large, powerful, and still family-controlled Tag Co had close ties to Republic top brass, and immediately after the galaxy heard the details of the Battle of Naboo, with everything from droid starfighters to battle droids, Orman Tag could see the galaxy was headed for even greater conflicts. And the first to convince the Republic to adopt their own droid army would become the richest man in the galaxy. Over the next decade, his company would conduct a complicated symphony of movements, with Orman acting as orchestrator, using everything from corporate espionage, compromising politicians to earn their loyalty, to acquiring the right engineers and raw materials to create the droid soldier the Republic couldn't say no to. With each year that passed, it was increasingly clear that the Civil War was coming. 28 ABY saw a dramatic shift towards planetary leaders putting their own planet's interests ahead of the Republic as a ruling body. And by 24 BBY, the Confederacy of Independent Systems was declared, 2 years before war would break out on Geonosis. We can imagine Tag Co holo terminals were slammed, and corporate espionage experts were screamed at when Orman Tag got word that apparently the Republic had an enormous army kept in secret, a clone trooper army with all their needs already very well met. After hitting some spice and meeting with his top advisors, the company decided that their LA-L9 droid had to be rushed into production, and that with some changes, they could take advantage of the nature of the clone army. Since the Jedi had decided to go with a foolish, organic design for their troopers, there would be a need for droid units that could brave dangerous environments. As the war spread, there were countless battlefronts in poisonous gas clouds, deep underwater, in intense heat, or in the vacuum of space. So if the Tag droid could shine in these battles, he was confident it would convince the top brass to phase out the organics in favor of this powerful design. Equipped with the most advanced servo motors and equilibrium centers of its day, this bulky seeming droid was actually far more nimble than something like the B-2. Which, like its CIS competitor, this droid had weapons built into its arms, being able to adjust the plasma flow to send out flames or bolts of plasma like a blaster, with the flames being useful in causing spreading damage throughout an enemy ship or base, and hitting the enemy even if they were behind cover, or using some sort of physical shielding. While the plasma cannon was more powerful than any blaster out there, strong enough to fry portable shield generators and droidicas. The head of this droid was designed to be a nod to the Phase 1 helmets, hoping this would make them look like they could fit into the army. And this dome houses the enhanced sensor globe that gave it a 360-degree view of the battlefront and a wider spectrum of light than the organic eye. The mask-looking device is an atmospheric sampler, which ensured that it could stay operable and transmit this data to Republic strategists. With generators and processors located in the chest, along with thick plate armor to protect it, and we also see these layers down the legs. It used technology and materials to make it immune to most electromagnetic bursts, which means it didn't share the same EMP weakness that most battle droids had. And even its little fingertips are weapons. Little blast nozzles spun these blades at a rate that allowed it to cut through solid durasteel. Now, Tag did have one problem, that of course the powerhouses of the Kaminoan cloners and Kuat drive yards would not be happy to see a newcomer trying to carve out a slice of their pie, and it was also highly illegal to develop a droid army. It had been so since the invasion of Naboo, and even more so since the Clone Wars broke out. So this top secret program wanted to get real-world feedback that would be so impressive that the Republic would overlook this issue and have to say yes to some lucrative contracts. The leaders of this project decided that they would get real-world feedback from the barbaric arena death matches being held on the backwater planet of Ratatak. Tag would head there personally, and was so confident his 10 years of planning would result in a bloodbath, visualizing how the other contestants would be crushed, cut, burned, and blasted to death, that he put up 100,000 credits of his own money on the fight. In a way, this fight would be a success in some ways, as it held its own against the greatest warriors in the galaxy, and even rapidly identified Asajj Ventress as the greatest threat. Everything was working right, but it was still no match for the Force in the hands of a Sith assassin. Before it could fry her head off, she rocketed the prototype up into the rocks, ending this droid's hopes in a fiery explosion. Such a dramatic and public dispatching of Tag's decade-long dream droid project left him embarrassed, and he lost all faith in LAL9. And he lost that 100K. Knowing this fight was recorded for the Hollows, he chose to avoid the embarrassment and any blowback that the major rival companies like Kuat, who just might manipulate the Senate and media to make it look like Tag was building a secret droid army for the Separatists. The fact that Dooku hosted this tournament certainly was bad optics. So though we gave up on this, the spark of the idea was never fully extinguished. And as the war raged on, and Republic became the Empire, General Rom Mok would come to work with Tag Co. to bring about droid troopers for the Empire. The first iteration was the ZX-3 experimental droid trooper, considered the second generation of the LAL-9, being the same height and pitched for the same purpose, for areas too dangerous for stormtroopers to travel. This time, the design was made to be able to use other weapons with functional hands and a modular chest attachment, seen usually carrying a blaster rifle or Berletto AAP-4 blaster box. Sadly, top Imperial brass had the bad metallic taste of droids from the past war still in their mouths, and wanted nothing to do with droid soldiers. The roughly 100 models made for the Empire to test out were all ordered to be scrapped near instantly. But Rom Mok wouldn't give up on this either, and he and Tag were finally able to get a hit with the Dark Trooper project. Starting as a bit of a recycling job, with Phase 0 of the Dark Trooper project being made by taking top clone veterans and turning them into cyborgs by removing 70% of their body parts in the hopes of keeping their organic mind and battlefront wisdom, with all the advantages of a steel body and digital sensors. This evolved to be pure droid versions from Phase 1 on, all the way up to Phase 3, an Imperial droid trooper that would end up outliving the Empire itself in the service of Moff Gideon. While around the same time, ZX-3, an Imperial droid that survived the mass scrapping, rose up to lead a revolution on the droid world of Kligzin's moon. His droid army was raised to fulfill his secret wish to turn the world over to his Imperial masters, still being loyal deep into his circuits. But when he was killed, the revolution died out, and the ZX-3 was finally extinct. And the only hope this line survives would be from whatever source Moff Gideon secured his Dark Troopers. So that's it for this odd but fascinating droid line. For behind the scenes facts, the ZX-3 is one of the earliest droids in the history of Star Wars, being first seen in the comic Star Wars 47, released in 1981, while it got its name and details from the Essential Guide to Droids in 2006, which also had the breakdown on the LAL-9. While the Dark Trooper lore came from a variety of RPG sources and games, being finally shown on screen in The Mandalorian. Let me know what you think. Will we ever see a full droid-on-droid war, or is keeping it droids versus people more interesting? But most important of all, remember, never bet against a Sith, and the Force will be with you, always. What's up, MetaNerdz? This breakdown will have us looking under the exoshell armor to see how everything worked, its history, and end with behind-the-scenes facts, pulling from all these different resources to fully understand the TX-130 Saber tank. While the Separatist AAT was battle-hardened for more than a decade before the Battle of Geonosis, the TX-130 would not hit the battlefront until some months after the war. Manufactured by Rathana Heavy Engineering, the subsidiary of Kuat Drive Yards, that created everything from the Acclimator to ATTE and would later produce the Onager-class Star Destroyer and TX-225 tank. While the ATTE was performing even better than expected, the generals realized that this only operated in a heavy tank role, and there was a need for a fast response and attack armor that would still be deadly against tanks and softer targets, but giving up the ability to punch through deflector shields, fortress walls, or level entire mountains in exchange for speed. Hitting a top speed of 320 km per hour is part of why it was dubbed the Jedi Starfighter of the Ground, as this was nearly 6 times faster than its main enemy, the AAT, and its brother, the ATTE. Definitely meeting the design requirements. But that is its boost speed, which admittedly only lasts a few seconds, great for avoiding attacks or closing a gap in an ambush, but even its cruising speed of 193 km per hour is nearly 4 times the other tanks, with a small profile at a length of 8.2 meters, height of 2.3 meters, and a width of 3.05 meters, making it about half the length of the ATTE, as well as half its height, and 60% the width. And while it's true that mass production of this tank wasn't ready at the start of the war like the LAATs or other Republic ships and vehicles, there were prototypes made intended to be fielded when the war eventually kicked off. and to be piloted by Jedi to get real-world feedback on the tank design. These are the TX-130s used by Mace Windu and Aayla Secura during the first Battle of Geonosis, being delivered to the surface via LAATC, or carriers, and they were able to put its power and speed to brilliant use. These prototypes will go on to see heavy use during the next series of battles to Renvar to Rexus Prime, and then on to Thule and Seleucami. With the high praise of the Jedi and elite clone forces, Orthana went into overdrive to get these saber tanks onto battlefronts all across the galaxy. So let's look at the official schematic to see how it all worked. Getting the saddest part out of the way first, the clone gunner up top is, quote, usually the lowest ranking trooper because he is exposed to the most hazardous battle conditions. A coldness that sounds like something Grievous would say about his droids, but safely behind the armor was the tank pilot / commander, which was a Jedi at first and then later high-ranking clone specialists. He is surrounded by panels that provide all sorts of battlefront terrain data, locations of allied troops and mission objectives, and targeting data for each of the weapons, with a radar system located right below that medium laser cannon, and a pair of comm and telemetry antennas that all bring data to the main computer CPU located under this nose armor, with a series of backup CPUs lining this section. The cockpit is accessed via this quick release door towards the rear, like we see in the AAT. And also like its droid army rival, it utilizes a series of batteries put into a big series and wrapped around a coil to create a powerful charge for the laser cannons, with a motor to raise and lower the guns to hit ground targets and even shoot down some enemy transports. These are heavy-rated laser cannons, and are so strong that they slapped a muzzle suppressor on it, and have gas-powered dampening systems to counteract the recoil force when those lasers are fired. There are 6 fuel cells that are mounted in a heavily armored fuel bay underneath its main hull, providing it with an operational range of 400 kilometers before needing to refuel, either at a base or to be whisked away by an LAATC up into an acclimator or venator. The way that it lifts off the ground and floats is via the massive repulsor field generator, with the exchange conduit injecting raw fuel into the repulsor lifts at high pressure to provide that turbocharge boost, while the standard repulsor lift units are here, and the magna coils that amplify everything are all throughout this base, requiring Orthana to develop new heat sinks for all their repulsor and boosting tech. All this power and speed meant that these systems created more heat than Mustafar down there, but specially sheathed heat sinks cool the engine and help radiate heat away. Luckily, the advanced armor system is strong but relatively lightweight. By laminating high tensile strength materials in a prototype carbon strand weave pattern, nearly every inch of this tank is covered in this carbon laminate process, with this entire front section being double laminated. The AAT simply added thick sections of solid Durasteel, which mostly did the job and fit their style of being easy to produce for their simple ships and vehicles, but the Saber tank only costs 10k more at 85,000 credits. And it includes a deflector shield generator, called the Phase 3 Exoshell Deflector Shield Generator System. It was the first one to be installed in a ground vehicle. The AAT cannot penetrate this shield, but the only catch is that these shield generator power cells up front aren't large enough to leave this shielding permanently on, like we might see in a capital ship. So when the shield was recharging, it had to rely on the reactive armor, shedding off layers of this carbon laminate with each blow. But most clones were confident in its offensive capabilities, being able to take out enemy tanks with its variable munition launchers, one on each side for a total of 16 to 20 concussion missiles on board, which could also be filled with cluster thermal detonator bombs or other explosive ordnance, all packed into these sections, which are hard to get a direct hit on if it's facing the enemy. This sloped, double-armored section up front would either deflect or eat the incoming blast. In fact, no crucial weapon or energy system is up front in these sections, unlike the AAT, which we saw had devastating failures, perhaps due to the weakness of that front hatch and those side blaster cannons. Some other cool features are that the repulsor engine lock lets it turn on a dime like a tank with treads, but this feature isn't used that often. These stabilizer wings are something you'd normally only see in starfighters, and really add to that nickname, the Jedi Starfighter of the Ground. There are these towing fixtures up front which show that this vehicle could be used in a support role to free allies from difficult terrain, but also on the offensive for pulling down walls or clearing out obstacles. And this gunner turret is not standard on all of them. They seem to be retired from the middle to later parts of the war, perhaps seeing how many clones were dying up there, and some would replace this whole section with an astromech socket. These versions were as close to a starfighter as you could get. And since everything inside could be done with a single pilot, the R2 unit just helped with calculating the best routes on the battlefield, slicing into enemy comms, and adding in targeting data by finding weaknesses in an enemy position or vehicle. And this last point is a bit of speculation over this single line saying interchangeable engines, which reminded me of how the AAT reloads its rockets and gets fresh armor up front by detaching this entire foot section. So since most of the fuel and power systems are on this bottom layer, I could see the Saber tank being modular too, with this whole bottom part separating at a Republic base, Refueling the missiles on the side would be easy and modular either way, but I'd imagine the heat and complex prototype power systems would be finicky. I think it's plausible that this whole section could be removed. There was also the S variant that had upgraded targeting systems and allowed it to use its heavy guns and missiles at a much greater distance, acting like a sniping tank or artillery, while the T was larger, able to carry 5 troops inside and 100 kilograms of cargo, with larger fuel tanks and meant to work in a scout role. These were only fielded in the final year of the Clone Wars, 19 BBY, on the battlefronts across Megiddo, Kashyyyk, Naboo, and Yavin 4. All the Jedi were known to use this like a Delta 7, calling on their Force abilities to pull out an even greater agility and maneuvers, and it was loved by clone troopers and Republic allies, but for how great it was, the Saber tank was relatively short-lived. All production stopped as soon as the Empire declared this new era of peace. But at least they didn't scrap them all. Many lived on until they had maintenance problems, and its descendants would live on for decades. Specifically, the TX-130Ts would live on the longest into this Imperial era, used famously during the Battle of New Plimto, where Order 66 survivors were hunted down and the local resistance population was systematically executed. The Nosaurians were able to hold off even the Empire's mighty new AT-AT Walker, hiding out in steep jungle cliffsides, where the battle finally got bogged down, and it looked like it might be a powerful morale victory for the burgeoning resistance movement. Until the TX-130Ts arrived. Their smaller size and great speed were able to pursue the rebels into the terrain that was inaccessible to the walkers. And the tank's firepower, armor, and shields meant it could easily take everything the Nosaurians threw at them. And with the tank's 5 trooper capacity, when the tanks finally couldn't pursue, each could release a squad of still battle-hardened Imperial clone troopers. After a month of brutal fighting, the tanks would force a surrender, and what was intended to be a morale boost for rebels across the galaxy was turned into a threat and example by Emperor Palpatine, with the 501st executing all the surrendering survivors, and anyone else found alive across the planet were summarily turned into slaves and sent off to Orvax 4. Though the rebels would capture some during the Battle of Turek 4, and then over the course of the Galactic Civil War, there was always a handful of them that fell into the hands of Rebel Alliance and other resistance movements. They never seemed to be used in any major Rebel victories, perhaps due to the complex nature of the tank making it difficult to operate and the high level of maintenance. Or they were taken out by one of its many successors, or even the up-armored Imperial assault tank, which is what the Empire did with all the AATs left from the Separatist side. The 2M Saber repulsor tank was the most similar, with no qualitative difference from arms to armor. It even kept a shield. And with this one, we do get explicit complaints about it breaking down all the time. This model branched off to the Scout Class 2M, which was shortened overall and made more like a heavy speeder than a tank, with this open top, and apparently was used on some icy worlds with snowtroopers. The Imperial Repulsor Tank 1H would be produced by Abrikian Industries and was cheaper at $50K, but had a similar speed and impressive armament. There were high hopes for this tank, and 80 of them were given to the Imperial Hammer's Elite Armor Unit, aka Hell's Hammer. But all of the rest of them ever produced, 1,420 of the 1,500 made in total, were assigned to patrol the first Death Star. A funny idea not explored too often is that there were enormous sections of this moon-sized battle station that had entire tank battalions for defense, and all of them were destroyed that fateful day. With this loss, the S1 Firehawk was produced, and all of these went to that same group, Hell's Hammer. And this tank could hit an insane 400 km/h top speed, but there isn't much else known about it. With this last addition, also primarily to Hell's Hammer, was the TX-225. The GAV-R was for repulsor, and the GAV-W was for wheeled treads, but each had a drastically reduced speed down to just 72 km/h. It lost that heavy laser cannon and missiles, but in this time of fighting rebels, not the CIS military, the twin medium cannons were almost always powerful enough. And an interesting detail is that the armor is still using that composite laminate method, but now they're working in depleted duranium, which is stronger than the durasteel used in most ships and vehicles, and is what was used in Grievous's cybernetic skeleton. It was incredibly hard to work, but laying it out in flat strips and panels did make the TX-225 armor even greater than the 130. The ones deployed to Jedha were part of the notorious Hammer's Elite Armor Unit, while a thermal detonator takes out the treads. Later it is this one chucked underneath that finally sets it all off, with the 225 likely having many crucial systems down below like in the Saber tank. And all throughout this Rebel era, each of these variants would fall into enemy hands, often painted with red Rebel colors, as well as the countless opportunists in the form of criminals and mercenary groups that looted the battlefront for the latest military weaponry. So that's it for the breakdown, and as for behind the scenes facts, its first appearance was in the Clone Wars video game, with this cross-section being in the instruction booklet that came in the game case. It's so sad that we lose stuff like this with modern gaming. A lot of the other info came from the Star Wars Legion game with their fighter tank unit expansion, and the Clone Wars campaign guide for tabletop RPG, and of course its depiction in Battlefront. Well, it even gets a mention in the novelization of Revenge of the Sith. But most important of all, remember, If you aren't shown on screen in the movies, you're probably one of the cooler aspects of Star Wars lore, and the Force will be with you. Always.
Ladies away!
What's up, MetaNerds? This breakdown will have us looking under the Durasteel armor to see how this ship works, learn its history and its ties to shipwright royalty, and how the V-Wing left its mark on the galaxy, pulling from all these resources, and closing with some behind-the-scenes facts. The Alpha 3 Nimbus-class V-Wing starfighter was personally designed by Wallace Blissix, the man that gave us the Gladiator and Victory-class Star Destroyers, and who trained his daughter Lyra to help him model things out. He would become one of the early founders of the Alliance to restore the Republic, while his daughter would continue working for Kuat Drive Yards, and go on to design the Imperial class. It was Blissix's genius that went into the Alpha 3, manufactured by the starfighter subsidiary Kuat Systems Engineering, which would also produce the Delta 7, Eta 2, and later A-Wing, with the V-Wing going into production later in the Clone Wars. But due to a more streamlined mass production technique that was perfected by the stresses of the overwhelming swarms of CIS fighters, this battle-hardened Kuat was able to pump out V-Wings at such a rate that within a few months, the V-19 turret would be all but completely replaced as Clone Wars pilots preferred this more compact fighter. Each would cost about $15,000 less than the V-19, at $120K, and had a much smaller profile at 7.9 meters long and 3.8 meters wide. While even with the wings extended, it was just 5.84 meters tall. The pilot didn't have to worry about these giant wings of the turret. If you look at the cubic space the V-19 occupies, 1,404 cubic meters, the V-Wing is only about 12% of that, at 175 cubic meters. If you wanted an Eta 2 with a shield, it would set you back nearly 3 times the credits. And while there was a version of that with concussion missiles, that was a really rare modification. And there was a mod that packed a single concussion missile into the nose of the V-Wing, and the extremely rare flak gun and proton bomb variants. When you throw in that the Eta was built with Jedi powers in mind, getting away with not having to put a ton of features in there since the pilot could just use the Force. That's why the standard Eta has no shield, but the V-Wing does have shielding, equal firepower, and was only 50 km per hour slower, at 1,450 km per hour. But it has the same acceleration at 5,200 G, and a 75 megalight rating, a stat used for how fast it goes in the vacuum of space. Both of these craft would require the use of the Ciliar 45 hyperdrive module, which itself was rated at a Class 1. And while their laser cannons are the same strength, the Alpha 3 had a much faster rate of fire, being a pair of dual rapid-fire laser cannons. There is an astromech located right behind the cockpit, which instead of an R series was actually a Q7 series astromech. It had a pretty standard 10-jump memory, but was unique in that this dome is mirrored on the bottom, having no legs or treads. It just hovered around via repulsor tech, making it easier to navigate on any terrain, especially getting up and into the fighter. But it also broke down at an annoying rate, proving why the R-series design has remained the same for thousands of years. Keep your fancy floating droids for the tech shows. But since the wings folded down to act as their own landing gear, this meant they didn't need any infrastructure at all. Nothing to grab the ship or to drop in the astromech. Which is just one of the reasons why there were so many factions later on in its history that wanted to get their hands on this ship. It may not look like it, but in a way this is an early TIE fighter. It has 2 ion engines, or a twin ion engine system, with vertical wings that act as heat radiator panels. We even get a glimpse at this mesh pattern that would become iconic to the TIE. While there are also these large deflector shield heat sinks, which are required for powering a shield on such a small craft, while the actual power lines to these shields and the projectors themselves were packed into the nose. Fuel tanks lined each side of the body, and the laser cannons swivel on these wing hubs to give about a 90-degree firing arc. The ship lacks any life support systems, so the pilots had flight suits and helmets that were actually fully sealed. And not just in case of emergency like we see with the ARC-170 pilots, but covering the face like a full helmet. Though we do see this picked up by ARC pilots as well towards the end of the war. There was a very limited run on a sub-model called the Alpha 3B, or Besh, for the letter B in Arabesh, and there aren't much stats on this, but it is one of those variants that packed a projectile launcher. Being incredibly agile, the V-Wing was the first main clone-piloted ship that was able to outmaneuver the droid Tri-Fighter, and learning from their enemy, the Republic started releasing these in swarms. Not using a hyperdrive ring for each ship, but packing a ton of them into a Venator, and releasing these Nimbus clouds with such speed that the unshielded Separatist starfighters were easily blown apart. The rapid-fire cannon, small profile, and speed were a great counter to the Vultures, Hyenas, and Tri-Fighters. But for larger targets, they would have to act as escorts for the ARC-170s and Y-Wings. During the Battle of Coruscant, some of them did make it all the way to the Invisible Hand, but they also suffered their highest percentage of casualties during this final battle of the war. They were also the preferred escort fighter for VIPs, all the way up to the new Emperor himself, ensuring Palpatine and Vader's safe travel from Mustafar to the Sith medical station on Coruscant. Same goes for valuable cargo and top-secret locations. Being the bane of Bad Batch, as V-Wings were guarding the mysterious Imperial base on Daro, where they were able to damage and even take down the Marauders' powerful shielding, only for the auxiliary power of Gonki plugging in to save the day. And later they were used as the main security detail at Castle Sereno. As the Emperor was ordering the ransacking of Count Dooku's old treasure haul, these Imperial variants have the drab gray coloring. They lose the astromech, which means that they had no plans on sending these through hyperspace. And now the pilots are wearing a TK Stormtrooper version of the clone pilot helmet, still in that full-face covering style, which is true for all the Imperial TIE Fighter line as well, since these all lacked the life support systems that were more common in the Republic era. And in this time of transition to the TIE LN, these later iterations of the V-Wing use TIE Fighter engines, with a simple change that allows it to fit into this frame. The latest we see them in legal use is circa 14 BBY, under the command of Wilf Tarkin during the Birch Teller campaign, fighting against this early rebel faction, which was using salvaged and repurposed CIS droid fighters. So 5 years after the Battle of Coruscant, these battles would have looked a lot like something out of the Clone Wars. And while officially sent to the scrapyards in the years after this, many of them fell into the hands of private security forces and cartels. From the Hutts to the Zan Consortium, Mandalorian factions, and even outliving the Empire itself to be used by various remnant forces, now fighting against the New Republic. And the latest known use is around 30 years after the Battle of Endor, being used by Janata Security, who scooped up tons of the greatest ships from the past, modifying everything from the Nebulon B to ARC-170s and N-1 starfighters. So that's it for its breakdown, and as for behind the scenes facts, originally the end scene of Imperialized Venators was to have TIE fighters screeching by, but Lucas said that the Empire would have 19 years to build them, they didn't have to show this change immediately on screen, and it was fine to just have this transition with Republic craft, but just painted gray to show this turn to Empire. To keep the reference to TIE fighters, they do have a similar sound. And that's where you get the lore expanding on this with the detail that the TIE engine could be placed in a V-Wing. In the original Battlefront series, there's a version that acted like a heavy bomber, but this is really just for game mechanics and doesn't make much sense lore-wise. While in the MMO Star Wars Galaxies, the ship became a status symbol, as you could only get it through a loot card in the Squadrons over Corellia trading card pack, and their extensive use by pirates is seen in the Empire at War series. While the LEGO version of this ship has a Q7 astromech, but it goes against the unique lore of this droid and has it looking like another R series. But most important of all, remember, great ship design is a highly heritable trait, and the Force will be with you. Always. What's up, MetaNerdz? For this complete breakdown, we'll be comparing the Marauder to Clone Wars and Imperial vessels, taking a tour of its interior and looking at its strengths and weaknesses. Let's start with its manufacturer, Cygnus Spaceworks, who made most of the military shuttles of this era, from the Nu, Theta, Sentinel, Eta, Alpha, and later Lambda. And the company even played a part in the stealth craft turned flagship for Tarkin, the Carrion Spike. The design includes cues from the Nu class body, with a wing style closer to the Theta and Eta. And although there are no official stats for the Omicron, we can deduce a lot by looking at these ship siblings. In this battle, it appears to be about 1.5 times the Nu, so around 30 meters long, and a height from the lower wing to the tip being around 37.5 meters, which would make it second only to the Sentinel class in size, and you could stack a couple ATTEs up next to it when it was docked. One of the first modifications of this shuttle is the speed. Stock, I would put it around 1,000 kilometers per hour, since most of these are around 850. Meaning it would match the Sentinel, while there are things like the Theta used by Palpatine that hit 2,000 kilometers per hour. So as ridiculous as it sounds, the Marauder might be quicker than a TIE fighter, and we get a glimpse of this when it separates from the Invulnerable. Just look at how agile it is at flipping over and racing away. So I think around 1,500 kilometers per hour in this heavily modified version. And speaking of TIEs, this is the only shuttle like it that works in heat radiating panels into these massive wings like the TIE line of fighters. They probably went so large with these wings because of that souped up ion engine, because when you throw that in with the weapons and shields, in a shuttle of this size, the power generator in this thing must have had it running extremely hot. The ship is classified as an assault shuttle and packs 2 front laser cannons and a powerful aft laser turret, which is perfect for their usual mission objectives, which hoped for a more stealth approach while being capable of blasting their way out. Like the ARC-170 and Ghost, having a dedicated gunner that can clear away tailing enemy craft is such a useful force multiplier, that even though it's just a normal strength cannon, this placement and ability to hop in and take control makes it so much harder to pursue or shoot it down. The Omicron class was rare, but not so obscure that nobody ever heard of it.
Looks like a modified Omicron class attack shuttle.
This clone does work the impound, so he probably has a higher knowledge of ships than most, but that means it isn't some one-off custom ship designed for this top-secret military unit. Clone Force 99 is such a secret that even Rex, one of the most prominent clones and the second-in-command to General Skywalker, who was himself the most beloved general of the war, even Rex doesn't know much about them.
So why haven't I heard of this squad? Experimental Unit Clone Force 99. The defective clones with, desirable mutations. 99, eh? Nice touch.
This nice touch was the homage to their fallen brother 99, who died in the heroic defense of their homeworld Kamino. A man seen by his own creators as a useless failure and perversion of their genetic program, but was seen as a beloved brother by all clones who heard the story of 99.
I know you work with Cody sometimes, but who do you guys report to? Good question. Can't say I've got an answer.
So while we're surprised that Rex is out of the loop on anything, this is a nice look at the structure of the Grand Army of the Republic, as Cody is higher ranking, a CC or clone commander, with a specialized genome and training program from birth for his role as commander, while Rex is just a CT, or clone trooper. And it's just a testament to his incredible willpower and uniqueness that allowed him to fit right in and be respected and often deferred to by force-wielding Jedi generals and enhanced CCs. When the ship lands, we see that signature Cygnus wing folding, and the landing gear that extends is standard, with running fog lights that we can see are always on but can be increased to act like headlights, like that main one towards the front. These experimental clones have no respect for the Reg's flight control or landing protocols, screaming into forward and axis and scattering crates everywhere. And later you get a good look at the footprint of this massive craft on an Axis base. We see that it can be piloted by one person, and that these control panels were used for navigation to slice up space into grids, and were mirrored for the co-pilot. While the rest of the panels can display everything from local space orbits to holoweb surfing, with its powerful long-range hyperwave transceiver that could reach out across the entire galaxy with this faster-than-light means of communication. The gonk on board was from his own bad batch of droids.
I'm fixing it.
You can't. He's a defective unit.
Hunter.
Don't worry, we're defective too.
Gonki here provides additional power, and by having it not always plugged into the ship, you could hit the Marauder with an ion attack that disables everything, but then still run things off of this portable generator, or plug it into the ship after this attack to get some systems back online. We see it used to power up shields and get engine systems back up after being peppered by V-Wings. But since it was now plugged into the ship, when the Marauder gets hit some more, those balls of plasma are dispersed across the shield, and that electricity does start to transfer to the ship itself, and everything connected to it. Shocking Gonki just like we see with other droids like Chopper. But when not in the heat of battle, it can be used as a table for board games, a second hand to hold your tools, and most important of all, it turns the ship into a gym, being a full-body workout device. The main body of this ship has these crash harnesses, and shelves and storage spaces that Wrecker would use like a bed, with more storage and perhaps the beds for the rest of the Bad Batch up top, which all sounded like a dream to a young Harrison Dula.
You get to live on a starship? That's my dream.
When the boys decided that Omega would become the newest member of the Bad Batch, they turned the turret into her room, with the latter making it feel like a big bunk bed or even treehouse vibes, which shows these guys were new parents, because she had her own separate escape door, with this hatch that opens up below the turret, something that did prove useful in escaping from the Zygerians. The interior is filled with all sorts of artwork, from Republic military victory propaganda posters to pinups, and a bunch of ads for blasters straight out of the Blaster and Tabana magazine, and even a relatable I Want to Believe poster. Like all starships, the fine controls for space travel can be used to hover in place, which when combined with these winches, they can drop down into deep caverns, as the cables seem to go on for at least several hundred feet. And you could imagine this being used to lift up or move around cargo, and even lighter vehicles like speeder bikes. It also provides a stealthy way to deploy or rapidly evac if they use something like the Skyhook technology. We see the Marauder going to all sorts of hostile locations, from dangerous environments to deadly locals. Side note, comment what you think of this.
My intel says the Poltecs worship flying reptiles.
These Poltec dragons look a lot like the form the Brother takes, and I think it might point to an idea that's explored in some of the expanded universe, that some populations' religious ideas evolved from the sighting of these powerful force-wielding family members, the father, brother, and sister. As the Darksider was going to and fro across the galaxy, Their Poltec ancestors saw this dragon creature do something incredible, and that memory was forever enshrined in their religion. Comment down below what you think of that. But back to the ship, Tech has an excellent idea of hitting the chain code problem head on. When he learns that the Empire is using a blockchain sort of technology to track all people and objects across the galaxy, instead of trying to evade this, he gets in early by registering it with fake details. But those details are now enshrined in the blockchain from then on out and would appear legitimate. A great idea, even if this method of letting the imps impound them was a bit too risky for Hunter, and their escape did result in the barrage of fire that resulted in a lucky bolt hitting a capacitor.
One of our capacitors sustained damage during our firefight with the Wraiths.
When they work on repairing it, they have to contend with Ordo moondragons, which lived off of raw energy, and would consume power systems and ships like the Pilot's Bane, the Minox, that were hated throughout the stars for their similar appetite. Many crucial systems are right behind these panels, making everything easier to reach and repair.
The signature key should be embedded below the rear parallax inverters.
Just tell me what to rip out.
And since Tech was the one who knew the ship inside and out, he felt like he was closer to her than any others.
Wrecker, easy with my ship.
Your ship?
And his expertise is able to scramble their signature. They know that credits can make sure you aren't even scanned as long as you avoid major Imperial ports or automated scanners at more heavily trafficked locations. But by making use of criminal elements, you also expose yourself to bounty hunters. And when trying to run from the Empire and the likes of Cad Bane, their luck was sure to run out eventually. Over all these different missions, we see how scratched up and tarnished the exterior of the ship is getting, with this patina forming on some material, a corrosion of a copper alloy that is making it have these patches of blue-green. There are 14 different types of popular copper alloys in a galaxy far, far away, used in everything from ship armor to jewelry and statues. So it'd be interesting if this is pointing to a rarer alloy used for some superior stealth or heat dispersing capacity. That's it for its breakdown. Can't wait to see more of it in action in Season 2. But as for behind the scenes facts, we've actually seen this ship since 2014, when the unfinished Clone Wars episodes were revealed. And this part was cut, perhaps deemed too racy, as it's one of the most obvious changes from what we eventually got in Clone Wars Season 7.
Yeah, she can negotiate with me anytime.
Back then, the ship was called the Havoc Marauder, and the name was meant to just be dropped to Marauder, but the Havoc part was slapped back on for the booklet Ships of the Republic and Separatists too. Since there's no official stats on this book, I would point you to these resources, which are in the description, if you want to read up more on ships in general. But most important of all, remember, there's never a time when you don't need a gonk droid, and the Force will be with you, always.
Attention, attention! This is a restricted area. No landing is permitted without permission. Violators will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
Where's that coming from? I see the shooter up in the tower. Over there! Ah!
What's up, MetaNerds? This video will break down the Senate Guard, going all the way back to their Old Republic formation, understanding just how big and corrupt they became up through the Clone Wars, and their dissolution and incorporation into the Red Guard and Imperial Royal Guard, and how they returned in the New Republic. Their exact formation date is unknown, but it is said they date back far into the Old Republic era, a time when the Republic had a powerful military. The Jedi were not reluctant warriors, but engaged in near constant war with their fallen brothers. The founders of what would grow to become the Sith Empire, an empire that often worked with the Mandalorians, a deadly combination that saw the capital sacked more than once. Before the Senate building, there was the Senate Hall, this enormous and ornate A-frame structure, which operated in the same way, with seats for representatives from all the alien worlds, a center podium for the Supreme Chancellor, but the space was also used for high-profile trials, with the podium being lined with guards to surround the accused. These guards would also line the entrances, and were dressed in a blue-colored armor, wielding shields and massive polearms. These are the earliest iterations of the Senate Guard, but were likely just ceremonial, meant to invoke the tradition that was already millennia old by 15,000 BBY, considering this time before the Sith was one of unique peace and unity. As the size of the Republic was steadily growing year after year, hyperspace lanes were being carved out in every direction, and quality of life increased with each generation. But then Sith Lord Exar Kun would force them to upgrade security. He invaded the Senate Hall to rescue his apprentice, the fallen Jedi Knight Ulrich Keldroma, killing his own former master Vodo Siaskbas in a duel, before executing the Supreme Chancellor in front of all the senators within these sacred halls. This was in 3,996 BBY, and though the hall was replaced with the Senate building, this was captured too about 300 years later. Darth Malgus led the assault on the Jedi Temple, while Darth Angral would move to the Senate with an overwhelming blitzkrieg of starfighters, war droid, and hardened Sith troopers. Once Darth Angral broke through the Republic troops in the last defense of Senate guards, the war was already won, but just for good measure, he had the Supreme Chancellor executed like the great Exar Kun did before him. 2 Supreme Chancellors killed in just 3 centuries. The shame of the Senate Guard was immortalized in the History Hollows, in the form of the Treaty of Coruscant. The surrender had to be negotiated by Republic diplomats on Alderaan, and all of this would embolden the Sith Empire for the next 3 millennia. Over this time, the Jedi, Republic military, and Senate Guard worked to increase their power and would stay ever vigilant. And as the Coruscant upper levels of the Senate District grew, along with the increasing number of new member worlds, this simple-looking guard service would become one of the most powerful organizations in the galaxy. Forged by wars and intrigue, everything from the Force Wielders feud to bitter inter-alien rivalries and plain old greed threatened the lives of all these senators. Being a galactic senator was one of the most dangerous occupations out there, and the Senate Guard quickly found themselves becoming a military police force. Evolving far past just standing at doorways, they had to become proactive in preventing these attacks. Patrolling every level of the Senate District from the Supreme Chancellor's quarters, out through the hallways, securing access to the office of each and every senator and their staff, out to the complex as a whole, and then throughout the entire district with overlapping eyes everywhere, from ships monitoring the buildings to boots on the ground within these buildings. I would speculate that like any crime-fighting organization this big, they would have a ton of undercover officers scattered throughout these places, from all sorts of species and using all sorts of tracking and listening devices. As it is stated that a bulk of their work was on fighting corruption as well. One could say that they worked as a Senate Guard, and that might mean that they were the first one through the door on a raid of a terrorist apartment, or they were sitting in an office as a translator reviewing recordings for signs that a senator was being bribed, and of course anywhere in between. Many of them were veterans of the Coruscant Security Force, which I'll mention more in a bit, but anyone could apply to be a Senate Guard. If you were CSF, you had a shorter training program, and if not, you would go through an extensive, generalized program, and upon graduation, were assigned to the Senate Guard headquarters. Usually starting off just processing prisoners and assisting agents in researching active cases. The lowest rank was private, and if they moved up, they become corporals and were assigned to a specific senator, or at least a group of low-risk senators. Then came the sergeants, that planned the bodyguard detail, staffing and coordinating the movements of senators, and were responsible for the Grand Convocation Chamber, with this specific space being overseen personally by the Sergeant-at-Arms. A lieutenant would oversee a squad of 2 to 4 guards, while commanders had a task force of 6 to 8, and they were all led by the captain of the guard, who directly answered to a Senate committee and the Republic Judicial Department, all acting like an advisory and checks and balances kind of system. The most elite of all of them would be brought into the Senate Commando Division. For millennia, this group would be the most elite fighting force in the galaxy, from the Ruusan Reformation where the Republic military was disbanded, up to the Clone Wars. These Senate Commandos would have to pass a 4-week, grueling combat program, including specialized work with Mastiffs. They would not wear the elegant cloak and crested helmet, and by the time of the Clone Wars, they would have the same plastoid armor as the clone troopers. They would retain the blue coloring, and would use golden symbols on their armor to designate rank and leadership roles. Though even the commando helmets still retained the style of the Standard Guard, which was based on the Mandalorian Neo-Crusaders during the Mandalorian Wars. Which is ironic since everything from the blue color to the robes and crest were all said to evoke the peaceful time of the Old Republic, and the promise of a unified galactic community. The exact opposite of what a Mandalorian Neo-Crusader evoked. What I make of this is that kind of like how the romantic aspects of the European Knight were attached on later, same with those last generations of samurai, both of whom were not originally a deeply introspective, code and honor-loving pillars of morality. Originally, their armor was just a practical tool to conquer their enemies, and their behavior was very much like conquerors. Similarly, this look was blazoned into the minds of the Republic citizen, and abstracted out to symbolize power and honor, so it was adopted for these defenders of peace and democracy. Their weaponry could be just about anything depending on the mission, with different branches specializing in everything from tiny concealable blasters for deep cover to breaching charges for raids. But the robed ceremonial Senate Guard would almost always be seen with a Mark II Paladin blaster rifle, a powerful weapon with stun, single, and automatic fire modes, with a collapsible stock. They seem heavy, but it wasn't like these were used to charge up a hill, so while it might leave you with some sore traps, the weight helped it to be one of the most accurate and flat-shooting blasters out there, and cost about 2 times the DC-15A. And they were also trained in the use of force pikes, and in the Hijkata martial arts. To get around, they would use these speeders, or for more dangerous situations, they had these armored assault craft, which had multiple blaster cannons and could travel even into high atmosphere to pursue suspects. And these analysis droids could be sent around or left at a scene to collect evidence, only responding to those with the right rank. Now, the Coruscant Security Force, or CSF, was their biggest and often overlapping rival, who, while they did have to deal with crime all over the planet and down into the insanely dangerous lower levels, if you asked a Senate Guard, the higher stakes of their job, and the fact that it could take them all over the galaxy to hunt down leads, as well as escorting senators and staff to thousands of different worlds, they felt like they were the Secret Service and the CSF were more like the local traffic cop. Despite the rivalry, I should point out that the CSF also had their own SWAT, anti-terror, and organized crime units, and by the time of the Clone Wars, they were more often seen using things like the VAAT and LAAT variants, while also likely having way higher casualty and death rates. But this is from the Senate Guard perspective, and what they could both agree on is that they didn't like the new guys. The Clone Wars brought the Shock Troopers / Coruscant Guard. The whole purpose of this division was to bridge the gap between military command and the overlapping web of coverage between the CSF and SG. And since they were also assigned to the Supreme Chancellor with his emergency powers, they would be able to cut through all the red tape and just make things happen. Though that was easier said than done, at least in principle, with there being countless instances of CSF, SG, and CG all showing up at the same crime scene claiming jurisdiction, providing a constant stream of angry hello calls to Homeworld Security Command, which would try and organize all this, as well as operate the orbital security stations that acted like ports during this time of war, controlling all movement to and from the busiest and most important planet in the galaxy. Who got control of the scene often went to the strongest ego, with Commander Orbrim talking down a shock trooper, while Tan Devo would make sure that the CSF got to investigate Senator Anaconda Farr's poisoning, which really shows his strength, as one of the things most obviously under the SG's jurisdiction was the death of a senator. This may point to their rivals exploiting the ever-increasing stories of corruption in the SG. Though nobody could really blame them for needing backup with taming the Zillo Beast, there was Captain Argus, the elite of the elite of the elite, since he had to go from low-level SG up to standing out to be selected as a commando, and then rise again to be captain of the commandos. Even his loyalty in the Republic was bought off, taking Dooku's credits to aid in the CIS rescue of Nute Gunray, though he did receive a traitor's end impaled by Ventress's blade. Then there were the attacks on Padme's life, as well as their largest failure in thousands of years, when Cad Bane took control of the executive building and threatened to blow up numerous senators, followed by the Supreme Chancellor himself being captured and nearly killed. This failure could have cost them the war, and you could imagine everyone from Jedi to Clone Trooper to the CSF beat cop all felt that this once great institution was crumbling and inept. Palpatine used this to push for the creation of the Red Guard, which might have been, well, a red flag, but he did have emergency powers, and they were failing. And what I wanted to say for this part was the fact that corruption in the SG had been growing for about 100 years at this point. These epic failures during the war were really just the last straw for people in the know. The SG had become increasingly hereditary, essentially passing down positions through several generations of families. Leadership making sure their family was hired on as much as possible, loving the social status and great pay of the upper management parts of the Guard, not to mention the job security, and just like everything else in the galaxy, it was becoming more corrupted and dragged into politics. To the point that one of the only things most senators agreed on was the fact that the Senate Guard was becoming a dangerous combo of elite military and surveillance force, corrupted by both outside money and insider nepotism, and willing to turn it all on politicians they didn't like. Their one saving factor was that they did keep everyone safe, so when they had so many high-level failures, losing that last chunk of respect, most could understand why Palpatine wanted a new guard for him personally. And to make it even less suspect, he did choose them from the ranks of Senate guards, so it just looked like these were blue robe-wearing Senate guards wearing a new uniform. And though they only carried a lightsaber-resistant force pike, some SGs still did too, so there was nothing crazy alarming there. But of course, when the Revenge of the Sith was initiated, those guards were exclusively loyal to Palpatine, and ready and willing to kill any Jedi that dared approach their benefactor. While they may not do much against Yoda, they were certainly intimidating, and at least would force the attacker to take them out first, giving Lord Sidious an advantage. And they would definitely be able to take out just about any other attacker. They were now called Royal Guards, and the Coruscant Guards stay on too, protecting the Emperor in these very first moments, and through the years with clones stationed around places like the old Jedi Temple, and even when they were eventually replaced by stormtroopers, the office of the Coruscant Guard still remained. In fact, both of these red forces would take on several different variations over the decades, and technically the Senate Guard did remain in a way, but everything was changed about them from their armor. Though still blue, it was designed like their Red brothers, though interestingly you could see the Old Republic era Mandalorian influence in both, and their job was just an extension of the Royal Guards, and now were just the Senators' captors. The Imperial Senate stuck around for about 20 years, until just before the Battle of Yavin.
The Imperial Senate will no longer be of any concern to us. I have just received word that the Emperor has dissolved the Council permanently.
But with each year, the Senators felt more and more like they were just props, and these supposed Senate guards were really just their captors, and meant to be the Emperor's ear, with them everywhere they went. On very rare occasions, they would accompany stormtrooper groups in their hunt for Jedi fugitives, being far superior than the Bucketheads, but still far less than the Royal Guard or Inquisitors. Shortly after the Battle of Endor, the New Republic was formed, and they wanted to restore a noble symbol of the Old Republic, but not directly mimic the corrupt Guard. So they went with these white, blue, and gold robes, while others wore gold and red helmets with these white plumes. So that's it for their breakdown. As for behind the scenes facts, originally, retired Finis Valorum was killed in a comic and probably would have been a failure of an extension of the Senate Guard, protecting chancellors even after they left office. Though not clones, maybe to streamline their categorization, they were given an alphanumeric designator, being SG and then 4 numbers. And the Museum Guard was based off the look of the Senate Guard, and they would stick around into the Imperial era. Their true owners, the Intergalactic Banking Clan, were willing to tell these guards to wait outside their gate when taking Padme into the vault. One of, if not the only place in the galaxy where they would obey a command to abandon a senator, especially the most frequently attacked senator. The canon New Republic guards are described in Aftermath and in Legends with the Invasion Revelations comic series, while other stuff comes from the Force Unleashed, the Sith War comics, Atlas, and Guide to Warfare. And most important of all, remember, when the guards are loyal to the leader, your republic is about to become an empire. And the Force will be with you. Always.
Cutler Queen. And I'm just a simple farmer. You're a deserter.
What's up, MetaNerdz? This video is going to explain the role of what might be the most classified unit in the Grand Army of the Republic. I will get into some references to Bad Batch and speculation towards the end, but I'll give another warning before I get into that part. Of all the specializations in the Republic military, from the Coruscant Guard to the Bad Batch, the Arcs and the Marines, only one unit was at the personal directive of the Supreme Chancellor. Known only as the Covert Ops Clone Troopers, they were not classified as a part of the Special Operations Brigade, which was headed by Jedi General Arla Ganzé, and which commanded the likes of Delta and Omega Squad, the Shadow Troopers, and even the Assassins whose sole purpose was to be a failsafe against the Jedi, actually trained by Jedi to learn how to get around their Force powers, just in case one of their own became a traitor, something that was an obvious worry to everyone in the Republic, with the CIS being led by a fallen Jedi. So while it might seem odd at first that there was a hit squad under the command of the Chancellor, it was seen as just one part of a series of specialized units that fell under the command of different positions, all acting in a way as a sort of checks on balances of power, complementing the contingency orders that were known to exist. Order 66 was not a secret. The inhibitor chips were a secret and acted as an insurance policy, but the clones already would have been expected to kill the Jedi simply because this was a direct order from a superior. The punishment for not carrying out any of these contingency orders was to be declared a traitor and executed. There were multiple orders to remove the Supreme Chancellor from office, like Order 65 allowing the use of lethal force to remove him if the majority of the Senate or Security Council deemed him unfit. And keep in mind that the senator was always with Senate guards or the Coruscant guards, just as the Jedi generals were always with their clones. Usually thought of protecting the people they were with, but they played this dual role of being a means of instantly calling in a check on power. If that order was ever given, the Chancellor or the Jedi could be blasted by the people with them. And the Supreme Chancellor was the head of the GAR, had the most intel of any individual in the military, and was granted this elite covert ops unit to act quickly and efficiently on that intel. These clones had no restrictions and reported only to the Supreme Chancellor. The Director of Special Forces would only infer the actions of this unit, passing on intel and laying out operations that would be referred to as dirty work, and then Palpatine would make a decision on how to respond at his own discretion, understanding both the political ramifications and having the most military intel. Now, if you think something like this is surprisingly dark for the virtuous Republic, just keep in mind that Order 37 was known to senators. It was also not a secret. Reading, quote, capture of a single wanted individual through the mass arrest and threatened execution of a civilian population. Follow-up directives include scenarios for body disposal of civilian casualties, and suppression of communications. And we don't know the order number, but RC-3222 mentioned one of these 150 orders concerned protocol for, quote, reducing key allied worlds to slag if they switch sides. So checks on everything from chancellors to Jedi and even whole planets. And then the covert ops most often acted as checks on their own brothers. While their purview could entail anything, they would often hunt down other clones. Troopers could not be allowed to defect in this galaxy at war. Ostensibly, the reason would be to prevent any intel from falling into Separatist hands. Whether they were willing traitors wanting to hurt the Republic like Slick working with Ventress, or even if it was against their own will, with technologies existing to force the clone to become a tool for the CIS, like we saw with Echo being attached to a supercomputer to counter Republic tactics. Any clone not accounted for was a potential massive threat to the entire GAR. These covert ops troops were in some ways the precursors to the Death Troopers, with specialized but still mostly classified enhancements that made them both more physically apt, but also psychologically more capable of carrying out ops that were expected to be too difficult for standard troopers. These hit squads were doing things that were considered, quote, questionable and unethical, though they were not bred for this specialized role like clone commanders were. Rather, as Wallen Val, one of Jango's Quai Valdar Mandalorians that trained the clones, noted about one squad, quote, they were just ordinary troopers who'd shown a bit of promise for dirty work, selected from the ranks to backfill some of the roles that would have otherwise fallen to Republic commando squads. So showing exceptional ruthlessness and a lack of conscience could get you promoted to Palpatine's hit squad. As for their equipment, not much has been declassified, but they were known to use modified DC-15A and DC-15S blasters. While the most striking visual difference is this purplish coloring. This armor contained a polymer called Reflect, something that in all of the Republic and Imperial military is only seen in the armor of Death Troopers. But interestingly, there was also a bounty hunter called Mist, who had a photoreactive personal armor that contained microscopic crystals that could adapt to reflect incoming light and make the wearer nearly invisible. She also had it coated in Reflect, since this material was specifically designed to make one invisible to nearly all forms of sensors. So she would be practically invisible to both the naked eye and to any technology. So while we cannot confirm that the covert ops troopers had the more detailed microscopic crystal tech, they certainly were undetectable to all forms of sensors. And I do think it's highly likely that they would have access to this photoreactive coating as well. Being the most secretive elite unit in existence, and definitely with no budget issues. And there are also things like the Sinrich optical dephaser used by Rook, and the holographic disguise matrix, aka the shadow hologram. So this tech was definitely available and almost required for the Republic to carry out these unethical missions, killing their own clones and even civilians if need be. Why would you not use this visual cloaking alongside the Reflect? You get to decide who eyewitness accounts blame, and also because of the Reflect, no droid would be able to detect them. Because of all of these high-tech stealth solutions, none of their missions were ever revealed to the public. The only way we know about one of their hits was because it failed due to a pure accident due to two elite units unknowingly operating in the same area. The covert ops only had a max of 3 troopers ever deployed at once, and on this particular mission they had the more standard 2-man team. Alpha 30, known as Sol, was an Alpha-class advanced recon commando who went AWOL after suspecting the true purpose of the clone army in Palpatine's schemes. Members of Omega Squad were on the planet Gaftakar to assist in the training of local resistance trying to overthrow the Separatist leadership. They came across this AWOL clone, and Omega Squad were able to capture him and were able to extract info from him. But they actually agreed with his argument for freedom and let this AWOL clone go, who promptly fled off-world. Republic Commando RC-1136, aka Darman, personally trained by Jango's second-in-command Cal Scarata, would then return to Alpha 30's hideout. The pair of these covert ops troopers entered the building thinking Darman was their target. But this commando, who was the sole survivor of a previous squadron, one of the best trained in the military, was able to best these two troopers. Even this elite trooper Darman and the rest of Omega Squad had no clue about the existence of these oddly armed and armored clones. They were outraged and confused how there could be this overlap in area of operation, and deeply disturbed that there was a secret hit squad that was sent out to kill other clones, making them believe even more in Sol's claims against Palpatine. Now I want to turn to the events of this first Bad Batch episode. Spoilers and speculation are incoming. We see how Tarkin is transitioning towards conscription troops. Something that we talked about in other videos is that taking your troops from the population all across the galaxy works to tie communities to the Empire, instilling patriotism tied to a paycheck, and puts potentially rebellious and rowdy lower classes to work spreading your empire. And as Tarkin highlighted in this episode, it was also cheaper than clones. The stormtroopers were certainly less skilled, and this is why we see Tarkin making sure that he develops an elite special forces branch as well, inspecting Bad Batch, only to be disappointed that they were mostly traitors, with the exception of Crosshair. After Crosshair's inhibitor chip was enhanced, we see him donning armor that looks to be a precursor of the Death Troopers. The Death Troopers would become elite bodyguards, but also reflect-coded hit squads used to tie up loose ends in the Empire, much like the previous covert ops troops. I think this story could evolve to see Crosshair heading up the elite forces birthed to track down and eliminate Bad Batch, as well as other clone deserters like Cut, and of course the Jedi survivors. So let me know what you think of this and the potential adaptation of this Legends idea into the new canon. I think this was a perfect time to cover these troopers, as I really do expect that if we're going to be exploring this Imperial transition era, we'll see Crosshair or someone else developing out a hit squad type unit. As for the behind the scenes facts, the covert ops were first introduced in the novel Republic Commando True Colors, and mentioned in Order 66, a Republic Commando novel. The idea is based on real-world death squads used by tons of current governments, and with the US specifically, there is the Disposition Matrix, aka the Kill List, with targets being eliminated by special forces or more often by drone strikes. And this idea of a ruler having a small elite force to carry out hits quickly and efficiently is one of the oldest and most consistent in history. It is odd how little of this was explored in Star Wars lore during the Clone Wars. Even in the Imperial era, we mostly see things in the form of the Inquisitors, but not as much highlighting a force within the Imperial military. So let me know what you think about the Bad Batch and where it might go in the future, and what you think of a potential rivalry between Crosshair squads and the Bad Batch. But most important of all, remember, be careful what you say about the Emperor. You never know if there's an invisible, undetectable hit squad in your room with a DC-15. And the Force will be with you. Always.
Blast, this is why I hate flying.
What's up, MetaNerdz? This video is all about the Delta-7 Aether Sprite class light interceptor, commonly known as the Jedi Starfighter. It was manufactured by Kuat Engineering Systems, a subsidiary of the larger Kuat Drive Yards that seems to focus on the company's few Starfighter products, being the manufacturer of the Republic's V-Wings, Edit 2 interceptors, and decades later even the early RZ-1 A-Wings. The cost of a new Delta-7 varied widely depending on which version you wanted. The standard model was 180,000 credits, which is 30k more than the later T-65 X-Wing and 3 times that of a standard TIE fighter. If you wanted the most expensive, high-speed variation though, it would cost you 385,000 credits. That's 85k more than even the elite TIE Defender. However, even your most successful spice dealer would be hard-pressed to buy any type of Delta-7, as you're not going to find them at your local dealership. Designed by Walex Blissics, the same man responsible for designing the Victory-class Star Destroyer and many other vessels crucial to the Republic, he worked closely with the Jedi Order to develop ships that were built around their Force abilities. The cockpit was laid out especially to cater to Jedi pilots. The controls were simplified, so that the ship would respond instantly as the pilot sensed the next action through the Force. Many had their standard seats replaced with special meditation chairs to make those long flights across the galaxy a bit more bearable. Everything about its design was intended to make it the fastest and most nimble ship of the time. The frame tried to have one of the smallest profiles possible, at only 8 meters or 26¼ feet long, 3.92 meters or nearly 13 feet wide, and only 1.44 meters or just under 5 feet tall. This made it about a Senate longer than a TIE fighter, a third as wide as the X-Wing, and 1.5 R2 units tall. If it was trying to keep the peace here on Earth, the Delta-7 would be about a mini-me shorter than 2 Honda Civics, about 2 Civics wide, and about 1.5 Vespa scooters tall.
We haven't got much time. Anakin, do you copy? This is Obi-Wan Kenobi.
The ship was so small that the original version could not even fit a standard astromech droid. Instead, they had to make the R3D and RP4 models, which were hardwired into the ship as targeting and navigational aids. The powerful sublight engines bolted onto the small frame were the secrets to its speed. Fitted with 2 J-44 Jet Force sublight engines, the Interceptor had a maximum acceleration of 5,000 G, and had a top atmospheric speed of 1,260 km per hour. That was over 200 km faster than the T-65 X-Wing, 60 km faster than a TIE fighter, and only 40 slower than its successor, the A-Wing. But there were 2 main trade-offs with this incredible speed. First was deployment time. Due to their compact size, the J-44 engines and unusually small reactor tanks would need to be refueled every 5 hours. Similarly, the fighter's small size limited its life support systems, limiting it to only storing 5 hours worth of airtime. Another trade-off was that, unlike most starfighters of the time, the Delta VII had no built-in hyperdrive. To get around this, each one had a Sleer 31 hyperspace ring that the Delta VII could dock with when the pilot needed to leave the system. This actually helped compensate for the fighter's limited range, because when it was docked, it also refueled those sublight engines and refreshed its air supply. With the hyperspace ring, the Delta VII had an impressive Class 1 hyperspace rating, equal to most other starfighters like the X-Wing, but even faster than most capital ships, with the Class 2 being on most CIS and Imperial Star Destroyers. The Delta VII was designed and built when the galaxy was still at peace, and as such sported the diplomatic burgundy-red paint color, which symbolized diplomatic immunity, and is seen on a lot of official Republic ships like the Consular-class cruiser. And for defense, it featured a Surplex J4 deflector generator, but as seen with Obi-Wan's dogfight with Jango Fett's Slave 1, it could not take many hits. The fighter was armed with a pair of Tameco SDS-85 dual laser cannons, but it was never really intended to participate in heavy combat, just your occasional space battle with local pirates. And for those early years of deployment, that was more than enough. Replacing its predecessor model, the Delta VI, it would enter into service at least as early as 32 BBY. Qui-Gon would take his personal blue version on a mission to discover how to retain his consciousness after death. Yoda was also seen to have a customized, smaller version that he could fly on his mission to Vragadar. 4 years later, Master Depa Billaba would use her Delta VII to escort and defend a relief mission from some pirates. By 27 BBY, Obi-Wan Kenobi had enough experience flying these things that he transitioned to the 2-pilot civilian model, the Delta 12 Sky Sprite, a ship that he and Anakin flew to the Outbound Flight Project before being recalled. Master Saesee Tiin, one of the Order's premier pilots, was unsatisfied with the standard Delta VII's already impressive capabilities, and so he customized 2 to his own specifications. He installed 4 additional quad-pulse laser cannons behind a pair of breakaway panels in order to provide an increase in its firepower when entering flight mode. He also managed to fit a Class 3 hyperdrive into its frame, but as this was as slow as a Gazanti-class cruiser, he would still prefer the hyperdrive ring when he was in a hurry. Jedi Master Adi Gallia would test flight one of these modified Delta VIIs when fighting Captain Kavik Toth.
Nice work, Master Gallia. The prototype is quite effective.
And I was only flying at half speed.
Due to its successful performance, the remainder of these fighters in the Jedi fleet were modified to Saesee Tiin standards. A full demonstration of the Delta VII's capabilities and limitations will be seen when it was used by Obi-Wan to investigate the assassination attempts on Senator Amidala. The fighter was able to go from Coruscant to the far-off Camino, but would fall short in combat over Geonosis. Despite its speed and maneuverability, and the pilot's strong connection to the Force, Jango's Slave 1 kept close and managed to blast through the starfighter's shields. Kenobi only managed to survive by releasing the ship's spare parts like chaff, intercepting the missiles and faking his death while he hid out in the asteroid belt. Early into the Clone Wars, it was determined that the original Delta VII, developed and intended to serve in peacetime, would be phased out of use by the Jedi. Taking the lessons learned over a decade, Kuat Systems Engineering would develop the upgraded Delta 7B. The primary distinction between the two was that the newer 7B featured a centered droid socket, allowing it to fit a full-sized astromech unit. Any other distinctions were kept confidential by the Republic, but it may have been inspired by Anakin's Azure Angel, a ridiculously upgraded Delta 7. Not all Jedi would choose to upgrade to the 7B, or even later Eta 2. As we see, Master Plo Koon would be flying his personal blue and white Delta 7 during the capture of Cato Moria, where he was shot down by his wingmen during Order 66. Delta 7s would be a rare sight in the galaxy after the Clone Wars, but some were acquired and refitted for use by the Rebel Alliance. Wedge Antilles would notably find and repair an abandoned one on Geonosis after his X-Wing was shot down during the retreat from Hoth. Proving just how accurate and durable the fighter's design was, even 30 years later, Antilles was able to use it to take out several squadrons of TIE fighters, TIE bombers, and TIE interceptors. And through some really genius plot engineering, they even found room for a ton of Void 7 seismic charges, capable of taking out Imperial escort carriers. Antilles was able to find a still operational hyperdrive ring, and would take this fighter to rejoin the Rebel fleet. The Delta 7's design and concept would have such an impact that it would influence a ton of later starfighter designs. The concept of a small, lightly equipped fighter would go on to inspire the Republic V-Wing, which actually is the inspiration for the TIE Fighter series. While Explicix would deliberately base the layout of the A-Wing on the Delta 7, which we can really appreciate if we take a look under the panels. Like on the A-Wing, the Delta 7 had the fighter's shield generator and its accompanying radiator directly behind the cockpit. providing maximum protection for the pilot and life support systems just in front of it. Moving forward, we can see that the Delta 7 had deflector shield power hubs positioned along its length, which let the pilot angle the deflectors as needed, just like the later A-Wing. The peacetime Delta 7 didn't have the sophisticated sensor jamming equipment found on the A-Wing, but it did have a whole suite of advanced sensor and communication equipment up in the nose that was powerful enough to send a clear, real-time transmission from Camino all the way to Coruscant. Working back, we can see that the main reactor was tied directly to the ship's set of dual laser cannons, but the use of hoses to supply Tabana gas shows that these were still standard plasma bolt weapons, not the more advanced pure laser weapons found on the later RZ-2 A-Wing. Few details are provided about the engine systems, but we do see that they have this electromagnetic nozzle built into them, which allows for some thrust vectoring. So that's it for its history and breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. Originally, it was designed to be a stormtrooper fighter and used during the Battle of Geonosis, and the wedge shape was meant to foreshadow the design of the Star Destroyers. And there's an error in Episode 2, where inside of the cockpit we see that the display screens are using the Star Wars 76 script, not Arabesh. Additional information comes from Star Wars Complete Cross-Sections, the art of Episode 2, and the Clone Wars Campaign Guide. But most important of all, remember, flying is for droids, and the Force will be with you. Always. What's up, MetaNerdz? This video is all about Anakin's personal ship during the opening of the Clone Wars, his highly modified Delta 7 starfighter. Let me get this out of the way first, that yes, the ship was introduced in the original cartoon version of the Clone Wars back in 2003, a show which was admittedly a bit over the top. But this ship isn't just some silly throwaway creation, as the modifications are not absurd, they actually make a lot of sense in existing Star Wars lore. And not only has this ship appeared in more serious material like novels, guidebooks, and encyclopedias, but it also influenced other ships in canon material. What I'm trying to say is that the Azure Angel does have a real place in Star Wars lore, and more serious material hasn't even tried to back away from this ship, or really much of anything from this old cartoon. They actually keep making references to this cartoon, which to me enshrines its place in Star Wars lore. The depiction of lightsaber crystals coming from the caves on a snowy world was kept in the animated Clone Wars TV show, and something closer to the ship is that in the canon Clone Wars series, Anakin gifts the Blade of Doran to Plo Koon, a ship which Anakin painted in the same style as the now Legends Azure Angel. The Delta 7 was nicknamed the Jedi Starfighter because they were purchased directly by the Jedi Order as a primary means of personal transport. When the Clone Wars broke out, it was very handy that these were already designed with dangerous missions in mind, but for some Jedi, it wasn't quite good enough. Stock, its top atmospheric speed would have been 1,260 km per hour, or 783 miles per hour, making it just a bit faster than a TIE fighter. But with Anakin's modifications, it must have hit speeds of at least 1,500 km per hour, which is the fastest of the Yeta 2 models, but I really wouldn't be surprised if it got past 2,000 or even more. These puny dual light laser cannons had to go, in favor of 4 Tamanback medium laser cannons. Remember, Anakin was a mechanical genius since a child, and was able to condense and reconfigure the innards of the ship, moving the astromech socket over, slightly raising the cockpit, and then use the extra space created to pack in a proton torpedo launcher, with a total of 16 proton torpedoes on board. These larger, externally mounted engines on the ventral side could be used to assist in real space acceleration, but were aftermarket hyperdrive thrusters, connected to a compact hyperdrive which allowed this Delta 7 to cross the galaxy without the need of a hyperdrive ring. Complex hyperroutes were calculated by R4P22, the droid around before Padme gifted Anakin her house's royal astromech R2-D2. And though they might not look as impressive as those enormous thrusters, these small articulating foils added to the wings and cockpit of the ship helped to turn raw power into agile maneuverability. Of course, it needed a custom paint job, so for that Anakin wanted to invoke the pod racer that won him his freedom and set him on the path to becoming a Jedi Knight. But despite all these amazing upgrades, some Jedi felt that it was the embodiment of many of Anakin's flaws. He modeled it off his pod racer because he could not let go of the past. The act of modifying a personal ship itself was a form of taking possession of something, instead of leaving it as a part of a communal Jedi starfighter fleet. And all this work and effort put into the Azure Angel was in itself the practice of forming attachments. But despite all the naysayers, fellow tinkerer and starfighter enthusiast Saisi Tin encouraged Anakin to push this Delta 7 to its limits, because he knew that it would lead to a series of improvements that would eventually have to be incorporated in the next generation of Jedi starfighters. Improvements that of course would be taken for granted by the next generation of naysayers. The Battle of Munilist was an epic space battle that tested Anakin's skills as a pilot, Jedi, and ship engineer, by using the Force to guide his actions and the Azure Angel itself, and survive an incredible duel with Asajj Ventress and her Genevex-class starfighter. A real testament to her piloting skills and the solar sail is that she actually lands the first shot. The dogfight would take them from space, down to Munilist's atmosphere, through the maze of skyscrapers in their capital, and back out through space and over to Yavin 4. Though Anakin would eventually defeat the Dark Jedi, before that Ventress was able to detonate explosive that sent all of Anakin's hard work up in flames. He would later pilot a series of other Delta 7s before constructing the Azure Angel 2. This model was able to improve even further and incorporate a light shield generator, something that helped the Chosen One destroy innumerable starfighters, but also the Separatist flagship, the Corpulentus. And then later during the Battle of Rendili, he disabled their command ship, a Dreadnought-class heavy cruiser. But keep in mind, the fate of the Azure Angel 2 is as of yet still unknown. That's it for its history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. It was first introduced in the 2003 Clone Wars cartoon, but the Blade of Doran is first seen in the 3rd episode of the Clone Wars animated series. Additional information was gained via the complete Star Wars Encyclopedia, the Clone Wars Campaign Guide, and official Starships and Vehicles Collection 18. The Azure Angel 2 first appears in the novel Jedi Trial, but later appears in the comic Republic Dreadnoughts of Rendili, and even gets a mention in Labyrinth of Evil. And in the Revenge of the Sith video game, the Azure 2 can be spotted, so it at least survived the Clone Wars, though we don't know where it is now. Definitely let me know what you guys think about this ship in the comments down below. Do you think the ship makes sense, or is it too overpowered? And would you want to see it in a game like Battlefront? But most important of all, remember, we lost R4 P-22 too soon, and the Force will be with you, always. A clone army is nothing without powerful weaponry. What's up, MetaNerds? Today we'll be covering the infantry weapons of the Republic clone army, including their technical details, notable uses, and even some behind-the-scenes facts. When the Kaminoans accepted the job to create a clone army, they had to provide some excellent hardware. The primary weapons of the clone army were those of Blastech's DC series. The DC-15 blaster rifle could hold up to 500 shots worth of ammo on its standard mode, though it's recorded that on the high-power firing modes, the DC-15A can fire 300 shots, with each being able to punch a half a meter or 1.6 foot hole into ferrocrete. The rifle was just under 1.5 meters in length and had exceptional range. It was usually fired on a fully automatic setting, and had fairly low recoil for this rate of fire. During the Clone Wars, Republic Senate commandos would use a customized version of this rifle, featuring a wooden buttstock and grip. A variant of this weapon known as the DC-15LE was customizable to include a fully integrated scope system and other useful modifications, such as explosive blasts and lowered recoil impulse. This weapon was used to great effect by the Imperial Purge troopers in those early years of Imperial transition. The DC-15A carbine was the DC-15S's smaller brother, sacrificing range for a lower weight and more manageable size. It had very similar specifications to the larger blaster, and even used the same charge magazines, making logistics a bit easier. This blaster had a stock, but it was rarely unfolded, as most troopers seemed to just favor leaving it stowed. Both this blaster and its larger brother could fire ascension cables, most notably on Christophsis, where clone troopers from the 501st were able to zipline from one tower to another to reinforce their brothers in the 212th. And later would use this same zipline firing tactic to do a vertical assault on the Separatist-controlled monastery on Teth. The DC-17 blaster pistol was the standard issue clone sidearm, and was the favorite among officers and Special Forces troopers. This pistol was incredibly powerful for its light weight, in fact being more powerful per shot than the DC-15A carbine, while also still having a good rate of fire, and could survive through tough battlefront conditions. Like the DC-15 series, the DC-17 featured a stun mode. Rex utilized a pair of these pistols to great effect during both the Clone Wars and later against the Empire. Along with Rex, many other ARC troopers such as Colt and Fives would also dual-wield these weapons, and we even see it with Bad Batch. The Grand Army would also field a number of specialized infantry weapons, used by specifically trained troops in certain scenarios. The Blastech Z6 rotary cannon, made by Merson Industries and Legends, was a fast-firing, powerful weapon capable of mowing down battle droids and other foes at an incredible rate of 166 blasts per second, and found it useful on both offense and defense. Clone Commander Thorn of the Coruscant Guard utilized this weapon often, most notably during his last stand against the overwhelming droid forces on Scipio. This weapon has allowed many clones to survive far longer than otherwise possible against impossible odds. Another specialized heavy weapon was the Reciprocating Quad Blaster, or SIP Quad. This was an experimental weapon that didn't see much use outside of Hypori or Coruscant, but essentially turned a trooper into a mobile turret. The weapon would rest on the back and be pulled overhead and into position when firing, along with the necessary micro-repulsors to create some anti-grav to offset this weapon's great weight. ARC heavy gunner troopers were especially trained in this weapon, and wore these unique helmets that worked in the targeting for the SIP Quad. It was so powerful that it was even used against snail tanks and AATs, and even to fend off General Grievous. Though never rising to the usage of the Z6, it was actually retained in small numbers and employed by the Empire decades later. While another obscure but awesome weapon was the Westar M5, made by the Mandalorians, who also produced the well-known Westar 34 used by Jango, and 35 used by Pre Vizsla. This blaster was only seen with the first batch of ARC troopers. It had a high rate of fire with decent accuracy, while also being strong enough to punch through the top of an armored assault tank, which might not be the strongest point on the tank, but still it's an incredible feat. It was most notably used by Alpha 17, who particularly loved that underslung reel of pump-action firing missiles. The DC-17M interchangeable weapon system was used only by the elite Republic commandos, like Delta Squad and Clone Force 99. It had multiple special attachments, allowing the blaster to be used as a standard assault rifle, a sniper rifle, or even grenade launcher, all easy enough to be changed during combat. Despite this great feature, both this and the M5 seem to have died off with the Republic. And though this gets confusing, the Clone Commando sidearm was referred to in Legends as the DC-15S, and it worked in a really unique way. It was packed with at least 250 shots, but a slow charge feature kept it so it seemed like it had limitless ammo. It was very powerful, but it only let you squeeze off 7 shots before its complex gas charging combo system would build up another bolt. This might seem limiting, but as Sev once said, quote, "The DC-15S blaster isn't my favorite weapon, but it never runs out of ammo, and that counts for something in a firefight."
Bring in the flamethrowers!
In some situations, the Republic Army would also utilize powerful flamethrowers to very deadly effect. Little is known about these weapons in terms of specifics, but they were a powerful, if brutal, option, especially in close quarters like the cave systems on Geonosis. And we do see that a flame trooper unit is retained into the Empire. The Valken 38X and the DC-15X were sniper rifles used by the specialist sharpshooters of the Clone Army. Each was a powerful, semi-automatic blaster with a long-distance scope, capable of eliminating foes in a single shot, sending that bolt over many kilometers. And the Valken was so deadly that one of the galaxy's most feared bounty hunters, Dengar, would end up using this rifle throughout the Imperial era.
The latest from Cienada.
Rocket launchers.
Shoulder fire. Very expensive.
The RPS-6 rocket launcher was an unguided anti-tank weapon that boasted long range and a powerful warhead. And as we saw with the Onderon Resistance, it could bring down the feared HMP droid gunship. Though on other battlefronts, like the dark jungles of Umbara, we see that this species' unique and high-tech shielding systems allowed the mobile heavy cannon to take multiple direct hits without flinching, while a more high-tech solution was the PLX-1. Mersan Munitions created this portable missile launcher that could be fired in a dumb mode, but also had the smart tracking GAM or gravity-activated mode. That would identify and lock on to a target's gravity silhouette, instead of just something like a heat signature that might be thrown off by flares, and thus was often more reliable against a wide variety of both land and air targets. 2 missiles could be packed into the launcher at once, and the firing mechanism is actually a sort of mass driver, like a miniature version of what we see on the ATT. And though not retained by the Empire, some of these were discovered and utilized by rebels. In addition to these high explosives, another staple of the Clone Army were the Droid Popper EMP grenades, capable of taking out most droids without collateral damage, as seen on Onderon. Here the Jedi would provide these weapons to the Onderon Resistance, and teach them that if you rolled these grenades slow enough, they could slip past the droidica's shields, erupting with electricity that would fry their circuits. And then in addition to all this, the clones also had the Blastech EWHB-12 heavy blaster cannon, which could either be manned by a clone team, or actually fired in an automated mode, which made it a great option as a base sentry. And this weapon was the predecessor to the much-feared Imperial E-Web heavy cannon. It should be noted that the blasters used by the Clone Army all had unique blue bolts. This was due to the hyper-ionization of the blaster gas, allowing these weapons to deal an added level of electromagnetic damage to targets, especially useful when fighting a hostile army of droids. The Separatist army and later Imperial military had little use for this extra specialization, instead utilizing the more common and cheaper gas mixes that produced a more standard red bolt, which was still more than enough for most targets. while the cause of the yellow bolts fired by the Mandos is still a closely guarded secret. The eventual main Imperial replacement for the DC-15A carbine was the E-11. The standard version held less energy and less gas, and so it put out less bolts per magazine than the clone predecessor, but they could be upgraded with some specialized magazines. And funny enough, perhaps Palpatine's little inside joke to himself that he was the puppet master for both sides, is that the E-11 is in fact Blastech's successor to the Droid Army standard issue weapon, the E-5 blaster carbine. Much like how Kuat Drive Yards and their subsidiary Rathana Heavy Engineering were responsible for most of the Clone Army vehicles, almost every clone infantry weapon was sourced by Blastech Industries. So if you need some buy and hold stocks, bet on the promise of war in a galaxy far, far away. So that's it for the history and breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. The PLX-1 is from the original Battlefront games, but came back in the Battlefront novel Twilight Company and is in Star Wars Commander. Also, I just wanted to mention some amazing DC-15 stats and legends. It's said to have an effective firing range of 10 kilometers or 6.21 miles, and it weighs as much as 9.5 pounds. That's a range greater than any gun here on Earth, and would weigh about 2 pounds more than an M16. Like most Star Wars blasters, the clone weapons take inspiration from real-life firearms, with parts from the German MG34 going into both the DC-15 and the Valken sniper rifle, while the Desert Eagle was the inspiration for the DC-17 pistol. The DC-17M of course made its original debut in the video game Republic Commando, and due to a writing error in the Clone Wars episode Death Trap, the DC-15S carbine came to be known as the DC-15A, being cited as such in later lore sources. Additional information comes from these comics and guidebooks, and if you want to learn more about these specialized clone units and go deeper into each of these weapons, we do have playlists for them. But most important of all, remember, when creating a clone army, pick a great template and even better hardware, and the Force will be with you, always.
Hang on.
With some creativity and expert piloting, this thing can quickly become a Special Forces shuttle. What's up, MetaNerdz? This video is all about the Eta-class shuttle. We'll get into all the interesting ways this ship was utilized during the Clone Wars, talk about the executive variant, and we'll do a full breakdown of its stats and behind-the-scenes facts. The Eta-class was manufactured by Cygnus Spaceworks, the same company that made the Nu, Theta, and Lambda, really locking down the shuttle market for a couple decades. And this was mostly due to their low cost and high performance. At 100,000 credits, it was about a third of the cost of the Lambda, but surprisingly, it was more expensive than the Nu class. What is also odd is that its top atmospheric speed is only 750 km per hour, or 466 miles per hour, making it slower than the bulkier Nu class that often carried cargo. So perhaps that's just stock, and many of these are modded by the Jedi Order, because in space, the Eta class is known for racing through CIS defenses, and even when we see it in atmosphere, it can still zip around with ease. Its Class 2 hyperdrive is average for these types of craft, slower than many fighters and the Venator, but quicker than your average consumer freighter. It is not shielded, a risky choice to make it one of your go-to shuttles for the Jedi Order. I guess no better force field than trusting in the Force itself. Its armament is 3 light laser cannons, which is great for just fending off fighters and interceptors while it tries to escape, as it really shouldn't be initiating any dogfights. Instead, the Republic and Jedi Order mainly use these as a standard transport, carrying up to 10 passengers at a time in this spacious cabin area, while also bringing along a complement of 2 Undakar-class jump speeders, very compact, foldable speeder bikes. All of that is why it also made an excellent Special Forces shuttle. It could quickly get across a planet, or weave through CIS fleets, actually set down on a Separatist ship or space station, and lock into place via its magnetic landing gear. If in space, there was plenty of storage room in the Eta class for the gear needed for a spacewalk. And while on-world, these 2 compact speeder bikes could be used by troopers or Jedi to scout ahead. We saw this method used to get behind the enemy lines during the Battle of Ringo Vinda and the rescue of Eth Koth. With the latter example, we can see that with the right pilot, you could come out of hyperspace just before the CIS fleet, and the craft was quick and nimble enough to be flown closely along whatever capital ship was your target, allowing you to evade detection by sensor arrays. And we see more of this ship's maneuverability when a C-70 was destroyed as a Jedi escape, nearly taking out the Eta class with it. Another excellent feature is the folding wings and fine-tuned repulsor system. At a length of 14.2 meters or 47 feet, it was 2 Wookiees shorter than the Nu class, and about 9 meters shorter than the Y-wing. With its wings open, it had a height of 21 meters or 69 feet, making it about 2 Wookiees taller than the Nu, and about a Jawa shorter than the AT-AT. And at 26 meters or 86 feet wide, it is more than 3 Wookiees wider than the ARC-170. If it showed up here on Earth, it would be taller than a 6-story building, longer than a school bus, and wider than 7 lanes of traffic. Keep in mind that like the V-19 Torrent starfighter, it isn't like those dimensions are all filled in. It isn't that big a target. And with the pilot's ability to maneuver these wings while in flight, it creates some annoying variation for the CIS targeting computers. But primarily, this wing folding feature was designed to take up less space in the hangar bay, allowing for hundreds of ships total, including starfighters, bombers, and many shuttles inside of a single Venator. With just that one level hangar, you would prefer your ships to take up more vertical space than horizontal, which is why so many ships like the ETA, Nu, and V-19 have this wing folding feature. While it also had incredibly fine-tuned series of repulsor lifts, giving it this ability to make these sharp but smooth turns and set down in these hectic warship hangars, and also on busy planet-side landing pads. As for its history, before the war broke out, these were known to transport senators and other Republic VIPs. But it was used so much by the Jedi during the Clone Wars that both Cad Bane and Darth Maul instantly know that Jedi have arrived when they see the distinct tri-wing shuttle set down.
Jedi, brother! You found us!
And speaking of Maul, just a quick nod to his incredible strength in the Force. We see that he can single-handedly force pull an ETA off a cliff. One of these shuttles would take Ahsoka to Mandalore during her mission to help stem corruption, and it later took her, Kenobi, and Anakin to a different plane of existence. Without them knowing, when they were brought to the mysterious Force world of Mortis, they popped out of the normal galaxy.
So we are at the rendezvous point, and there's no sign of you in our scanners.
They don't know who or how they landed the ETA class in this double pyramid-shaped object, but the shuttle would become their home base here. We see that the maintenance area is located right under the floor panels in the passenger section, and allows for comfortable access to most major systems like the hyperdrive, engines, and computer systems. And another neat feature is that the co-pilot can completely take over the controls, with Obi-Wan swerving the shuttle away from a tower when Anakin was pursuing a target a little too closely for Kenobi's tastes. And later we would see that this was one of Palpatine's preferred methods of travel.
Prepare my ship.
Darth Sidious arrives on Mandalore on a variant of the ETA class called the Republic Executive Shuttle. It is said to have many upgrades, the details of which are still classified, but we can make out some differences in the cockpit bulb, while the main body appears to be bulkier. This most likely points to powerful engines and larger Tibanacast reserves for these larger and likely stronger laser cannons, coming up from light laser cannons to medium or even heavy. The placement of the weapons on these wings, as well as the general shape of the wings, are also slightly different. And though more rare, we do see one of these Republic Executive Shuttles with the fleet over Ringo Vinda. And we learned that your standard ETA class was great for search and rescue, as well as some stealthy operations behind enemy lines, with Anakin, Rex, and Fives using it to both search the wreckage of Tup's transport, before it covertly delivers them to the underside of the planetary ring, allowing for a spacewalk to the CIS-held hangar bay. So that's it for its history and breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. The ETA class was brought to life in the Clone Wars via inspiration from the original concept art for the Lambda class, which was created by Joe Johnston for Return of the Jedi. Its first appearance was in the episode Grievous Intrigue, Season 2, Episode 9, and has been expanded upon in the Legend sourcebook Endless Vigil, and the canon sourcebook Encyclopedia of Starfighters and Other Vehicles. But most important of all, remember, don't judge a shuttle by its speed stats, and the Force will be with you, always. In addition to AT-ATs, the Empire pulled out a few of these juggernauts for the Battle of Hoth, and that's not the only Clone Wars era gear that they held onto. What's up, MetaNerdz? In this video we're going to talk about the Juggernaut tanks used after the fall of the Republic, and other Clone Wars era vehicles that the Empire still found use for. During the Battle of Hoth, a small group of rebel survivors were able to find a damaged transport, abandoned by its Imperial passengers. This transport is referred to as a Juggernaut by one of those rebels, and the vehicle was driven back to Echo Base from their scouting position. Really showed off the Juggernaut tank's speed and hardiness as it, quote, raced over the abandoned trenches with a sickening jolt, undeterred and unharmed. This wheeled vehicle is a clever fit for the snowfields of Hoth, as its large independent wheels would allow it to stay fairly level, and would prevent rebel snowspeeders from dealing too much damage to it. It's unknown how the tank was transported to the planet's surface, but it was likely dropped off via Gazanti-class cruisers like with the AT-ATs. Now that story, and actually everything we're going to talk about in this video, is canon. So this would just be me speculating here, but maybe one day one of these cooler Legends transports might also be made canon, explaining how the Juggernaut would have been transported across the Empire. And while the Juggernaut moniker was only applied to the Kuat Drive Yard's HAVWA-6, a newer Imperial variant of this vehicle was seen in the Wobani Imperial Labor Camp, the HCVWA-9 turbo tank, also produced by Kuat Drive Yards. This direct Clone Wars descendant was less well armed, more suitable for areas where there wasn't too much threat of attack, unlike the combat tank role fulfilled by the A6. Now, Arthana Heavy Engineering was a subsidiary of Kuat Drive Yards, and they gave us one of the most important ships of the Clone Wars, the LAAT gunship. They would also make the LAAT Law Enforcement Patrol Transport, which was used by the Republic as a police cruiser, and you can kind of think of it as the LAAT-I's little brother. The Empire took policing to a whole new level, adding missile launchers to this vehicle, and instead of a local cop, it would be transporting a squad of stormtroopers or even more elite units. It was also spaceworthy, and could be upgraded with a hyperdrive. This vehicle could both deliver the troopers and then provide them with some powerful air support. But it was not only Republic vehicles that the Empire repurposed. When available, they took from the Separatists too. An Imperial assault tank seen on Simoon 1 bore great similarities to the Droid Army's AAT, most likely being a refit of the defeated Army's main battle tank. And the Empire was even known to have utilized advanced Umbaran designs, on occasion using the Umbaran mobile heavy cannon. This artillery walker was nearly indestructible, but due to the cost, expertise, and who had to build it, they were used in very limited numbers, only rarely being seen on battlefronts during the Galactic Civil War. And as you might expect, it wasn't just ships and vehicles, but the Empire also found uses for Republic weapons. The Z6 rotary cannon, a well-known weapon of the Clone Wars, found use in both the Stormtrooper Corps and the Imperial Army. In addition, the RPS-6 shoulder-mounted rocket launcher, used by both clones and Magna Guards, was still the go-to long-range infantry explosive for the Imperial Stormtrooper Corps. And of course, in those first couple years after the transition, we even see some use of things like Venators and V-Wings, most notably with Thrawn in the early years of his career. Using just a primitive trap, he was able to bring down a V-Wing. The Imperial troops that are hunting him are still wearing clone armor, and he sneaks on board an Imperial Venator. So in this cool transition time, it was an Imperial Venator with Lambdas and V-Wings in its hangar bay. And later we even see Thrawn repurposing some Separatist droids, like Buzz droids and Droidekas, and he would end up fighting Vulture droids that were repurposed by Rebels. In these years, the Empire was still using clone walkers such as the AT-TEs and AT-RTs, and we even see stormtroopers that are using DC-15As. But the biggest example would be the Purge Trooper, though be warned, getting into this will be a spoiler for Jedi Fallen Order. These elite Imperial troops are actually the last batch of fully grown clones from Kamino, and we see them using other Clone Wars equipment like the DC-15LE, and much like the other clones with Order 66, these troopers were tricked into turning on their Inquisitor leaders, and thus were replaced by regular humans. Unlike these smaller vehicles, pieces of equipment, and weapons, most of the Republic and Separatist capital ships were scrapped fairly early on. Most of their parts scavenged from enormous shipyards, and upcycled into the Empire's new navy. The only Republic capital ship that remained in use with the Empire was the Arquitens-class light cruiser. Its production was never stopped and was used throughout the Rebellion era, though tweaked somewhat and modified for the Empire's use. It was seen as the perfect vessel for when a full Star Destroyer would be too expensive or overqualified for the job, and so you see it locking down relatively obscure planets. So that's it for a lot of the ships, weapons, and tech that were held over from the Clone Wars in canon. But you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. The Empire taking Juggernauts to Hoth comes from the novel Battlefront Twilight Company, and we see V-Wings being used alongside TIEs in the Tarkin novel, while of course all of Thrawn's shenanigans comes from the Thrawn trilogy. The use of Umbaran artillery by the Empire comes from the game Star Wars Commander, and the weapons in Purge Trooper are both from comics and the Jedi Fallen Order game. As you might imagine, there are tons of real-world parallels to this, with some examples being in the reunification of Germany, where both Soviet and NATO equipment was for a time used side by side, as the decision on which to phase out and what would be issued in the future was made, as East and West Germany was unifying. Should also be noted that a Juggernaut being used on Hoth is very appropriate, as early concept art for that battle featured large wheeled tanks rather than the walkers we saw in the final film. And it was that concept art that inspired the Juggernaut that we saw in the prequels. So it's like poetry, it rhymes. But that's it for the Clone Wars era holdovers and canon. But most important of all, remember, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Unless it's a Venator, in which case it's too dangerous to be left alive. And the Force will be with you. Always.